Gu Ning knocked on the door of the office. "Come in," Zhou Zhenghong said inside. Gu Ning pushed the door open and walked in. Seeing that the visitor was Gu Ning, Zhou Zhenghong and the new manager stood up at once. "Boss, nice to see you. Have a seat, please," Gu Ning said. "Uncle Zhou, I need you to go back to City G to prepare for the next batch of jade jewelry. Gao Yi will meet you in a few days, and you can deliver the goods to the capital for the opening day. I think that we can directly open the branch in the capital given the popularity of the branch in City B. In fact, Gu Ning could just make a call, but she told Zhou Zhenghong in person since she was already here. "No problem, boss," Zhou Zhenghong said. After that, Gu Ning left. Just as she walked out of the store, she received 2 successive calls from other jewelry managers, but she made an excuse and declined their invitations. She had no intention of forming an alliance after all, so there was no need for her to meet them. In the Pan family's house, Pan Zirwei's father had made several urgent calls and demanded to see him at home. Pan Zirwei had hung out with his friends overnight, so he was quite sleepy right now. The Pan family's house was located in a luxurious house district. "Zirwei, do you know Miss Gu?" Pan Zirwei's father asked him the moment he got back home. Pan Zirwei's father saw him on the news of the release conference and was very surprised. "Yeah, so?" Pan Zirwei yawned. "If so, I need you to do something for me. I think that Jade Beauty Jewelry is a promising brand, and I want to join it," Pan Zirwei's father said. Joining referred to participating in a certain group or organization, which could be extended to the commercial field, referring to the agent joining of commercial brands. In other words, franchisees could open branches under the name of a certain brand. "Sure, I'll discuss it with her," Pan Zirwei said, then called Gu Ning. From the perspective of a company, joining was equal to make money. Many products were looking for joining by advertising, so Pan Zirwei didn't think that it was a bad idea. Therefore, right after Gu Ning declined another 2 jewelry managers' invitations, she received Pan Zirwei's call. "Boss, my father wants to join Jade Beauty Jewelry. What do you think?" Pan Zirwei asked. "Boss?" Hearing that, Pan Zirwei's father frowned. He wasn't dissatisfied, but was surprised that Pan Zirwei called Gu Ning his boss. He knew very well that Pan Zirwei despised women. However, it was understandable that Pan Zirwei admired Gu Ning because she was a very outstanding girl. "Sorry, Jade Beauty Jewelry isn't open for alliance or joining," Gu Ning said. "Sure, I understand." Pan Zirwei was obedient to Gu Ning's words, so he wouldn't ask further even if Gu Ning declined his offer. "Oh, boss, I'm going to open a club in 3 days. If you're free, can you come to attend its opening ceremony?" Pan Zirwei asked with anticipation. Once Pan Zirwei set the time of the opening ceremony, he invited Gu Ning. To Gu Ning's astonishment, Pan Zirwei was going to run a business himself. In many people's eyes, he was just a rich second-generation heir who only knew how to have fun and couldn't care less about his future. All of a sudden, Pan Zirwei changed his mind and decided to become involved in business. Pan Zirwei's father was also shocked and couldn't believe his ears. "Zirwei is going to open a club in 3 days?" Pan Zirwei's father knew him very well. He never had the idea to build his career before, no matter how much his father had forced or enticed him. That being the case, Pan Zirwei's father was more than surprised that he suddenly changed his mind. "Well, I'll go if I have nothing else to deal with at that time," Gu Ning said. "Great." Pan Zirwei understood that Gu Ning was busy, so he didn't pressure her. Afterwards, they hung up. Pan Zirwei's father asked him at once, "Zirwei, are you going to open a club?" It was so shocking that Pan Zirwei's father even forgot to ask about Gu Ning's answer to his offer first. "Yes," Pan Zirwei said. He didn't think that it was a big surprise. "Why didn't you tell me?" Pan Zirwei's father asked. I think that my boss is very successful in business and decided that I should learn something from her and not embarrass her as her friend," Pan Zirwei said. Pan Zirwei's father was shocked again. He didn't expect that Pan Zirwei changed his mind because of Gu Ning. It seemed that Gu Ning had a great influence on Pan Zirwei. Speaking of Gu Ning, Pan Zirwei's father remembered his offer to join her jewelry brand. "Zirwei, what did she say about my joining in Jade Beauty Jewelry?" My boss said Jade Beauty Jewelry isn't open for any alliances with other businessmen, Pan Zirwei replied. Isn't open for any alliances? She can make a lot of money from that. Pan Zirwei's father rounded his eyes in shock. In that case, no matter how many branches Jade Beauty Jewelry were going to open, Jade Beauty Jewelry would be in charge of them without any franchisees in the middle. Pan Zirwei's father didn't know what else to say. Dad, Pan Zirwei said, you don't know how good my boss is at stone gambling. When I met her for the first time, she cut out a piece of jade and sold it for 35 million yuan. It's a piece of cake for her to make money. At the end, Pan Zirwei's voice was full of admiration for Gu Ning. Hearing that, Pan Zirwei's father was astonished. He had also heard that Gu Ning made the first bucket of gold by stone gambling, but he had never seen it himself, so he wasn't sure whether it was true. However, since his son told him in person, he believed that it could be real. Even though she doesn't lack money, she's a businesswoman after all. Doesn't she want to make as much money as possible? Pan Zirwei's father said. He was unwilling to give up. Dad, my boss is adamant and it's useless to try to persuade her. I don't want to ruin my relationship with her, Pan Zirwei said with impatience. Well, Pan Zirwei's father didn't know what to do now. He obviously didn't want to ruin Pan Zirwei's relationship with Gu Ning. Although they couldn't cooperate, nobody wanted to lose a friend and gain a new enemy. Pan Zirwei's father thought for a while, then remained silent. It was still early, so Gu Ning went to visit Tang Haifeng in the hospital. When she arrived, Master Lei and his son, Lei Haowei, were also in the ward. The Mu family, who maintained a good relationship with the Tang family, also came to visit Tang Haifeng. The leading role in the Mu family was Mu Xuxin, who was around 50 years old, and his son, Mu Wenqi, who was about 27 years old. In addition to them, Zhao Yiru was also there. Tang Yunrong, Jiang Lihua, and Tang Jiakai stayed with Tang Haifeng, while Tang Yunhang and Xiao Ruihua were gone for their work. Tang Jiakai didn't know that his grandfather had been injured until that afternoon. Luckily, his grandfather was fine now. Chao Wenjun and Chao Wenxin had also visited Tang Haifeng this afternoon, and they left 2 hours later. It would affect the patient's condition if there were too many people in the ward. Although Tang Haifeng was fine now, they still needed to act like he was injured. Zhao Yiru came to visit Tang Haifeng before the Lei family, and he noticed that Tang Haifeng was pretending to be unconscious. Tang Haifeng didn't want to keep it a secret from him either, so Tang Haifeng opened his eyes when Zhao Yiru was by his side, but he didn't tell him many details. The Lei family and the Mu family, however, Tang Haifeng decided to hide the truth from them, not because he didn't trust them, but because it would be better if fewer people knew the truth. Well, he was fine in the afternoon yesterday, but now. Master Lei was sorrowful and blamed himself for this. I wish I had persuaded him to visit my friend with me. Master Lei had invited Tang Haifeng to enjoy tea at one of his friend's places. But Tang Haifeng had declined, so he hadn't insisted. If he had insisted, Tang Haifeng would have agreed. Master Lei felt quite regretful that he had missed the chance to save his old friend's life. However, that was fate. Uncle Lei, please don't blame yourself for this. It has nothing to do with you, Tang Yunrong said to comfort Master Lei. Indeed, Uncle Lei, it's not your fault at all, Zhang Lihua said. What did the doctor say? Lei Haowei asked. Although he seems fine and healthy from the report, he stayed unconscious for a long time. Tang Yunrong sighed with worry. It's even more serious if we can't find the cause, because we don't know how to deal with it now, Zhang Lihua said, and nobody noticed that she was just acting. They felt a little guilty to deceive Master Lei, but they had to do it. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting walked into the ward together. When Gu Ning's sight fell on Mu Xuxin, she was surprised, because Kei resembled Mu Xuxin. Kei's real name was Mu Yi. Was there any family connection between them? Was it just a coincidence? Gu Ning greeted Master Lei and Zhao Yiru. Then Tang Yunrong introduced Lei Haowei, Mu Xuxin and Mu Wenqi to Gu Ning. Gu Ning also greeted them politely. Master Lei and Zhao Yiru were aware that Gu Ning was Tang Yunfan's biological daughter, but the others didn't know, so they were quite surprised. Tang Yunrong explained that Tang Haifeng regarded Gu Ning as his own granddaughter because Gu Ning closely resembled Tang Yunfan. Tang Haifeng had told them not to expose Gu Ning's real identity before they made it public. Tang Haifeng said the same thing to Master Lei. So Master Lei also kept it a secret and didn't even tell his own son. They all knew that Tang Yunfan never married or had any children, so they believed Tang Yunrong's words. Tang Yunrong also introduced Leng Xiaoting as Gu Ning's friend, and didn't tell them many details. The Lei family and the Mu family left after a while. Since they were gone, Tang Haifeng opened his eyes and relaxed his limbs. Zhao Iru stayed for a while longer before he walked out. Tang Haifeng said, "I think that they will take action again after tomorrow." They were, of course, the Tang family's enemies. However, to Tang Haifeng's surprise, their enemies took action right away. Quan Mingkai called Tang Yunrong and told her that there was a sudden problem with the proposal, and their business partner would arrive at 2 p.m. tomorrow afternoon. They had to hold a meeting with the board of directors to discuss it at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Couldn't be a coincidence. Without a strong leader in the Tang family's business group, the business partners felt anxious, which was a good chance to elect a new chairman. No matter what, members of the Tang family had to attend the meeting tomorrow. If Tang Deming successfully persuaded a certain business partner to work with him for the purpose of electing a new chairman, he must be confident and well prepared. What was worse, he could also have the support of Fu Kaiyu, Cheng Zhongxing and Wu Boyan. In that case, they were very likely to win, because neither Tang Yunhang nor Tang Yunrong had the ability or talent to run a business well, although they owned a lot more shares than them. The leading person in a business group wasn't the person who possesses the most shares, but the one who was most able to lead the corporation. If Tang Deming wanted to achieve his goal, he had to get rid of Tang Yunfan and Tang Haifeng who were in his way. Otherwise, whatever he was doing was meaningless. Anyway, they would find out at the meeting tomorrow. After a while, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting left. Once she got in her car, Kay called her. "Boss, I found nothing dirty or illegal about Tang Deming," Kay said. Hearing that, Gu Ning wasn't very surprised, because Tang Yunfan had told her that Tang Deming had been very careful, although he was ambitious. Besides, Tang Deming didn't take action until now, so Tang Yunfan was certain that there must be someone else behind Tang Deming's back. It was obvious that the person who supported Tang Deming behind the scene was very mysterious, and they failed to find any useful information about him. It was a battle without smoke. "It's fine." Gu Ning didn't mind. All of a sudden Gu Ning said, "Oh, I met a man who is around 50 years old today. He resembles you and even has the same surname as you." Somehow, Gu Ning couldn't help connecting Kay with Mu Xuxin. Kay, on the other hand, was struck dumb for a moment. It was probably because he already knew who the man was, but he only had a strong hatred towards him. He had been avoiding meeting the man for many years, in case he would lose control of himself and do something bad. "Oh, really? We were probably family in a previous incarnation," Kay joked, trying to sound relaxed. But Gu Ning knew that there must be something wrong. It seemed that there was a grudge between them. Gu Ning realized that she shouldn't have said that to Kay, so she changed the topic at once. "How is the decoration going?" "Well, we've hired more people, so it'll be done within a month," Kay replied. "Great," Gu Ning said, then hung up. Kay put his phone down and wore a cold expression. Seeing that, Chun Songi asked with concern, "What happened?" "Boss just told me that she met a man who resembles me and also has the surname Mu," Kay said in a deep voice filled with hatred. Chun Songi frowned. "Do you think it might be him?" "Yeah," Kay said. Although he wasn't 100% sure, he believed that it could be true. "If you're unwilling to accept it, pay him back," Chun Songi said. Chun Songi knew Kay's story very well, and he was always supportive if Kay wanted to get what belonged to him back. Even catch to do it, but he kept the promise that he had made to his mother and tolerated it. Mu Xuxin was actually Kay's biological father who had abandoned his wife and son for wealth and power. Back then, their family was dirt poor, and Mu Xuxin became a migrant worker in a big city. Within 3 years, he made some money and sent a lot back to his family. One day, he said that his company had an overseas project which would pay a high salary for the workers, but only single men could join the project. Therefore, he had to divorce Kay's mother before he went abroad for the next 3 years. Kay's mother trusted him and did what he asked. During the following 3 years, Mu Xuxin did send a lot of money back to his family, and Kay along with Kay's mother were able to live a good life within a short time. However, after 3 years, Mu Xuxin never mentioned remarrying Kay's mother. Kay's mother said nothing, so Kay wasn't aware of it. When Kay was 17 years old, a woman came to their home along with a group of strong men and damaged their house. Kay's mother became ill after that. Kay had asked his mother who those people were, but his mother wasn't willing to tell him. A month later, his mother was about to die and finally told him the truth. It turned out that Mu Xuxin never thought to remarry Kay's mother after their divorce. A girl who was born in a rich family fell in love with Mu Xuxin when he worked in the big city, and they moved in together afterwards. The girl soon got pregnant, so Mu Xuxin divorced Kay's mother as soon as he could, then married the girl. Mu Xuxin didn't even bother to tell Kay's mother the real reason for their divorce until Kay's mother requested a remarriage. Kay's mother had suffered a mental breakdown after hearing the shocking news, but she had to accept the conditions that Mu Xuxin laid down. In order to let Kay believe that he still had an intact family, Kay's mother kept it a secret that Kay's father was no longer a member of their family. Mu Xuxin pretended that he had been working outside the entire time and sent a certain amount of money back to them every month. Sometimes he would even come back for a while. The woman who had damaged their house was precisely Mu Xuxin's new wife. Mu Xuxin's new wife didn't know that Mu Xuxin was still supporting Kay and Kay's mother, so she was angry once she found out. Once Kay found out the truth, he hated Mu Xuxin to death, and the woman who indirectly caused the death of his mother. However, his mother never allowed him to find them, because Mu Xuxin had paid for Kay's tuition fee and living expenses during the past 17 years, even though he had abandoned them for wealth and power. In addition, Mu Xuxin's new wife was from a rich and powerful family, and Kay wasn't their match at all. Accordingly, Kay's mother had forced Kay to make a promise that he would never find Mu Xuxin. Kay was reluctant to do it, but he still agreed in order to let his mother die in peace. Kay knew that Mu Xuxin lived in City B, so he refused to go to City B. Since then, although Kay made a promise to his mother that he would never find his father, he still hated him throughout these years. Therefore, he was afraid that he might do something he shouldn't do if he met him in City B. Even now, he still had the same feelings. Chun Songi knew that the grudge was hidden deep in Kay's heart, and it could never be wiped off. Chun Songi wasn't willing to see Kay living an unhappy life because of it. I won't find him on my own initiative, but I won't stop myself from taking revenge if I meet him one day, Kay said. He would keep his promise to his mother, but he would follow his heart if he ran into Mu Xuxin and that woman. Chen Songi thought that it wasn't a bad idea. Around 5 p.m., Yu Zi received a call from a man named Yang Ziqian, who was Mrs. Yang's son. Yu Zi had mixed emotions, because she didn't expect that it would move so fast. Yang Ziqian asked Yu Zi whether she was free, and he invited her to share a meal together. Since Yu Zi agreed to meet Mrs. Yang's son, it would be inappropriate if she rejected. Although she wasn't familiar with Mrs. Yang or her family background, she knew that Mrs. Yang must be a noble woman given Mrs. Lin's attitude towards her. In addition, Yang Ziqian invited her to meet in a public place so it would be safe. Therefore, Yu Zi agreed. For Yu Zi's convenience, Yang Ziqian set the meeting place right in Fengshan shopping mall, which left a good impression on Yu Zi. Before Yang Ziqian called Yu Zi, he already booked a table at a restaurant owned by him and one of his friends. Since Yu Zi agreed to share a meal with him, Yang Ziqian left for Fengshan shopping mall at once. The appointed time was 6 p.m., but Yang Ziqian arrived 20 minutes early to show his respect for Yu Zi. Yu Zi, of course, wouldn't arrive just before 6 p.m., because it would be impolite. Both of them were people with good manners. Accordingly, Yu Zi arrived at the restaurant 10 minutes early. However, when Yu Zi walked to the table that Yang Ziqian told her to, she was surprised to see the man sitting by the table. "It's you." Facing Yu Zi's reaction, Yang Ziqian wasn't surprised at all, but smiled and stood up. "Miss Yu, nice to meet you. I'm Yang Ziqian. I'm glad that you still remember me. Please have a seat." Yu Zi and Yang Ziqian didn't know each other, but they had met once before, which was unforgettable. On a day 3 months ago, Yu Zi was ambling in a park, and an old man who was practicing with a sword suddenly lost control of it and the sword flew at Yuzi's back. Right at this moment, someone grabbed her and moved out of the way. Was Yuzi thought that the man was sexually harassing her, so she slapped him across his face without hesitation. After that, she found out that it was just a misunderstanding. Yuzi felt embarrassed, apologizing and thanking him repeatedly afterwards. Yang Ziqian didn't mind, but the slap made him remember Yuzi. He thought that she was very funny. In the following 3 months, he couldn't help laughing when he remembered what happened. Yesterday, he saw Yuzi at the release conference of Jade Beauty Jewelry and Charm, and he appreciated her for her creative designs. In the beginning, he didn't have the plan to chase Yuzi, but his mother suddenly wanted to set him up with a girl. In fact, he didn't want to go on a blind date because it wasn't romantic at all. However, when he found out that the girl was Yuzi, he agreed without delay. After Yuzi was seated, Yang Ziqian gave the menu to her. "Please order whatever you like." "Thanks," Yuzi said, then started to read the menu. Since they had met before, they weren't strangers, and Yuzi felt much more relaxed. She ordered a steak, a corn juice, and a plate of fruit salad. Although there had been a misunderstanding between them before, it had been cleared up right away, so they didn't feel embarrassed at all, and enjoyed the meal. Gu Ning was also dining with her friends at the same time. "Boss, when will you go back to the capital?" Su Jinshan asked. "No idea," Leng Xiaoting said. He hoped that he wouldn't be assigned any tasks these 2 days so he could spend more time alone with Gu Ning. Even though they had been together for the past few days, there were always other people by their sides. "Fine," Su Jinshan said. Gao Yi and Xiaoya went for a walk after dinner, but soon noticed that someone was stalking them. They didn't pay much attention to the man, but walked to a place with few people around. They didn't turn around to search for their target until there was nobody around them. At a glance, they focused on a man in black with a mask and baseball cap. The man also understood that he had already been discovered, but he didn't avoid Gao Yi's and Xiaoya's sight and walked straight to them. Both Gao Yi and Xiaoya remained silent, staring at the man. The man stopped 2 meters away from them, then said, "Flying eagle, flying bird, good for you. You're able to live a normal life now." Hearing that, Gao Yi and Xiaoya were surprised, but stayed calm and alert. Since the man could recognize them, he must have the same occupation as them. If he came to them right now, he must have been assigned a task to kill them. "Are you here to kill us?" Gao Yi asked, although he already had the answer. Even though their names weren't on the wanted list now, it was possible that the leader of the killer organization they had served wanted them killed. "Not really." To Gao Yi and Xiaoya's astonishment, the man denied it. "Then why?" Gao Yi asked with a doubtful look. "Well," the man said in a self-mocking tone, "I'm on the wanted list now the same as you were, but I'm not as able as you are to be able to wipe my name away, so I'm being chased now." Hearing that, Gao Yi and Xiaoya frowned, and were curious about the reason why his name was listed on the wanted list. Normally, the killers whose names were put on the wanted list had betrayed their organizations. One killer wouldn't put another killer's name on the wanted list, because they preferred to solve the problem on their own. Although they were curious, they didn't ask for the reason because curiosity killed the cat. "How did you find us and why?" Gao Yi asked again. "I encountered you just now, and of course I want you to help me wipe my name from the wanted list. I'll owe you a favor, and I'll do everything for you to the best of my ability," the man said. "Sorry, we don't have the ability to wipe our names away. Someone helped us?" Gao Yi said. "Who?" the man asked. "Shouldn't you tell me whether you're telling me the truth first?" "I can't tell you the person's name right now," Gao Yi said. The man was struck dumb for a second. He thought that Gao Yi's words made sense, so he took off his cap and mask. A young face with a knife scar appeared. "Black Cat." Seeing the man's face, Gao Yi and Xiaoya were surprised to meet a familiar person. Their names had been on the wanted list, so it was normal that other killers knew their faces and code names, but they were still astonished to see a familiar face. In the killer's world, their identities had to be kept a secret, so one wouldn't know many familiar people unless they served the same organization, or had met each other at the same training place, or had fought against one another while fulfilling the same task. They met Black Cat in a conflict when they had been assigned the same task. Although they had almost killed each other, they had fulfilled the task with one another's help, so they had shared the reward at the end. If you don't believe it, you can check the wanted list. I can wait, Black Cat said. Well, it's not up to me whether to help you or not, and I think that you will have to satisfy the conditions she set, Gaoi said, because he knew that Gu Ning wouldn't agree without any conditions. What conditions? Black Cat asked. He didn't think that it was a big deal because there was no free lunch in this world. You will probably have to work for her for the rest of your life, Gaoi said. Hearing that, Black Cat frowned. What was the difference between that and his previous life in the killer organization? Well, we're willing to work for her for the rest of our lives, but it still depends on her whether she wants to use you. I can only say that she's a very successful businesswoman who's never done illegal things, Gaoi said. He understood that Black Cat was reluctant to live a life which was full of blood and killing anymore. He wasn't sure whether Gu Ning would help Black Cat, but he had to know Black Cat's willingness before he told Gu Ning. Gaoi was willing to give Black Cat a helping hand because he thought that Black Cat was a great killer, and Gu Ning probably needed him. As for Black Cat's character, Gaoi didn't know much about it, and it was up to Gu Ning whether to keep him or not. If it is possible, I hope that I can discuss it with her in person, Black Cat said. I can help you mention it on the phone, but she's the decision maker, Gaoi said, and Black Cat understood. Afterwards, Gaoi walked aside and called Gu Ning. When Gu Ning received Gaoyi's call, she had just finished the meal with her friends, and they were talking about where to have fun next. Boss, I have something to talk to you in private. Gaoi heard other people's voices from the phone and said. Hearing that, Gu Ning cocked her eyebrow, because she knew that it must be serious. Wait a second, Gu Ning said, standing up, then walked to an interior room. All right, you can say it now, Gu Ning said. After that, Gaoi told her what had happened to Black Cat. Hearing that, Gu Ning's eyes lit up. She needed people with great skills in fighting or kung fu right now, and a killer couldn't be a better choice. As for the person's character, she needed time to see it. Therefore, she didn't mind. In addition, she was also willing to meet Black Cat in person and told them to meet her at the Huangdang Hotel. When Gu Ning walked out, they already made a decision on where to have fun next, but Gu Ning had to leave. I'm sorry. I have to go deal with something important right now, so I won't join you. They were all disappointed that Gu Ning would be absent, but they understood that Gu Ning was very busy. Since Gu Ning wouldn't go with them, Leng Xiaoting wouldn't either. They went to a tea room after their friends were gone. Leng Xiaoting didn't ask what Gu Ning was going to deal with, but clasped her in his arms the second the waiter was out. He lowered his head to her neck and rubbed her collarbone with the top of his nose. Stop now. They'll be here soon. Gu Ning pushed Leng Xiaoting away. They were in a public place. Leng Xiaoting, however, put on an innocent face. He loosened his arms and looked down at her, saying in an aggrieved tone, I just want to hug you. That's it. Gu Ning was amused, but didn't stop him from hugging her. She could use her jade eyes. If someone was coming, she would notice it first. Leng Xiaoting also stopped rubbing sexually against Gu Ning, because he knew that they were in a public place. After a while, Leng Xiaoting let Gu Ning go and held her hand, walking to the tea table. He sat down and started to prepare cups of tea. In fact, they could let a tea master prepare the tea for them, but Leng Xiaoting chose to do the Kung Fu tea ceremony himself. Oh, you know how to do the Kung Fu tea ceremony? Gu Ning was surprised seeing Leng Xiaoting's skilled actions. Yeah, I learned it from my grandpa, Leng Xiaoting said. Leng Xiaoting prepared 2 cups of tea, and they began to enjoy it. A few minutes later, Gao Yi and the others arrived. Gu Ning told them the number of their tea room and told them to come over. Before long, they arrived and knocked on the door. Come in, Gu Ning said. Gao Yi then pushed the door open, walking inside, followed by Chao Ye and Black Cat. In order to not be recognized by those who was chasing him, Black Cat was wearing a black cap and mask. Boss! Gao Yi and Chao Ye greeted Gu Ning once they walked in. Black Cat hadn't asked Gao Yi whether his boss was a male or female, but he thought that the person must be an old and experienced person. When he followed Gao Yi and Xiao Ye stepping inside, he had no idea that the young girl was their boss. Although he couldn't see Ling Shouting's face, he still sensed his air of pride and nobility. Black Cat understood that the young man wasn't simple at all. To him, however, Gu Ning looked just like a kind young girl who was stunning. Therefore, when he heard Gao Yi and Xiao Ye call her their boss, he was shocked. In normal situations, most people would doubt Gu Ning, but Black Cat was different. He was astonished, but he never thought lightly of Gu Ning just because she was very young. On the contrary, Gu Ning left a deep impression on him since she was able to help Gao Yi and Xiao Ye. Gao Yi and Xiao Ye weren't ordinary people after all. If Gu Ning had the ability to get Gao Yi and Xiao Ye to work for her, she must be unusually smart and powerful. Precisely because Gu Ning seemed like a normal young girl, he appreciated her more, because disguises were very important. Black Cat took off his cap and mask at once before he greeted Gu Ning. "Miss, it's very nice to meet you. My name's Black Cat. Nice to meet you too. Please have a seat," Gu Ning said. She didn't think that she was better than him, but she still had an air of power. In order to convince Black Cat to work for her, she had to show her ability and power. Black Cat did feel her power, and held great respect for her. They were all seated at the table, but Lung Shouting never gave them a glance. Instead, he focused on the tea all the time. "Mr. Lung, may I help?" Xiao Ye said. As Gu Ning's subordinate, she couldn't sit aside watching her boss's boyfriend preparing tea for them. Xiao Ye was good at preparing tea as well. "Vas as no need," Lung Shouting said. Since he said that, Xiao Ye didn't insist. "The condition is very simple. You must work for me as a useful assistant. I won't ask you to do illegal things. You just need to help me manage my companies and you'll be paid according to your ability," Gu Ning said. "That simple?" Black Cat asked and couldn't believe his ears. He felt like Gu Ning wasn't settling a deal with him, but was helping him. Not to mention the fact that he was still a killer being chased by other killers. Such a good job was a very big favor for normal people. To be specific, Gu Ning saved his life and also offered him a great job. Even though he was confident that he could survive being chased, he still wanted to live a normal life. Gu Ning smiled. "We value different things as the most important thing in our life. You want to get rid of the pursuers and live a normal life, while I needed a well-trained person to help me manage my company. We just cooperate to gain what we need." Gu Ning hit the point. However, even though Gu Ning had the intention to hire Black Cat, she wouldn't force him if he declined her offer. "Great. I'm willing to work for you," Black Cat said. In his eyes, there was no reason to reject such a great offer. He was a man with a strong sense of loyalty, and he had been chased by the killer organization just because he found out some dirty secrets about it. If it hadn't been for that, he would have been working as a professional killer as usual. Gu Ning, however, didn't end the deal right away, but added, "I also want your loyalty. You don't need to die for me, but just do your job well. Stay loyal to me and never stab me in the back. I dislike threatening others, but I think it's necessary to remind you that I hate betrayal the most. No matter who betrays me, he or she won't die in peace. Ning Ning, if he dares to betray you, I'll kill him for you," Ling Shouting suddenly said with a serious expression. Black Cat was scared. Even Gao Yi and Xiao Ye felt stressed. At this moment, Black Cat saw a person of his kind, not because of the identity, but the air of aggression. He believed that this young man's hands had been stained by no less blood than his. The deal was settled, and Gu Ning called K at once. "Wipe a killer whose name is Black Cat off the wanted list," Gu Ning said. "Boss, are you going to hire all the killers on the list? Do you have a plan to establish a killer organization for yourself?" K joked. Gu Ning laughed, then said half seriously, "I think it's a good idea. Why don't you help me keep a close eye on the wanted list and hire some killers for me?" "Are you serious?" K suddenly didn't know whether Gu Ning was being serious or not. He just made a joke, and it wasn't a good thing to establish a killer organization. "Well, I wasn't thinking of that, but I feel it's not a bad idea now. I'm not interested in a killer organization, but I think a guardian team will be enough. Help me nail it," Gu Ning said with a serious look. Aren't you afraid that it'll be dangerous if you hire too many killers? Kay asked. Although it could stop killers on the wanted list from being chased to some extent by wiping their names off, it didn't mean that they were 100% safe afterwards. If Gu Ning hired too many killers, she could be the target of a killer organization. Everything profitable is risky. The business world is like a battlefield, and I don't want to be the prey, Gu Ning said. Gu Ning was just a young businesswoman without much experience, and she wasn't a threat to her peers yet, so everything went on well right now. However, if she wanted to be more successful, there was no doubt that she was going to face more challenges and risks. Fine, you win. I'll keep an eye on it. Kay agreed with Gu Ning on what she had just said. After that, they hung up the call. Except for Leng shouting, the others were all shocked by Gu Ning's new idea. It was very dangerous, but also important. She was going to face dangerous challenges and risks in the future anyway. So it would do her more good than harm if she had a guardian team to protect herself and those she cared about. What's your real identity? Gu Ning asked. My real information has been written off, so I can't use it. The identity information of Ba Tianyong is unknown in the organization. This is the identity information of an orphan, and all the information is vague. Black Cat, who was Ba Tianyong, said. Each killer had many identities, but those weren't true. They just stole the identification of some dead people who hadn't been signed off yet. Great, we'll call you Ba Tianyong from now on. You can follow Gao Yi to deal with some business, and I'll arrange other work for you after your name is wiped off, Gu Ning said. Thanks, Ba Tianyong said. Since Ba Tianyong would follow Gao Yi for the following days, Gao Yi had to take care of him, but they could use the public money of Gu Ning's company. After telling Gao Yi to look after Ba Tianyong and reminding Chao Ye to go to Huafu Hills at 8 a.m. tomorrow, Gu Ning left with Leng shouting. It wasn't early when they walked out, so they went to pick Gu Man up. Yang Ziqian invited Yu Zi to watch a film together after dinner. This was the first time that they had met each other officially, so Yang Ziqian thought that Yu Zi might decline his invitation. However, to his surprise, Yu Zi agreed. The theater was in the shopping mall not far from the restaurant where they had dined together, so they directly walked there. When Yang Ziqian and Yu Zi walked side by side, they felt like they were dating as a couple. Both of them felt nervous and excited. When they arrived at the box office, Yang Ziqian told Yu Zi to wait for him and he went to buy the tickets. Oh, isn't this Yu Zi? She came here to watch a film too. I wonder who she came here with. Just as Yang Ziqian walked away, a man said unkindly. Yu Zi looked over. It was a man who was around 25 years old with a young woman holding his arm by his side. Yu Zi? This name sounds so familiar, the young woman said. She's Lin Tianyou's poor ex-girlfriend. We've talked about her before, the man said with disdain. Only actually, the man wasn't from a family that was much richer than Lin Tianyou's, but he was much richer than normal people, so he was very arrogant. In addition, the man hadn't heard the news about Yu Zi yet. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to laugh at her. Hearing that, the young woman nodded, but still felt that she had seen or heard of Yu Zi's name somewhere before. Yu Zi planned to ignore the man, but the man wouldn't stop attacking her. Yu Zi, did you find yourself a rich boyfriend? He asked, mocking Yu Zi, like she was a gold digger. In those rich second-generation heirs' eyes, a poor girl like Yu Zi just wanted money from them. Hearing that, many people looked at him with obvious dislike. In fact, most people were hypocritical and realistic. When looking for a boyfriend or girlfriend, the majority would check the person's family background and appearance first. Yu Zi was angry. However, before she could say something, a man interrupted her. Do you think that Miss Yu doesn't deserve a rich man? The man was exactly Yang Ziqian. Lord Yang. The man was shocked to see Yang Ziqian and changed his expression at once to flatter him. What a coincidence. Well, I invited Miss Yu to watch a film together with me, but I'm very annoyed that she was humiliated by someone right in front of my face, Yang Ziqian said in a cold tone, then turned to Yu Zi and apologized with sincerity. Miss Yu, I'm so sorry about that. Hearing that, the young man rounded his eyes in shock. What? Yu Zi came here with Yang Ziqian? Yang Ziqian invited her to watch a film together? The young man couldn't believe that Yu Zi, who was just an ordinary person, could hang out with Yang Ziqian, who was born in a super rich and powerful family. It's fine. Yuzi didn't mind it. Although she was mad at the young man's words, she wouldn't blame Yang Ziqian for it. Lord Yang, I had no idea that Miss Yu came here with you, the young man explained at once in fear. If he had known that Yuzi came here with Yang Ziqian, he wouldn't have dared to humiliate her. Even though his family was rich, it was barely comparable with the Yang family. Oh, isn't that woman the designer of charm? At this moment, someone recognized Yuzi. Hearing that, the young woman realized why she felt Yuzi looked so familiar. Yuzi was the designer of charm. She is. I thought that she looked like Yuzi, but I didn't recognize her just then. Charm? What charm? I haven't heard of it before. Do you know jade beauty jewelry? Yes. It's quite popular and fashionable these days. There were many pieces of news about jade beauty jewelry, so most people had heard of it, but its great fame overshadowed charm at the same time. Those who hadn't heard of charm was mostly because they hadn't watched the release conference of jade beauty jewelry and charm yet. You must have missed the release conference of jade beauty jewelry and charm. Both jade beauty jewelry and charm are owned by the same boss. And Miss Yu is the designer and a shareholder of charm. What? Jade beauty jewelry and charm are owned by the same boss? If Miss Yu is the designer and a shareholder of charm, she must be very rich herself. I don't think that there is anything wrong with it if she has a rich boyfriend. Exactly. I heard that charm is always crowded these days. It's very profitable. The young man who had just humiliated Yuzi was totally shocked. Yuzi is the designer and a shareholder of charm? Although he didn't know how popular or valuable the brand of charm was, he had heard that jade beauty jewelry was a high-end brand and its boss had a powerful network. In that case, charm couldn't be cheap. To his astonishment, Yuzi became so rich within a short time. Let's go inside now, Yang Ziqian said to Yuzi, and ignored the young man. Sure, Yuzi said and followed Yang Ziqian walking inside. The young man felt quite embarrassed and soon left. The young woman who came here with him just shrugged. She felt ashamed too after the young man made himself a joke in a public place. Once they left, the young man called Lin Tianyu. Tianyu, do you know what Yuzi is doing now? The young man asked. Lin Tianyu, who was drinking alone in a bar, frowned. Although he knew what his friend was asking about, he still asked, What do you mean? She's the designer and a shareholder of charm, the young man said. Oh, I'm aware of that, Lin Tianyu said. Do you know that she's hanging out with Yang Ziqian? The young man asked again. What? She's hanging out with Yang Ziqian. Lin Tianyu was surprised. I just went to a cinema and ran into them, the young man said. But he didn't actually know their relationship. Lin Tianyu felt quite displeased when he heard that Yuzi was hanging out with a man who was a super-rich heir from the high society. He was very jealous and regretful now. He was reluctant to give up, and made up his mind to get Yuzi back by hook or by crook. Thinking of that, Lin Tianyu began losing his reason. Guning stayed in the Tang family's house for a while, then brought Gu Man back to Huafu Hills. Because Gu Man would be gone for many days, Tang Yunfan didn't want to see her leaving, but he couldn't stop her. Not only Tang Yunfan, Gu Man didn't want to leave either, but she had to go back to take care of their beauty salon. On the way back to Huafu Hills, Guning asked Gu Man, Mom, how is everything going now between you and him? Only Gu Man flushed a little with a happy smile, which proved everything. Not bad, Gu Man said. Gu Ning understood that Gu Man was still hesitating to make the decision. Do you think that you can fully accept him now? Are you willing to marry him and spend the rest of your life with him? Gu Ning asked. Well, Gu Man hesitated. It seemed that Gu Ning had to do something to help them, so she said, If you're not willing to marry him, forget it. I didn't say that, Gu Man retorted at once, in case Gu Ning took it seriously. Ha ha, Gu Ning laughed, and Gu Man realized that Gu Ning was just kidding. She flushed red and said, How can you do that? I'm your mother. I'm just worried that you're not willing to do it. If so, we don't need to waste time here, right? Gu Ning said in an aggrieved tone. You? Gu Man didn't know what to say because she knew that Gu Ning cared about her. Once the Tang family overcomes the crisis, it's time to deal with your marriage, Gu Ning said. Gu Man flushed again and turned to look outside of the window. When they got home, it was almost 10:30 p.m., and Gu Man went to take a shower before going to bed. However, it was still early for Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting, so they stayed in the living room watching TV. Gu Ning was watching TV, but Leng Xiaoting was staring at her the entire time. "Why are you staring at me all the time?" "I just want to," Leng Xiaoting said, and leaned in to kiss her. But Gu Ning avoided it at once. "What are you doing? My mom is home." "Just a kiss?" Leng Xiaoting said with an innocent face. "No, what if my mom comes out all of a sudden?" Gu Ning refused. "I think that we're sharp-eyed enough to discover it in time," Leng Xiaoting said. It was obvious that he couldn't wait a second longer. As even so, Gu Ning still didn't dare to do it and said, "We can never be too careful. If my mom catch you doing that, she'll have a bad impression of you, and probably forbid me to be with you anymore." Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting was nervous, and sat back upright without hesitation. "I can't wait till tomorrow when your mother is back in City F," Leng Xiaoting said with burning desire in his eyes. Gu Ning glared at him and was amused. When Yuzi and Yang Ziqian finished watching the film and walked out, it was 10:30 p.m., so Yang Ziqian drove Yuzi home. Although Yuzi had already bought a house, it was still being furnished, so she lived in a rented apartment for now. The moment Yang Ziqian heard where Yuzi lived, he was concerned. "It isn't safe there. Are you sure you'll be fine living there?" "I just bought a new house, but it's still being furnished, so I have to live there for the time being," Yuzi said. Since she said so, Yang Ziqian didn't say anything further on the topic, because they weren't very familiar yet. "Oh, I watched the release conference. Did you establish charm yourself?" Yang Ziqian asked and changed the topic. "Yeah, it's been established for over a year, but wasn't profitable until my boss invested in it," Yuzi said with a grateful expression. "I love your designs, and I think they are as good as those famous masters. You just need some fame," Yang Ziqian said. It was the truth that people nowadays would only pay for fame. Once charm became popular along with jade beauty jewelry, its flagship store was crowded every day. Yuzi, however, felt a little embarrassed. "Mr. Yang, thank you so much for your appreciation, but I still think that I have a lot to learn from those masters. I'm telling the truth, and I believe in you," Yang Ziqian said with a serious face. "Thanks," Yuzi said. Yang Ziqian didn't leave until Yuzi went back into her apartment and turned on the lights. Coincidentally, Yang Ziqian also lived in Huafu Hills not far from Gu Ning. When he got back home, Mrs. Yang asked him curiously, "How was it?" "Everything went well, and I think she's a good girl, but I don't know her impression of me," Yang Ziqian said. "Do you need me to ask her for you?" Mrs. Yang asked. "Please don't. It's just the first meeting. We can take it slow," Yang Ziqian said. He was afraid that his mother would put too much pressure on them. "Fine." Mrs. Yang also understood that it was their personal affairs. "If you think that she's a good girl, seize every chance to chase her." "All right, I understand," Yang Ziqian said before going upstairs. It would take time for them to get along with each other after all. Chao Wenxin and her friends were also leaving for home. However, just as she stood up, she stumbled and fell into Xian Bei and kissed his lips by accident. In an instant, both of them rounded their eyes in shock, and they felt their hearts beating fast at the same time. The others around them were also astonished. "Jesus, Xian Bei had a forced kiss," Su Jinchen exclaimed in excitement. Su Jinchen's voice separated them at once. To be specific, it was Chao Wenxin who pushed Xian Bei away. Xian Bei, on the other hand, felt a little disappointed. However, when she stood up, she fell again and pressed on Xian Bei's body. "Wenxin, are you all right?" Qiu Yusin wanted to help her up, but was stopped by Si Ming. "It's fine. They need a good chance to get closer to each other." Hearing that, Qiu Yusin stood still. They all noticed that there was a very real chemistry between them, but neither of them confessed their affection to each other, so they needed a little help. Therefore, nobody else in the private room went ahead to help Chao Wenxin up, except for Xian Bei. Although Xian Bei was unwilling to let Chao Wenxin leave his arms, They weren't a couple after all, so it wasn't appropriate. After being supported by Xian Bei, Chao Wenxin flushed red and didn't dare to meet Xian Bei's eyes. Xian Bei felt uneasy as well. Xian Bei, why don't you send Wenxin home? Su Jinchen said. It was obvious that he was giving them a chance to spend some alone time together. No, thanks. Chao Wenxin declined subconsciously, not because she didn't want Xian Bei to send her home, but because she felt too embarrassed to face Xian Bei now. Are you sure? It's very late now, and it isn't safe if you take a taxi home. Su Jinchen interrupted Chao Wenxin before she could finish her sentence. Xian Bei is the only one who hasn't drunk too much, so he is the only one who can drive you home. After that, Su Jinchen walked out at once. He had drunk a lot and felt like sleeping now. The others all left without delay, and only Chao Wenxin and Xian Bei stayed in the room. Chao Wenxin opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. In addition, there was no one who wanted to hear it, so she could only close her mouth. Do you really hate me? Xian Bei asked all of a sudden, feeling hurt and sad. Of course not. Chao Wenxin denied it at once. She didn't hate him. Instead, she liked him now, which was the reason why she felt so shy. However, she couldn't say it aloud. Well, then let's go. Chao Wenxin stood up, walking out. Seeing Chao Wenxin almost escaping, Xian Bei wore an evil smile, but didn't say anything. However, before Xian Bei caught up with Chao Wenxin, a man stopped her. Wenxin, what a coincidence. Come on. Come have some fun in my private room. The man seemed kind, but Chao Wenxin frowned with hatred. Get out of my way. Don't be so aggressive. She told you to get out of her way. Xian Bei strode to Chao Wenxin's side and coldly looked at the man. Who are you? It's none of your business. The man was very arrogant. Xian Bei ignored him and pulled Chao Wenxin, walking ahead. The man, however, wasn't willing to give up. He grabbed Chao Wenxin's other hand. Chao Wenxin tried in vain to get rid of his hand, her face covered with an expression of strong dislike. The next second, Xian Bei caught the man's wrist and squeezed it with great force. The man felt great pain and let go of Chao Wenxin's hand. He stared at Xian Bei with an angry face. How dare you hurt me? Do you know who I am? I was born in the Xie family. The man was named Xie Dongyan. He was the son of a relatively super-rich family in City B, and only a few people dared to annoy him. Chao Wenxin was an exception. Not only did she dare to annoy him, but she also dared to punch him. Even so, he admired Chao Wenxin and would approach her every time he saw her. Xie Dongyan knew some fighting skills, so he was able to protect himself to some extent, although he couldn't win a fight with Chao Wenxin. I don't care who you are, but I'll beat you if you dare to harass Wenxin, Xian Bei said. He didn't seem scared at all, but was quite protective of Chao Wenxin now. At this moment, Chao Wenxin enjoyed the feeling of being protected by a strong man, and her hatred towards Xie Dongyan was soon replaced by happiness. She hoped that this feeling could last forever. Most men cared about saving face very much. So after being caught and hurt by Xian Bei, Xie Dongyan was in a rage, because he thought that it damaged his dignity as a man. When he saw Chao Wenxin showing happiness because of the strong and handsome man in front of him, he was even angrier and lost control of himself. At short notice, he clenched his fist and tried to punch Xian Bei. Xian Bei was a well-trained soldier in the special forces, so it was impossible that Xie Dongyan could hurt him. Xie Dongyan caught Xie Dongyan's fist within a second, then turned to ask Chao Wenxin, "Can I beat him?" Xian Bei ached to punch him, but he was afraid that it might cause Chao Wenxin trouble. Of course, Chao Wenxin said with obvious hatred in her eyes. The second Chao Wenxin finished her sentence, Xian Bei dislocated Xie Dongyan's arm with a clear sound. Xie Dongyan shouted in pain and his face turned pale at once. Although his arm could easily be placed back to its normal position in the joint, it was still super painful when it was dislocated. Besides, it wasn't something that everyone could do, so they would have to turn to an orthopedist for help. It would be really painful for him before he found a good doctor. Therefore, Xian Bei left with Chao Wenxin after just dislocating his arm. Before they left, Chao Wenxin stared straight at Xie Dongyan, saying coldly, Xie Dongyan, if you dare to harass me again, I'll beat you down to the floor. Lord Xie, are you all right? A waiter walked over when Chao Wenxin and Exine Bei were gone. Do you think that I'm all right now? Go find my brothers in private room V08 and tell them to come here right now. Xie Dongyan roared in anger. Couldn't the waiter see that he was in great pain right now? Sure. The waiter was frightened, then ran to private room V08 to tell Xie Dongyan's friends. Before long, 3 men walked over, and they were all surprised when they saw Xie Dongyan's arm. Lord Xie, what happened? Someone dislocated my arm, Xie Dongyan said in a cold tone with an angry face. What? Who dared to hurt you? We'll kill him for you, a man said. Exactly. The other 2 men agreed. Take me to the hospital first, Xie Dongyan said. He felt like he was dying. Hearing that, they realized that it was the most important thing to do now, so they helped Xie Dongyan walk out. They weren't doctors, so they had to go to the hospital. Exine Bei drove Chao Wenxin back to Huafu Hills. It seems like you really hate that man. Why? Exine Bei asked. He could tell that the man admired Chao Wenxin, and he wasn't happy about that, even though Chao Wenxin disliked him. Yeah, the man is called Xie Dongyan, and he was born in the Xie family in City B. He was the boyfriend of one of my friends, but he said that he only became my friend's boyfriend to get close to me. My friend was really hurt and moved abroad. Although she didn't blame me for it, she never contacted me again. I hate Xie Dongyan because of that. If he keeps a distance from me, it's fine, but I'll punch him if he annoys me. However, once on shore one prays no more, and he's repeatedly harassed me, Chao Wenxin said, and her voice was full of hatred towards Xie Dongyan and guilt for her friend. Although it wasn't Chao Wenxin's fault, it had something to do with her after all, so she still felt guilty. Chao Wenxin never liked Xie Dongyan, but Exine Bei thought that Xie Dongyan must love her very much. Otherwise he wouldn't have repeatedly approached her even though he knew that she would punch him. Therefore, Exine Bei felt a little bitter. When they arrived at the gate of the house, Chao Wenxin was ready to get out. Wait a second. Exine Bei stopped her all of a sudden. What? Chao Wenxin turned to ask him, but he suddenly kissed her. Chao Wenjun rounded her eyes in shock, seeing his handsome face right in front of her eyes. Her mind went blank at this moment. Exine Bei was also astonished by his passionate move, but he didn't let her go, because he enjoyed the taste of her soft lips. It was obvious that Chao Wenxin enjoyed it as well, so she didn't resist at all. Exine Bei pushed his tongue past her teeth and into her mouth. She didn't push him away until she was out of breath. Exine Bei wasn't prepared, so he was easily pushed away and realized what he had just done. Seeing Chao Wenxin in a panic, Exine Bei got nervous and felt guilty. Wenxin, he lost control of himself. He liked her and he wanted to be with her. Before Exine Bei could say another word, Chao Wenxin opened the car door and was about to leave, but was stopped by Exine Bei again. Wenxin, what? Chao Wenxin's body and voice trembled a little, and she didn't have the courage to look back at Exine Bei. I can be very busy or free with my job. When I'm very busy, you probably won't hear from me for more than half a month, but I can have a break of nearly a week when I'm free. I like you. If you don't mind my job, could you please give me a chance? Exine Bei confessed his affection for Chao Wenxin. Hearing that, Chao Wenxin's heart began to race. She was very excited, but also wanted to escape. You let me go. I need to go home now. Chao Wenxin didn't answer Exine Bei's question, although she wanted to. She wasn't sure whether she really liked Exine Bei, and she had never had a boyfriend before, so she felt timid. You haven't answered my question yet. Exine Bei wouldn't let her go. Chao Wenxin stammered. What? Exine Bei moved closer to her and his warm breath was right by Chao Wenxin's ear. She ached to escape right now, but had nowhere to do so. Leave me alone. Chao Wenxin turned around to push him, but she felt aroused all of a sudden when her hands touched his strong chest, and she drew them back at once in fear. You don't like me at all? Exine Bei asked and felt really hurt. Of course not. Chao Wenxin denied it subconsciously, but felt more embarrassed once she blurted it out. I. However, she didn't know how to explain it now. Xian Bei was cheered up hearing her answer, but he wanted a clearer one. Since you denied it, why don't you tell me directly whether you like me or not? Right when Chao Wenxin stammered again, Xian Bei's phone rang, and Chao Wenxin felt quite relieved. It seemed that she dodged the bullet. However, Xian Bei had no intention to answer the call, which surprised Chao Wenxin. Don't you hear your phone ringing? Yeah, Xian Bei said, but didn't bother to answer it. He had set a special ringtone for all the important numbers, but this ringtone wasn't it, so it wasn't an important call. Why don't you pick it up? Chao Wenxin was confused. Your answer is more important, Xian Bei said. It was something sweeter than sweet nothings, and Chao Wenxin felt touched. I'll give you the answer tomorrow. How about that? Chao Wenxin knew that she couldn't escape this time, and decided to face it. I'll be going back to the capital tomorrow, Xian Bei said. Hearing that, Chao Wenxin was disappointed, although she already knew about it. Chao Wenxin insisted on giving Xian Bei the answer tomorrow, so Xian Bei agreed. He couldn't wait to hear the answer, but he knew that it would take time for Chao Wenxin to accept him. After that, Chao Wenxin got out of the car and escaped back to her house. Seeing Chao Wenxin walking into her house, Xian Bei took out his phone and checked the caller. The caller was Xian Chen. Hey, why did you call me so late? Xian Bei asked. Why didn't you tell us that you're in City B now? Your sister-in-law just saw you in the video of the opening ceremony of Jade Beauty Jewelry. Xian Chen complained. Well, I've been with my friends these past few days, and I'm going back to my team tomorrow. I'll visit you next time, Xian Bei said. How is everything going between you and Wenxin? Xian Chen asked with concern, because he had noticed Chao Wenxin standing right by Xian Bei's side at the opening ceremony of Jade Beauty Jewelry in the video. Nothing new. I'll tell you if I have any good news, Xian Bei said. All right, Xian Chen said, then hung up. Xian Bei gave the house a glance before he drove away. In the house, Chao Wenxin was actually standing by the window, watching Xian Bei's car driving away. She couldn't help thinking of the kiss, and her heart was beating fast. That night, Chao Wenxin didn't sleep at all. Neither did Xian Bei. Both of them were thinking of each other. The next day, Xian Bei woke up at 7 a.m. and sent a message to Chao Wenxin. Xian Bei, may I know your answer? He didn't receive Chao Wenxin's reply after a long while and thought that she was probably still sleeping, so he stopped texting her in case it woke her up. Chao Wenxin indeed didn't see his message because she was still sleeping. She didn't fall asleep last night until it was almost daybreak. Around 7:40 a.m., Xiaoya arrived at Huafu Hills. Gu Ning and Ling Xiaoting sent Gu Man along with Xiaoya to the airport at 8 a.m. At the same time, Su Jinchen, Xian Bei and Si Ming were about to leave for the airport too. They didn't have as much free time as Ling Xiaoting, who was their team leader, and they had to stay in the military base even if there was no task. Xian Bei still didn't receive Chao Wenxin's reply after waiting for a while longer. Just when he was ready to call her, he got a message from her. Chao Wenxin, I'll answer you when we meet next time. In fact, Chao Wenxin indirectly admitted that she liked Xian Bei. Reading the message, Xian Bei didn't want to leave all of a sudden, but he had to. Xian Bei, sure, I can wait. At the airport, Gu Ning and Ling Xiaoting walked Gu Man to the lounge before they left for the hospital. Tang Yunrong and Tang Yunhang were going to attend the meeting at the company, so there was only Jiang Lihua in the ward together with some security guards. At the same time, Feng Shuiqin, who just got up, received a call and heard the news that Gu Man was leaving City B for City F while Gu Ning was absent. Hearing that, Feng Shuiqin was thrilled because it was a great chance. Very well. Follow her to City F right away. If Gu Ning is absent, it'll be easier to catch Gu Man, Feng Shuiqin said in a malicious tone. Yes, ma'am. In a meeting room, 8 directors sat across from each other at a table. Quan Mingkai, as the secretary of the chairman, was sitting in the head seat. Tang Yunfan was still unconscious, so he wasn't able to attend this meeting, so he would be attending on behalf of Tang Yunfan before they elected a new chairman. However, He could only attend this meeting of the board of directors and put forward suggestions. He couldn't make a decision. There is something wrong with our proposal with a company from country Y, and the representatives of our partner will come here to deal with it at 2 p.m. Before that, I think that we better have the best solution to this problem, Quan Mingkai said. I agree with Secretary Quan, but our business group lacks a leader right now, and I'm afraid that it's not easy to solve the problem without a leader, Tang Deming said. It was obvious that he wanted to elect a new chairman before talking about the deal. Exactly. Chairman Tang and Master Tang are both unconscious now. How can we persuade them to cooperate with us? Fu Kaiyu said. It was an accident, which caused Chairman Tang's unconsciousness. Tang Jilin argued. They won't care about that. Businessmen only value benefits. Even though Yunhang is the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, our business partner is a foreigner, and it won't work, Tang Deming said. Do you mean that we have to elect a new chairman to solve this problem? Tang Yunhang said with a strong air of power, and the others all felt quite stressed all of a sudden. However, they didn't retreat from their plan. I didn't say that. Well, if you're confident to settle the deal this afternoon, it's fine not to elect a new chairman right now, Tang Deming said. It seemed that Tang Deming was more confident than Tang Yunhang. And your opinions? Tang Yunhang asked Cheng Zhongxing and Wu Boyan, who had remained silent the entire time. I support the plan which is good for the group's development, Cheng Zhongxing said. Yes, we're all businessmen, and we need to look after our own interests as well, Wu Boyan said. Even though they were neutral, Tang Deming's plan was more beneficial according to the situation now. Oh. Then who do you think is capable to take the position? Tang Yunhang asked again. Tang Yunhang, as the secretary of Municipal Party Committee of City B, could be a shareholder of a corporation, but he couldn't be its chairman at the same time. The same thing went for Tang Yunrong as well, because she had a title in the military. Although they could resign their jobs, it took several days to do that. Therefore, neither of them could be the new chairman of their family's business right now. Tang Deming knew that very well, which was part of the reason why he dared to force them to agree with him. In fact, Tang Deming was also worried that they would transfer their shares to a member of the Tang family. No matter who has the ability, he can take the position, Wu Boyan said. Speaking of business ability, only Tang Jilin and Tang Deming were better than the others. Since it's about ability, shouldn't we work together to solve this problem first so that we can see who is most capable of taking the job? Tang Yunhang said. Hearing that, Tang Deming squinted. Tang Yunhang was indeed cunning, since Tang Yunhang said that he had to give up for now in case it did him harm if he insisted. Tang Deming obviously knew that the Tang family was aware of his ambition, but he didn't care about it, because the Tang family couldn't fire him just because of his ambition. He hadn't done anything to hurt the Tang family's business yet after all. If the Tang family fired him without a reasonable reason, it would damage the reputation of the corporation. Actually, in addition to Tang Yunfan and Tang Haifeng, Tang Jiang was also a potential businessman in the Tang family. Although he was still young and lacked experience, he could improve that by putting his knowledge into practice. If he took over Tanghuang Group right now, it would be hard for him to run the business well, but Quan Mingkai and Yen Weiluan would assist him. Either Quan Mingkai or Yen Weiluan was capable of being the new chairman of Tanghuang Group, because they had helped Tang Yunfan build it throughout the past years. Besides, they had overcome many crises together. Therefore, even though nobody in the Tang family had the ability to take the position, the Tang family would give the job to Quan Mingkai or Yen Weiluan instead of someone else. If they hadn't had the plan to find out who the mastermind behind the scheme was, they wouldn't have allowed Tang Deming's group to discuss it with them at this meeting. After that, they began to talk about the proposal. The technology company under the name of Tanghuang Group and technology company G of Country Y had agreed to develop an antivirus security system together. However, right when they were about to launch it, another research and development team did it before them. That being the case, technology company G was suspicious that someone in Tanghuang Group had leaked the proposal and vice versa. Although they weren't the only teams who knew how to develop an antivirus security system, and it wasn't surprising that other research and development teams did that, the problem was that the security system the other research and development team had launched was almost exactly the same as theirs. What was worse, the system was even upgraded based on theirs to some extent. Either way, they couldn't launch theirs since another team had already launched it. However, if they stopped researching and developing right now because of that, both companies would suffer a great loss. Since someone leaked the confidential proposal, that person had to take responsibility for it, otherwise the company had to pay for it. Tanghuang Group could bear the result, but technology company G couldn't. However, even though Tanghuang Group could afford it, nobody was willing to waste hundreds of millions of yuan. N was CA if this problem was caused by Tanghuang Group. Tang Yunhang and the others believed that it must have been Tang Deming's fault. However, they lacked evidence to prove it. Since Tang Deming dared to do that, he must be confident that nobody would find out. Although the Tang family was very powerful, Tang Deming believed that he would be safe as long as he was careful enough. Moreover, he hadn't leaked the proposal in person, so it was useless to suspect him. Technology company G believes that it isn't their fault, so we must reflect on ourselves, Quan Mingkai said, and glanced around the directors by the table with his sharp eyes. It's still a doubt, and we must investigate each other. And the investigation in our company has already begun. Tang Deming knew very well that he was under suspicion now, but he didn't panic at all. Instead, he put on an expression like he was worried about the company. The company's loss is our loss. That meant that it was impossible that he had leaked the proposal. Others all knew that Tang Deming was very economical, so they didn't doubt his words. They obviously didn't know the real reason behind the accidents which had happened to Tang Yunfan and Tang Haifeng. It was already clear that Tang Deming had caused the car accident which had caught Tang Yunfan. No matter what the result will be, we've damaged our relationship with technology company G, and I'm afraid that our previous cooperation will be ended too, Fu Kaiyu said. Right, and we'll suffer another loss if so, Wu Boyan said. I don't think technology company G will make that impulsive decision, because they'll suffer a loss too, Tang Jilin said. If they have leaked the proposal, they won't do it out of guilt, but I think that they'll do it if someone in our company has leaked the proposal, because they can have compensation in that case. Cheng Zhongxing analyzed. I agree. As long as technology company E of country Y refuses to admit that it's plagiarism, they can win support from the market given that their system is better. Technology company E was precisely the company which had launched the security system before them. Exactly. I think that we'll suffer a great loss no matter what the result is. It wasn't a successful meeting, and they couldn't do anything before the investigation result was out. All they could do now was to wait for their meeting with technology company G. Around 12 a.m., the meeting was over, and Tang Yunhang along with Tang Yunrong went to the hospital together. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting were still there, and they just finished having lunch with Tang Haifeng. They stayed in order to ask Tang Yunrong and Tang Yunhang about the result of the meeting. They were very sure that it must have something to do with Tang Deming, but they didn't know which technology company was working with him. What was worse, both technology company G and technology company E could be used by Tang Deming. Gu Ning told Kay to hack the two technology companies to search for some clues, but she wasn't very hopeful, because Kay could be tracked soon after he hacked into their databases, given both of the companies were technology companies. She was right. Within several minutes, Kay called her back and told her that he was tracked by them within a minute. Gu Ning didn't know what else to do either, and they could only make the next step according to the new situation. No matter which technology company was working with Tang Deming, they had to be well prepared. If technology company G was working with Tang Deming, they must have arranged someone to leak the proposal on purpose. Around 12:20 p.m., Gu Man and Xiao Ye were back in City F. They called Gu Ning and told her that they were safe once they got off the plane. However, they were stalked the moment they walked out of the airport. Xiao Ye noticed it first, but didn't tell Gu Man, in case she got nervous and anxious. They took a taxi and headed to the beauty salon. When they entered the city center and waited for the traffic light to turn green, Gu Man saw a dirty-faced, not well-dressed woman pushed to the ground by a man in front of a breakfast shop on the roadside. He was punching and kicking her. Gu Man felt very sorry for her, but didn't do anything, because it was not her duty to help every poor person. However, when the taxi was about to move ahead, Gu Man suddenly saw the woman's face. To her astonishment, the woman was Lin Li Juan. Gu Man could never imagine that Lin Lijuan would be like this. Although she had the worst relationship with Lin Lijuan, they were relatives after all, and she didn't have the heart to watch her being beaten by a man on the street. Therefore, Gu Man told the driver to stop. The driver stopped the car by the road, but it wasn't a place where he could stop a car for long, so Xiaoya paid him before he left. Xiaoya didn't ask why Gu Man did that because she just needed to protect Gu Man well. Stop it! Gu Man ran to them without delay. The man heard her voice and stopped. What's going on here? Gu Man asked. She stole my steamed buns and dirted many. The man was angry. How much are they? I can pay you, Gu Man said. However, before the man could say a word, Xiaoya opened her mouth. He's beaten this woman, and I think that is enough to pay the bill. It wasn't about money, but Xiaoya was unwilling to pay the man after he had beaten the woman. The man wanted the money in the beginning, but felt embarrassed to take it after hearing what Xiaoya said. All right, forget it. After that, he turned and walked back to his shop. Lin Lijuan was kneeling on the ground on her knees and elbows, but protected the steamed buns in her hands very well although she had been beaten. Gu Man felt very sad seeing Lin Lijuan like this. Although she hated her very much, she still had deep sympathy for her. Lijuan, what happened to you? Gu Man squatted down beside her. Right when Gu Man's hand touched Lin Lijuan yelled in fear, Don't grab my steamed buns away. Saying that, Lin Lijuan swallowed the steamed buns down in chunks. It seemed that she was afraid that someone would grab them away if she couldn't eat them right away. Well? Gu Man was shocked by Lin Lijuan's reaction, and realized that there was something wrong with Lin Lijuan's mental condition. Ma'am, I think she has a mental problem, Xiaoya said. A mental problem? Gu Man was surprised. I won't grab your steamed buns away. Do you want to eat delicious food? I can take you to have some, Gu Man said. Really? Lin Lijuan raised her head to look at Gu Man. Her eyes were very bright and seemed innocent. She didn't recognize Gu Man at all. She wasn't in a normal mental condition now, and had the same level of intelligence as a kid. What had she been through? What was Gu Qinxiang doing now? Gu Man was worried. Yes, of course, Gu Man said. Hooray! Lin Lijuan got back to her feet at once. Even if someone sold her for money, Lin Lijuan wouldn't know what happened to her. Gu Man saw a nearby barbershop and said to Xiaoya, I'll take her to wash her hair. Can you help me buy a set of clothing for her? Gu Man wasn't carrying a suitcase, so she didn't have any clothes to share with Lin Lijuan. Ma'am, since Miss Gu told me to protect you, you must be in a dangerous situation, so I can't leave you alone. We can take her to wash her hair first, then buy some clothing for her. Xiaoya thought of the person who was stalking them along the way. Fine, Gu Man agreed. After that, Xiaoya and Gu Man took Lin Lijuan to the nearby barbershop. When the hairdresser saw Lin Lijuan, who was filthy, he felt disgusted. But there was no reason for him to reject the chance to make money. In the beginning, Lin Lijuan was resistant, because she didn't know what she was doing. Gu Man had to persuade her to wash her hair first before they went to eat delicious food, and she also stayed by Lin Lijuan's side the entire time. Lin Lijuan finally accepted it in the end. When the hairdresser was washing Lin Lijuan's hair, Gu Man called Gu Qinxiang. Gu Qinxiang was very surprised that Gu Man would call him again. What? Gu Qinxiang asked and sounded normal. Did you divorce Lin Lijuan? Gu Man asked. If they were already divorced, she couldn't send Lin Lijuan back to Gu Qinxiang's place. Not yet, Gu Qinxiang said. She's already back to the Lin family's place now though. Hearing that, Gu Man frowned. Since you and Lin Lijuan haven't divorced yet, I think I better tell you the truth right now. I ran into her on a street, but she's filthy and has a mental problem. What? Gu Qinxiang was shocked. Why? Gu Qinxiang didn't love Lin Lijuan anymore, but he still had a family relationship with her, which was the reason why he never had the idea to divorce her even though he had mistresses. Not to mention the fact that they hadn't divorced yet. Even if they had, Gu Qinxiang would still do something after hearing about Lin Lijuan's condition now. Where are you right now? I'll be right there, Gu Qinxiang asked. We're in a barbershop on XX Road. and the hairdresser is washing Lin Lijuan's hair now. We'll take her to buy new clothes before we go to eat something, Gu Man said. We will probably be done after half an hour. Why don't you come to pick us up? Sure. I'll be right there, Gu Qinxiang said, and left his company at once. Half an hour later, Lin Lijuan had her hair and face washed, and Gu Qinxiang arrived at the same time. After being through a hard time, Gu Qinxiang became much more friendly. When he met Gu Man again, he wasn't so arrogant as usual at all, and even seemed a little submissive. Gu Qinxiang had aged a lot during this hard time, and he was busy dealing with the crisis of his company. However, it seemed that his company was doomed to bankruptcy. He felt too embarrassed to ask Gu Man for money now, because he didn't know whether Gu Man was willing to help him. Besides, even if he got the money, it would soon be consumed if he failed to strike a business deal. Gu Man, at the same time, didn't bother to ask how everything was going in Gu Qinxiang's life. When Gu Qinxiang saw Lin Lijuan, he frowned, but didn't show any disdain. Lijuan? Gu Qinxiang called her. But Lin Lijuan didn't have any reactions, because she had already forgotten her name. She doesn't know anyone, nor who she is right now. Let's go buy some new clothing for her before we take her to eat some food, Gu Man said. Sure, Gu Qinxiang said, and went to support Lin Lijuan with his hands. But Lin Lijuan was scared and hid behind Gu Man's back at once. Gu Qinxiang didn't know what to do, so he turned around and walked out, followed by them. They got in the car and left for a shopping mall. On the way, Gu Man didn't talk with Gu Qinxiang. What had happened to Lin Lijuan was something Gu Qinxiang should figure out himself. They soon arrived at the shopping mall and took Lin Lijuan to buy some new clothes for her. Gu Qinxiang lacked money now, so they went to a normal clothing shop. If Gu Qinxiang wasn't here, Gu Man would pay for Lin Lijuan, but since he was here now, he would pay the bill himself. However, Gu Man didn't mind paying the bill when they went to share a meal together later. Oh, isn't this Mrs. Gu? Didn't you hate such a normal clothing shop before? Why did you suddenly come here to buy clothes? The moment Lin Lijuan walked out from a changing room, a woman said in an unkind tone. Lin Lijuan, however, had no reaction at all, because she didn't know that the woman was laughing at her. Gu Man and Xiao Ye turned to look at the woman. She was around 40 years old and was dressed in normal clothing and had the same mean expression as Lin Lijuan did in the old days. There was another woman of the same age as her by her side. When she didn't hear a response from Lin Lijuan, the woman was displeased and added, Lin Lijuan, I feel so sorry for you now. Your daughter is in jail, and your husband has cheated on you. Even his company is about to go bankrupt. I don't think you're qualified to make fun of me from now on. The woman sounded quite satisfied. She had known Lin Lijuan for many years, and Lin Lijuan had shown off in front of her many times, so she never forgot her hatred towards Lin Lijuan. If it hadn't been for the fact that she needed Lin Lijuan's help, she would have argued with Lin Lijuan a long time ago. In fact, this woman was also very ungrateful. Although Lin Lijuan had despised her, Lin Lijuan had helped her a lot after all. However, Lin Lijuan was in a bad condition now, so she came to humiliate Lin Lijuan in a public place. Jealousy could easily distort a person's mindset and made a person ungrateful at the same time. Hearing the woman's loud voice, many people in the shop looked at Lin Lijuan with sympathy or disdain. Gu Qinxiang, who was sitting on a sofa, felt ashamed and annoyed, but didn't know what to say, because he had cheated on Lin Lijuan. Gu Qinxiang was reading a magazine, so the two women didn't notice him. They didn't know Gu Man or Xiao Ye either, otherwise they wouldn't have been so arrogant. However, Lin Lijuan still stood there with an expressionless face. Gu Man, on the other hand, couldn't stand it anymore. This lady. Please mind your personal image and don't forget your manners. The woman felt a little embarrassed, but retorted at once. It's none of your business. I'm not talking about you. You don't have the right to judge another person either, Gu Man said. You? The woman was mad, but didn't know what to say. The other woman didn't want to cause a scene, so she pulled her and walked away. After the two women were gone, Gu Man's group also left. Gu Man took them to a restaurant and booked a private room before they started to order dishes. Gu Qinxiang called Lin Dekhang after ordering, trying to figure out what had happened to Lin Lijuan. What? Lin Dekhang sounded very aggressive. They had a bad relationship ever since Lin Dekhang found out that Gu Qinxiang had cheated on Lin Lijuan. Didn't Lijuan stay at your place? Why didn't you tell me that she left your house? Do you know that she's in a really terrible condition right now? Gu Qinxiang questioned in annoyance. What? Lin Dekhang was surprised, then remembered that he hadn't seen Lin Lijuan for a couple of days. What has happened to Lijuan? She has wandered on the street like a beggar, and was being beaten by a man after stealing several steamed buns. She also has a mental problem now. If Gu Man hadn't found her by accident, I probably wouldn't find out until she died. Gu Qinxiang was angry. What? Lin Dekhang was shocked now and explained it at once. She left my house a few days ago without bringing her phone. I thought that she went to find her friends. Since Lin Dekhang said so, Gu Qinxiang couldn't blame him for everything. Lin Lijuan was an adult after all, and it was nobody's duty to take care of her like she was a baby. Was she in a normal mental condition when she left your house? Gu Qinxiang asked. Of course, or we wouldn't allow her to leave, Lin Dekhang argued. It sounded like Gu Qinxiang was blaming him because he didn't care about Lin Lijuan's life. He haven't taken good care of Lin Lijuan, but he wouldn't let Lin Lijuan leave the house if he knew that she had a mental problem. In addition, he had told Lin Yuehao to find her that night when Lin Lijuan hadn't come back. Although Lin Dekhang was also displeased, he still wouldn't stand aside and do nothing since Lin Lijuan was in trouble now. I think she must have been through something before she got the mental problem. Why don't we call the police and check the surveillance cameras to see what happened to her? Sure, Gu Qinxiang said, then hung up. Lin Lijuan hadn't eaten a good meal for a few days, so she started to stuff her mouth with food and quickly swallowed once the dishes were on the table. After the meal, they went to the hospital together to check Lin Lijuan's health. However, the result shocked everyone. There were obvious bruises on Lin Lijuan's body and some tears in her vagina. It was obvious that she had been sexually assaulted. Her head had also been heavily hit several times, which damaged her nerves and caused the decline of her intelligence. She was now inclined to suffer from dementia. It was hard to tell whether she could be cured, but it wasn't very likely. Gu Man felt sorry for the fact that Lin Lijuan had been sexually assaulted, but Gu Qinxiang was too shocked to accept it. He thought of a divorce, but Lin Lijuan would die if he abandoned her again, because the Lin family obviously wouldn't be willing to support her given her condition now. She was his children's mother after all. After thinking for a long while, Gu Qinxiang gave up the idea. He decided to hire a nurse to take care of Lin Lijuan. At least she wouldn't be homeless. Gu Qinxiang was still really shocked and wasn't able to drive his car. So Xiao Ye drove them directly to the police station. Although it would expose Lin Lijuan's horrible experience, they couldn't allow the rapist to get away with it. Zhuang Tianman was a beautiful new policewoman working in this police station. When Gu Man's group arrived, her eyes lit up at once and ran to them in excitement. Hey, are you Goddess Gu? Oh, Gu Ning's mother? Zhuang Tianman asked, although she already had the answer. She addressed Gu Ning as Goddess Gu first, but changed it in case Gu Man didn't know who she was talking about. Zhuang Tianman became a policewoman because she had a strong sense of justice and wanted to protect the weak from violence. She also liked martial arts very much, so she held deep admiration for Gu Ning after watching videos of her saving people. Therefore, she was one of Gu Ning's loyal fans now. She never missed a piece of news about Gu Ning, and had also watched the video of the opening ceremony of Jade Beauty Jewelry. She had noticed Gu Man standing by Gu Ning's side the entire time, so she believed that Gu Man must be Gu Ning's mother given their similar faces. Gu Man felt a little uneasy when Zhuang Tianman stared straight at her with a pair of bright eyes. Yeah, it's so nice to meet you. My name's Zhuang Tianman, and I'm a big fan of Gu Ning. Zhuang Tianman was more excited now. Nevertheless, she didn't forget her job and asked with concern in an instant, "May I help?" Zhuang Tianman changed her tone so fast, it surprised Gu Man. So Xiaoya opened her mouth at this time. "We came here to report a case." Hearing that, Zhuang Tianman put on a serious face. "Please follow me." After that, they followed Zhuang Tianman inside. Hearing what had happened to Lin Lijuan, Zhuang Tianman was in a rage. She couldn't wait a second longer to catch the rapist and throw him in jail for the rest of his life. Since they were Gu Ning's relatives, Zhuang Tianman recorded their account and filed it. She also reported it to Liang Yobua, who was the director of Public Security Bureau after walking Gu Man's group out. Liang Yobua, of course, took it very seriously and sent out a group of policemen to investigate it. Xiao Ye sent Gu Qinxiang and Lin Lijuan home, then took a taxi to the beauty salon along with Gu Man. In City B, the president of technology company G of Country Y arrived at 1:50 p.m. along with his subordinates. Although technology company G was the leading company in the technology industry, it was barely comparable to Tanghuang Group in regards to its assets and social status. Therefore, they came to visit Tanghuang Group in person, including their president. The president of technology company G was a man who was around 30 years old. He had curly hair with delicate features and a pair of ocean blue eyes. He was a born princess. If Gu Ning was here, she would recognize the man, because the president of technology company G was actually Alan. Mr. Alan, nice to meet you. Quan Mingkai welcomed him in person. Nice to meet you too, Secretary Quan, Alan said politely. Although there was a problem with their cooperation, they wouldn't end the deal before they found solid proof, even though they already distrusted each other. Quan Mingkai guided Alan's group to the meeting room afterwards. It was almost 2 p.m. when they walked inside, and every director of Tanghuang Group was present. When the meeting was about to start, Alan was slightly displeased that Tang Yunfan was still absent. May I ask why the chairman of Tanghuang is absent right now? Can you make the decision without him? Mr. Alan, I'm very sorry that our chairman can't attend today's meeting, but it won't affect the result, Quan Mingkai said. Great, then let's begin, Alan said. After that, they began to talk about the problem. Alan's group said that none of them had leaked the proposal. Quan Mingkai's group also said that they found that nobody in their team had leaked it after investigation. However, it was obvious that someone among them must have leaked the proposal, so none of them believe each other's statement. If they couldn't have a result, both sides would suffer a great loss. Well, I received a video a few days ago, and I wonder whether you're interested to see it, Alan said all of a sudden, and his secretary took out a USB flash disk at once. Hearing that, others were all surprised and had a bad premonition. Was the video the evidence? Quan Mingkai, Tang Yunhang and Tang Yunrong weren't very surprised, because they had guessed all the possibilities, and one of which was that technology company G would come with evidence. In that case, they were prepared to pay them compensation. Although it was a trap set by Tang Deming, they still had to take responsibility and take disciplinary action against the person who had leaked the proposal afterwards. Quan Mingkai took the USB flash disk with a calm face, then opened it. However, the video wasn't the evidence they thought it would be, but the introduction of a piece of land. Everyone was struck dumb for a few seconds, then turned to look at Alan with confusion. What did he mean? Tang Deming, on the other hand, couldn't believe his eyes. What's going on here? Shouldn't it be a video of an employee of Tanghuang Group making a deal with a person working in technology company E? Why has it been replaced? Quan Mingkai was also surprised to see the land in the video, but he was familiar with it. Alan noticed their confusion and said, "This is a great piece of land, and many real estate companies of country Y are competing for it. Luckily, I succeeded in acquiring it in the end. I plan to build an exclusive private clubhouse and a resort on it, but my company can't afford the expenses. I admire Tonghuang's ability, so I hope that we can work together to develop the land and share the profits 50-50. What do you think?" What? Everyone was shocked again. They hadn't dealt with the problem of the leak of the proposal yet, and Alan wanted to cooperate with Tanghuang again right now. Mr. Alan, shouldn't we deal with the leak problem first? Tang Deming asked in annoyance. They had made a deal beforehand. Why did Alan suddenly change his mind? He wasn't afraid of the investigation because he wasn't involved in it in person, but he was mad at the opposite result. It's not me who isn't willing to deal with the leak problem, but neither of us can find evidence. What can we do now? No matter who leaked the proposal, the company should pay compensation. Tang Huang can afford it, but I can't, so I need to make money first, Alan said. After a second, he added, although the leak problem has affected our relationship, I don't think that we can't cooperate again. I appreciate Tang Huang's influence and ability, so there is no reason for me to stop cooperating with Tang Huang. In addition, there is nothing that should be kept a secret in this deal, and it's a win-win, so why don't we have a try? Tang Deming was struck dumb with anger. It was obvious that Alan changed his mind, and it was useless for him to say anything further. Therefore, Tang Deming had to close his mouth, although he was reluctant to accept it. I agree. Although it wasn't a pleasant cooperation in regards to the security system, we can still work with each other to make money, Quan Mingkai said happily. Given Alan's previous attitude, Quan Mingkai believed that Alan must have made a secret deal with Tang Deming's group. Even though Quan Mingkai was also confused by his sudden change, there was no reason for Quan Mingkai to decline this project which Alan sent them in person. All right, we can keep on investigating the leak problem, and I hope that we can communicate with each other more. As long as we trust each other as usual, we can continue to work together. Well, I think it's time for dinner, and I prefer to discuss business by a dining table. Would you mind inviting us to share a meal together? Alan asked and didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. Tang Huang Group agreed to cooperate with them, but they still needed to discuss many details before signing the contract. Of course not, Quan Mingkai said. Even if Alan didn't say it himself, Quan Mingkai would invite him to dine together as well. Would you mind sharing dinner with us at 5:30 p.m. at the hotel where you stay? Alan stayed in the Huangdeng Hotel, which was owned by Tang Huang Group, and Quan Mingkai had booked rooms for them. Sure, why not? Alan said. After that, the meeting was over, and Quan Mingkai walked Alan's group out. They used to think that it would be a major difficulty, but to their astonishment it was easily solved. When Tang Deming was back in his office, he called Tang Weiyong without delay. The plan failed. What? Failed? Tang Weiyong was shocked. What happened? Tang Deming then told Tang Weiyong everything, which annoyed Tang Weiyong. How could he change his mind and even propose to work with Tang Huang on such a big project? What should we do next? Tang Deming asked. I'll call you when I have an idea, Tang Weiyong said. Sure, Tang Deming said. Quan Mingkai didn't walk back to the company until Alan's group got in their cars. Alan also made a call once he was seated in the car. Miss Gu, it's already done, and I'll meet you at the dinner, Alan said in his gentle voice the second someone answered his call. Thanks, Gu Ning said. The person who answered Alan's call was exactly Gu Ning. At noon, Kay failed to find anything useful after hacking into Technology Company E's and Technology Company G's databases. So Gu Ning told him to find out who the boss of Technology Company G was. Gu Ning planned to find a clue from its boss, but she was surprised to discover that the boss of Technology Company G was Alan. Therefore, Gu Ning called by Shuyan for Alan's number, then called Alan at once. Gu Ning and Alan weren't very familiar actually, but they had met each other a few times, so she thought that Alan might be willing to help her. Alan, hi. This is Gu Ning, Gu Ning said when Alan answered her call. Miss Gu, I'm surprised to receive your call. Alan was telling the truth because they didn't stay in touch although they had met before. Alan, please accept my apology first, because I've done an investigation of your company without your permission. I asked Shuyan for your number after I found out that you're the boss of Technology Company G, Gu Ning said. The thing is, I have a close relationship with Tang Huang Group and I have already heard the terrible news about the leak problem. Although I don't know which company has leaked the information, but I think that it's very likely to be a scheme against Tang Huang Group. Alan was surprised to hear that Gu Ning had a close relationship with Tang Huang Group, and that the leak problem was a part of a scheme against it. Since Gu Ning was closely related to Tang Huang Group, it wasn't a big deal that she was aware of the leak problem. Alan wasn't annoyed at her for doing a secret investigation of Technology Company G either. In addition, Alan also believed that it could be a scheme against Tang Huang Group. Although he wasn't familiar with Gu Ning and had only met her a few times, he appreciated Gu Ning very much and preferred to work with Gu Ning instead of the person who laid this trap for Tang Huang Group. Miss Gu, since you side with Tang Huang Group, I'm willing to help. A technical staff member of Tanghuang Group met the supervisor of technology company E in private. Someone turned to my older brother for cooperation with the video of their meeting, so I'm sure that someone working for Tanghuang Group has leaked the proposal. Like what you've told me, it is a scheme, but I think that Tanghuang Group should still pay us the compensation for our loss, Alan said. Of course we should, Gu Ning said. The person said that the chairman of Tanghuang Group was caught in a car accident and is still unconscious. So they wanted to seize this chance to elect a new chairman, Alan added. It's true, but it doesn't mean that the Tang family can't run the business well, even though the chairman of Tanghuang Group is unconscious right now. Gu Ning didn't tell Alan that Tang Yunfan was actually fine. Alan had watched videos about Gu Ning on the internet, and he knew that this girl wasn't simple, so he had no intention to act against her. In that case, he came to an agreement with Gu Ning and dropped the leak problem at the meeting. Moreover, he also had a project which lacked investment right now, and Tanghuang Group was the best choice he could find in every aspect. Even if Gu Ning didn't call him, he wouldn't ruin the relationship with Tanghuang Group. That was also the reason why he went to visit Tanghuang Group in person. He was in Germany when the leak problem arose, and it was his older brother who was managing technology company G in country Y. If someone hadn't told him about his older brother's inappropriate behavior, he wouldn't have known either. Afterwards, he flew to country Y and stopped his older brother from taking the next step. If his older brother, instead of him, had visited Tanghuang Group, it would have caused a bad result at the meeting. When Gu Ning called Alan, she had already left the hospital, so neither Tang Haifeng nor Tang Yunhong's group was aware of it. Gu Ning decided to tell them at dinner. Gu Ning went to look for shops for Colane and Cozy this afternoon with Leng Xiaoting. Before that, Leng Xiaoting had already told someone to help them find suitable shops. Although Ning Chongkai was completely in charge of the medical company now, it didn't mean that Gu Ning would do nothing. Ning Chongkai was in the capital, so Gu Ning would deal with the branches in City B. On the way, Gu Ning called Ning Chongkai and asked him how everything was going in the capital. Ning Chongkai told her that everything was fine, and that both Colane and Cozy were quite popular. The majority of their customers were very satisfied with the effects of their medicines and skincare products. In addition, Ning Chongkai had signed deals with several businessmen, and there were other businessmen who had the intention to cooperate with them. Colane and Cozy became very successful within such a short time, and Ning Chongkai was in the best mood ever these days. Gu Ning told Ning Chongkai to keep on producing medicines and skincare products, and to supervise the production to make sure that they were of high quality. However, before Gu Ning hung up the call with Ning Chongkai, a woman came to the store and claimed that Cozy facial masks had caused a rash on her face. Hearing the woman's voice through the phone, Gu Ning told Ning Chongkai not to hang up for now, because she wanted to learn more about in Cozy store in the capital. It was a middle-aged woman who had a rash on her face. She dressed like a rich person, so it couldn't be blackmail but was a trap. How could you sell harmful skincare products to me? Look at my face now. My face was fine before I used your facial mask, but now it's covered in a rash. The woman shouted in anger in case others couldn't hear her. Hearing her voice, many people in the store surrounded her, but few of them believed her words, because Cozy had a good reputation among customers. It was possible that Cozy skincare products weren't suitable for her skin. Even the famous international brands weren't suitable for everyone after all. Moreover, most people were fine after using Cozy. Ma'am, are you sure that it's Cozy's facial mask which caused the rash on your face? Ning Chongkai asked with a serious face. If not, I wouldn't come here. The woman seemed very mad. Are you sure you didn't use any other skincare products from other brands? Ning Chongkai asked Guy.N. Of course not, the woman said with certainty. Well, I think it's very easy to find out whether it's Cozy facial mask which caused the rash on your face. Please try a piece of Cozy facial mask right here right now to see its effect. If your face doesn't get better, it proves that the problem is our facial mask, but your accusation won't stand if your face gets better. Ning Chongkai stared straight at her with a serious face. Hearing that, a touch of panic flashed by the woman's eyes, but she still argued. What if my face gets worse or is even disfigured by your facial mask? Then we'll do whatever you want, Ning Chongkai said with confidence. because he believed that there was nothing wrong with Cozy's skincare products. You? The woman didn't expect that Ning Changkai would be so confident, and she felt slightly regretful now. However, upon thinking of what the person behind her back had said to her, she couldn't retreat. What if you deny your promise? We can turn to the police or a lawyer for help, Ning Changkai replied. Well, the woman panicked a little right now. Ma'am, we're running our business according to the law. If there are any problems with our skincare products, we'll solve them and pay the compensation. But Ning Changkai said the above words in a polite tone, but suddenly became very aggressive. If you're just lying or slandering us, it may damage the reputation of Cozy, and we can sue you. Hearing that, the woman was scared because she thought that it wasn't a big deal, but it turned out that she could be taken to court. Well, She was in a great panic. People around her all noticed her unusual reaction. Ma'am, are you still sure that it's Cozy's facial mask, which caused the rash on your face? It's about the reputation of Cozy, and we won't take it lightly, Ning Changkai said. He gave the woman a chance to retreat. Well, I think that maybe I'm wrong. I remember that I've eaten a mango. Maybe I'm allergic to it, the woman said at once. Oh, she's allergic to mangoes. I thought that she really got a rash after using Cozy's facial mask. I think that she did it on purpose. And she changed her words because she's afraid that manager Ning might sue her. I agree. They weren't idiots, and the woman used a dirty trick. The woman felt utterly embarrassed right now. To her astonishment, her real purpose was easily exposed right in front of everyone's eyes. After that, the woman walked out in silence. Ning Changkai let her go because she failed to damage the reputation of Cozy. Cozy built its good reputation on skincare products of high quality, so he wasn't afraid that the woman could succeed. I think peers must be jealous of Cozy because it's very popular and profitable. It's such a dirty trick. Well, business is really a battlefield without smoke. Boss, I let her go, Ning Changkai said to Guning on the phone. Great, you've done a great job, Guning said. Although you're in complete control of the company now, feel free to let me know if you encounter any problems that you can't solve. Sure, boss. Ning Changkai understood Gu Ning's outstanding ability very well, so he wouldn't hesitate to turn to her for help if he ran into any tricky problems. I'm going to open a branch in City B, and I'll let you take it over after I acquire a suitable shop, Gu Ning said. No problem, Ning Changkai said. They planned to open 1 or 2 branches in every big city first before they expanded the business around the country. It wasn't uncommon that a brand owned dozens or even hundreds of branches in a city. A city was normally very large after all, and most people stayed in the same place throughout their lifetime. No matter how famous the brand was, it's impossible that everyone around the country would have heard of it. In addition, nobody was willing to buy a product which was far from where he or she lived. However, Gu Ning wouldn't open branches everywhere, and around 20 branches in City B were enough. 20 branches in City B weren't many, but they decided to work with different big pharmacies and beauty shops so that they could put Collane medicines along with Cozy skincare products on their shelves, which was also an important way to sell their products. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting checked several shops, and Gu Ning bought one of them which she was the most satisfied with. Although the shops were all of high standard, Gu Ning couldn't buy all of them at a time. It wasn't a good thing to expand her business at a rapid pace. Instead, Gu Ning was determined to do it at a steady pace. Afterwards, they left for the Huangdeng Hotel when it was almost 5 p.m. Around 5:10 p.m., Quan Mingkai and Tang Jilin booked a private room at the Huangdeng Hotel before they called Alan's secretary. Alan and his secretary, along with another 4 people who were in charge of the security system, arrived at the private room 10 minutes later. Quan Mingkai stood up to welcome them at once. Mr. Alan, please have a seat. When they were all seated, Quan Mingkai gave Alan the menu. Mr. Alan, please order whatever you like. Alan was a foreigner, so his taste in food was different from them. Well, we don't need to rush. I have a friend who is coming here later, so we can wait for her, Alan said. Sure, Quan Mingkai said, but didn't ask him who his friend was. Afterwards, they chatted casually for a while. When it was almost 5:40 p.m., Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting arrived. They were a little late because of a traffic jam on the road. Quan Mingkai was more than astonished to see Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting. What? He abruptly stood up from his seat. Quan Mingkai wanted to ask something, but didn't know how. It was obvious that Alan's friend was Gu Ning. Miss Gu, nice to see you. Been a while. Alan also stood up to welcome them. Nice to see you too, Alan. Gu Ning shook hands with him, although they just shook hands with each other out of politeness. Leng Xiaoting was still displeased to see it. Let alone Gu Ning. Even Alan felt Leng Xiaoting's dissatisfaction towards him. Alan was confused, because he thought that there was nothing unpleasant which had happened between them. However, when his hands let go of Gu Ning's, Leng Xiaoting's unkind look was gone as well. Alan realized that this young handsome man was just being jealous of him. Alan was amused, but didn't mind it. Gu Ning, however, felt a little embarrassed by her jealous boyfriend. After that, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting sat by Quan Mingkai's side. Hi, Uncle Quan, Gu Ning called him. What's going on here? Quan Mingkai seemed to understand something, but he wasn't sure. Please have a seat, everyone, Gu Ning said, and the others all sat down again. Gu Ning then told Quan Mingkai everything. Oh, I understand, Quan Mingkai said after hearing Gu Ning's explanation. I was very confused about why Mr. Allen suddenly changed his mind, and now he had the answer. However, they still needed to pay the compensation. Mr. Allen, I'm so sorry for your loss, and we'll pay the compensation, Quan Mingkai said to Allen. Nobody wanted it to happen, and I do have sympathy for what your company has been through, but we'll take the compensation without a doubt, Allen said. His company couldn't afford the loss. Allen then gave the video to Quan Mingkai. After watching the video, Quan Mingkai recognized the person who had a secret meeting with technology company E. He was a technical staff member working for Time Technology, which was owned by Tanghuang Group. Quan Mingkai was sharing dinner with Allen, so Yen Weiluan would deal with it. In the following hour, they enjoyed the meal together and discussed the new project. After dinner, they signed the contract before leaving. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting went to the hospital later. Just when Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting were leaving for the hospital, Gu Man, Gu Qing and Xiaoya also walked out of a restaurant at the same time. They had dined on Yui Road, which wasn't far from their home, so they went back home on foot. Well, although I hate Lin Li Juan, I still feel sorry for her now, Gu Qing said. Yeah, Gu Man sighed. I hope that she'll never remember the terrible experience for the rest of her life. I don't think that she can accept it. You're right, Gu Qing said. The part of the road wasn't located downtown, so there weren't many people. When they walked to a road section with the fewest people, 3 men rushed at them all of a sudden and surrounded them. Xiaoya protected Gu Man and Gu Qing behind her back at once. She coldly looked at them and didn't seem scared at all. Although Gu Man and Gu Qing were frightened, they knew that Xiaoya wasn't an ordinary girl, so they were soon relaxed. It's fine, Xiaoya said to comfort Gu Qing, and Gu Man, hearing that, they were relieved. Gu Man stays and we can let the other 2 leave, a man said. Impossible, Xiaoya sneered. She didn't bother to talk with them and attacked them without delay. The 3 men were all beaten down by Xiaoya within seconds. The 3 men knew some fighting skills and could easily get control of 3 ordinary women. However, they ran into Xiaoya, who was an experienced killer today. In Xiaoya's eyes, they were merely kids. Even though Gu Qing and Gu Man knew that Xiaoya was very good at martial arts, they were still shocked to see the scene. Xiaoya was so amazing. The 3 men, on the other hand, were struck dumb by the result. Xiaoya questioned them about who sent them, and under Xiaoya's threats they revealed that the person who sent them was Feng Shuiqin. Therefore, Xiaoya called Gu Ning and told her about what just happened. Gu Ning wasn't surprised, because she sent Xiaoya to protect Gu Man precisely because she knew that Feng Shuiqin would take action to hurt Gu Man sooner or later, but she was still mad. Feng Shuiqin, very well. Gu Ning decided to pay her back this time. However, she still needed to go to the hospital first. When Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting arrived, Tang Yunhang and Tang Yunrong were in the ward. Both of them were still confused about why Alan had suddenly changed his mind. They didn't know the reason until Gu Ning told them. I think they'll either stop scheming against Tang Huang for a while, or take full-scale action, Gu Ning said. The latter is more possible in my eyes, because it's better to do it sooner rather than later. They have no idea when my father and grandpa will wake up after all. If they took action after Tang Yunfan and Tang Haifeng woke up, it would be much more difficult. Hearing Gu Ning's opinion, they all agreed and stayed alert. Before long, Tang Yunhang received Yen Weiluan's call and got to know that the person who had leaked the proposal had gone abroad to Country M yesterday morning. Country M was a very large country, and it was very hard for them to find out where he was. However, even though it was very hard, they still needed to chase him because he was the assistant of the mastermind behind the scheme. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting left the hospital around 9 p.m., but they didn't go home after that. Instead, they went to find Feng Shuiqin. Before they came to the hospital, Gu Ning told Kay to find Feng Shuiqin's phone number and hack into her phone to see her location. Luckily, Feng Shuiqin's phone was connected to the internet, so Kay easily got her specific location. Right now, Feng Shuiqin was having fun in the Earth nightclub, but it would take them some time to find out which private room and floor she was on. In case Leng Xiaoting had conflict with Qi Tianlin if they ran into each other, Gu Ning told him to wait for her in the underground parking lot. Although it was likely that they wouldn't meet one another, Gu Ning did it to avoid conflict. There was a long-standing grudge between Leng Xiaoting and Qi Tianlin after all, and there could be great trouble given Qi Tianlin's temper. Gu Ning wasn't afraid of Qi Tianlin at all, but she was unwilling to cause trouble. Leng Xiaoting was dissatisfied. I'm not scared of having conflict against him. I know, but I don't want to cause trouble, all right? Gu Ning said. Since Gu Ning said so, Leng Xiaoting gave up. Gu Ning didn't know what to say after seeing Leng Xiaoting being displeased, so she kissed him to comfort him. However, Leng Xiaoting took the initiative at once and pressed on her body for more. The longer he kissed her, the more he wanted. If they hadn't been in a public place, Leng Xiaoting would have undressed her in a minute, but he was determined to punish her tonight. He didn't let Gu Ning go until she was out of breath. Gu Ning flushed, which was very attractive in Leng Xiaoting's eyes. In case Leng Xiaoting pressed on her again, Gu Ning got out of the car in a hurry. A short while after Gu Ning was gone, Leng Xiaoting caught sight of a man walking out of an elevator. He squinted at him. To his surprise, he saw this man who was always mysterious, right here. Without delay, Leng Xiaoting sent Gu Ning a message and told her that he had to leave to deal with something, and she could go back home on her own if she didn't receive his message or call by the time she was done. Gu Ning understood that it must be something important, so she told him to be careful. Gu Ning didn't turn to Qi Tianlin for help, but searched the floors by herself. She assumed that Feng Shuiqin would be on the floor of KTV rooms, so she checked the rooms one by one. She had jade eyes after all, so it wasn't difficult. KTV rooms were on the 3rd and 4th floor. Gu Ning went to the 3rd floor and used her jade eyes. She was able to see the inside of the rooms on this floor and the 4th floor at the same time. In the private rooms, there were different kinds of people doing different things like singing, drinking, playing games, or even having sex. It was an entertainment place controlled by a gang, so there were many dirty deals being settled here. Although sex trade was illegal in this country, and the government had strict rules and control over it in the big cities, it still existed in the darkness. The government was also unwilling to mess with gangs, so sometimes it turned a blind eye to it. As long as they didn't cause too much trouble, the government wouldn't investigate their clubhouses, which was also the reason why those clubhouses controlled by gangs were more popular than other legal entertainment places. When Gu Ning had walked halfway, she found Feng Shuiqin in No. 555 private room on the 4th floor. There were 6 people in the private room. 3 were men while the other 3 were women. One of the women was Wu Jini. Since she had already found Feng Shuiqin, Gu Ning decided to meet her right away. However, when the elevator which was coming down from the 4th floor stopped at the 3rd floor, Gu Ning met Qi Tianlin's eyes the second the door opened, and both of them were surprised. There were only Qi Tianlin and his 2 security guards who were Yu Hao and Cheng Hua in the elevator. Yu Hao and Cheng Hua recognized Gu Ning, and they also knew that this girl had a relationship with their boss, so they were kind to her. "Why are you here?" Qi Tianlin frowned with dissatisfaction. He had been waiting for Gu Ning to gamble with him, but she never called him after a long time. However, now he caught her having fun here. Gu Ning stepped into the elevator and pressed the button for the 4th floor. I'm here to take revenge. Take revenge. Chi Tianlin cocked his eyebrow. Does it mean that you're going to cause trouble here? Gu Ning frowned, because she didn't know how to answer that question. It was unavoidable that she might cause noise or even damage here, but she couldn't say that to Chi Tianlin's face, which would be a direct challenge to his power. Therefore, Gu Ning said, I can drag her out first, saying that they arrived at the 4th floor. Well, why don't you come to the gambling room after your revenge? I can help you deal with the mess afterwards. How about that? Chi Tianlin asked in a domineering tone. Great. Since Lung Xiaoting left to deal with his thing, and she was free now anyway, she could gamble with Chi Tianlin as she had promised. Yu Hao, go with her. Chi Tianlin made an order. Yes, boss, Yu Hao said. There was a waiter standing outside each private room, so others had to have permission from the people in the room after the waiter pressed the bell before they walked in. In addition, the waiter had to swipe a card to allow other people to get inside, and only the waiter had the card. There were many dirty deals being settled in the Earth nightclub, so others couldn't go inside without permission. If Gu Ning wanted to intrude inside, nobody could stop her, but it was better that Chi Tianlin was willing to help her. Once the elevator opened, Yu Hao followed Gu Ning out. They walked into the hall on the 4th floor, and the KTV manager came to welcome them with great respect at once. Hi, may I help? Although Yu Hao was just a bodyguard, he was their boss's bodyguard, and was in a high position as the senior management of the Kirin gang, so the manager had to be respectful of him. I want to get into number 555 private room, Gu Ning said. Hearing that, the manager gave Yu Hao a glance. Seeing that Yu Hao didn't oppose, he told 2 people to guide them towards number 555 private room. There was no sexual intercourse happening in number 555 private room, but the men and women were kissing and touching inside. When the waiter outside wanted to press the bell, Gu Ning stopped him and told him to open the door right away. The waiter glanced at the manager for his opinion. Open it now, Yu Hao said, and the manager nodded at the waiter, so the waiter swiped his card at once. Although it wasn't appropriate, the manager didn't dare to stop them since Yu Hao made the order. The people in the room were surprised when the door was pushed open all of a sudden. What's wrong with you? Why didn't you press the bell? A man snapped at them in anger. He was Lu Xinqi. It's you. Feng Shuiqin abruptly stood up from the sofa in shock when she saw Gu Ning the next second. Gu Ning fixed her eyes on Feng Shuiqin the moment she walked into the private room. She walked to her step by step with a pair of cold eyes, which scared Feng Shuiqin so much that she moved backwards. What do you want to do? She knew that Gu Ning wasn't a simple girl, and she was afraid that Gu Ning might beat her again. Wu Jini was also worried, but didn't dare to say a word. What are you doing? Lu Xinqi stood in Gu Ning's way. However, when he saw Gu Ning's face, he was surprised to find that she closely resembled Tang Yunfan. He didn't know that Gu Ning was Tang Yunfan's biological daughter, so he didn't think further. I need to deal with a personal grudge with Feng Shuiqin. If you don't want to be involved, you better move away right now, Gu Ning said in a cold tone. She wasn't interested in other people in the room. The condition was that they remained silent. You? Lu Xinqi was in a rage, but the manager interrupted him at this moment. President Lu, I think that you better not get involved in this. If Yu Hao didn't stop the girl, nobody could. Moreover, their boss must have allowed Yu Hao to take this young girl here, and the Earth nightclub wouldn't take care of Lu Xinqi if anything bad happened to him after he was involved in it. Hearing the manager's advice, Lu Xinqi frowned. Although he felt displeased, he knew that it was a warning, and the leader of the Kirin gang had permitted it. The Lu family was a super-rich family in City B, but he was still afraid to mess with the Kirin gang. Therefore, Lu Xinqi moved away after a short while of hesitation. Except for Wu Jini, the other people in the room weren't very familiar with Feng Shuiqin, so none of them were willing to be involved in this. No, you can't hurt me. Feng Shuiqin was frightened now. I can't? Why? Do you have the right to assault my mother again and again? Gu Ning sneered and stared straight at Feng Shuiqin. Feng Shuiqin was shocked that Gu Ning already knew that she had schemed against Gu Man. How is it possible? The others, apart from Wu Jini, were also surprised that Feng Shuiqin had assaulted a woman again and again. At the same time, they were curious why Feng Shuiqin had done that to this young girl's mother. Seeing Feng Shuiqin being so shocked, Gu Ning smiled. Well, Feng Shuiqin, do you really think that you're smart? I knew that it was you when you assaulted my mother the first time. If I hadn't been busy during the past few days, you wouldn't have lived a happy life for a couple of more days. You? Feng Shuiqin was trembling in horror. All of a sudden, she felt that this young girl in front of her was very scary. Since you always want to ruin my mother, I'll let you experience the feeling yourself, Gu Ning said, and a knife was held in her hand before everyone could notice it. Without delay, Gu Ning waved the knife and they soon heard Feng Shuiqin screaming in pain. When they realized what had happened, there were 4 bloody cuts on Feng Shuiqin's cheeks. 2 cuts crossed each other on each of her cheeks. No! Feng Shuiqin yelled in pain and stumbled down onto the sofa. She covered her face with her hands at once, but it was too painful, so she moved her hands away. Except for Yu Hao, the others were all shocked by Gu Ning's behavior. To their astonishment, this young girl was so violent. However, nobody dared to say a word to blame her. In fact, they wanted to escape as far away as possible. It was obvious that this young girl was excellent at killing skills given the speed of her knife. My face! My face! My face! Feng Shuiqin cried. Women cared about their faces the most. If her face was disfigured, she would refuse to meet people from now on. Nevertheless, Gu Ning wasn't done yet. She drew a bag of white powder from her pocket, then poured it into a glass before she forced Feng Shuiqin to drink it. The white powder was drugs, which were put into her telepathic eye space the last time when she found a box of drug under her bed in a hotel room. Gu Ning poured a lot into Feng Shuiqin's mouth, because she wanted her to be tortured by drug addiction. Feng Shuiqin, you asked for it yourself. If you dare to hurt my mother again, you're digging your own grave. Gu Ning warned her, then turned around and walked away. Yu Hao didn't follow her, but stayed to deal with the rest. He walked ahead, and directly knocked Feng Shuiqin unconscious, so that she seemed drunk. After that, he told Lu Xinqi's group to send her to the hospital. Although Feng Shuiqin passed out for now, she would soon wake up, because of the great pain on her face. Gu Ning had used great force, and only plastic surgery could help her. Choline medicines could also help her get better over time, but they weren't aware of that. Anyway, it would be super painful for Feng Shuiqin to survive during this time. Besides, it wasn't easy to get rid of drug addiction. Even if Feng Shuiqin was determined enough to do it, it would be a painful process as well. Gu Ning went upstairs in an elevator afterwards, and met Qi Tianlin at the appointed gambling room, then sat down right across him. Qi Tianlin squinted at Gu Ning and asked with curiosity as well as arrogance, "What did you do?" Disfigured her face and forced her to drink a large amount of drugs, Gu Ning said airily, like it was just a very common thing. Ever since they had met each other for the first time, Qi Tianlin never thought that Gu Ning was an ordinary girl, so he wasn't surprised by what Gu Ning had done to Feng Shuiqin. Qi Tianlin didn't ask further, and began to gamble with Gu Ning. Lu Xinqi and Wu Jini sent Feng Shuiqin to the hospital together. Because Wu Jini was Feng Shuiqin's good friend, Lu Xinqi asked her whether she knew the cause of today's mess. Wu Jini told him everything, and Lu Xinqi was astonished to hear that the girl named Gu Ning was Tang Yunfan's biological daughter. It was universally acknowledged in the high society that Tang Yunfan never married or had kids. However, he suddenly had a daughter now. Lu Xinqi thought that Gu Ning was probably a love child. Feng Shuiqin was crazy in love with Tang Yunfan. It was totally unacceptable for her when she found out that Tang Yunfan had a daughter and a woman. She wouldn't allow anyone else to get what she couldn't own. Therefore, she had schemed against Gu Man and Gu Ning. However, Wu Jini had no idea what Feng Shuiqin had done to Gu Man and Gu Ning. After hearing that, Lu Xinqi had little sympathy for Feng Shuiqin, because she asked for it herself. If she was scheming against ordinary people, he thought that it wasn't a big deal, but she was digging her own grave if she was acting against the Tang family. Although Lu Xinqi didn't think of himself as a good man, he knew what he could do and what he shouldn't do very well. Gu Ning had gambled 10 rounds with Qi Tianlin. 5 were draws, while Gu Ning won the other 5, and Qi Tianlin never even won once. At this moment, Qi Tianlin was more displeased than ever. He was unwilling to accept the result, but he had to admit that he lost very badly. Another round? Gu Ning looked at Qi Tianlin with a calm face. Forget it. It's not fun at all, Qi Tianlin said with his face full of disdain, as if he gave up not because he had lost many times, but because it was boring. Gu Ning didn't mind at all and asked him for the money. Sure. Now you should give me 500 million yuan. 500 million yuan is nothing in my eyes. Qi Tianlin seemed as arrogant as usual, like he was doing Gu Ning a favor. Gu Ning still didn't mind it because she just wanted to get the money. Great, bye-bye. Once Gu Ning received the money, she stood up and was about to leave. Qi Tianlin, however, was dissatisfied. You're leaving now right after you get the money? Gu Ning stopped for a second and said coldly, So, do me a favor and I'll pay you 100 million yuan, Qi Tianlin said in a domineering tone. Seriously? You're the leader of the Kirin gang? And there is something you can't do. Hearing that, Gu Ning was surprised and teased him. I'm curious why you turned to me for help? Qi Tianlin frowned. It was a humiliation to his face, which annoyed him, but he didn't blame Gu Ning. Zhujiangkue, the oldest apprentice of He Hongjie, who is the well-known gambling magnate of HK, will come to City B after a few days. We'll gamble then, and it's related to our business shares in private. I don't want to lose it all, so I hope that you can help me win the game. I don't care how much you bet or win while gambling with him. It totally depends on you, and I'll pay you 100 million yuan as well. Hearing that, Gu Ning seemed quite interested in it. She had heard of He Hongjie, the gambling magnate, and Zhujiangkue, his oldest apprentice. Both of them were super rich people. If she could win the game, she would make a fortune. Nevertheless, Gu Ning didn't answer at once, but asked, What kind of gambling? I only know how to play dice, and I'm not 100% confident that I'll win. He's an apprentice of the gambling magnate after all. Gu Ning wasn't belittling herself because she could have a draw at the least and it was impossible that she would lose, but she just didn't want to make the promise that she would win right now. Dice is the most popular form of gambling right now, so we will obviously play dice, Qi Tianlin said. Then his voice was full of sarcasm. I'm confident that I have a 50% chance to beat him. You never let me win a round even once, and now you tell me that you're not confident. Qi Tianlin thought that Gu Ning's words humiliated him again. What if I lose? Gu Ning asked. Qi Tianlin thought for a while, then had an idea. If you lose, you must work for me for a year. Hearing that, Gu Ning was displeased. I don't think it's fair. If you insist on that, I'm afraid I can't help you. I don't lack 100 million yuan anyway. Even though Gu Ning didn't think that she would lose, she didn't like an unfair deal. Hearing that, Qi Tianlin frowned, but he knew that Gu Ning wasn't dumb, so he changed his mind. Well, benefits live with risks, and you can't take all the benefits alone. If you lose, you won't get the award and you must pay the money that you lose. How is that? Interesting. Gu Ning wore a sarcastic smile. Do you think I'm taking advantage of you? I'm not the person who is going to gamble with him. It's you who is asking me for a favor. Even if I lose, it's unreasonable that you want me to bear the result for you. Gu Ning wasn't willing to accept an unfair deal. Qi Tianlin frowned again, but he thought that Gu Ning's words made sense, so he compromised. No matter if you win or lose, I'll pay you 100 million yuan, but you must bear the result of the gambling with him yourself. How is that? Sounds good. Although Qi Tianlin was still at an advantage, Gu Ning agreed on it because she thought that it was acceptable. After that, Gu Ning left. When she walked out of the Earth nightclub, she still didn't hear from Leng shouting, so she took a taxi and went home alone. She wanted to send him a message, but was afraid that it might disturb him, so she gave up. At the same time, the moment Lu Xinqi arrived at the hospital with Feng Shuiqin woke up in great pain. She was in a terrible condition now, and kept sweating, twitching, and vomiting, which were the symptoms of withdrawal. The unpleasant mental and physical effects caused by the wounds on her face and the drugs made Feng Shuiqin suffer a lot. At this moment, Feng Shuiqin felt like she was living in hell and ached to kill herself to get rid of the pain. Even several male doctors failed to control her, so they had to inject her with a sedative. However, Feng Shuiqin was heavily addicted to drugs, so the sedative wasn't really effective, but at least the male doctors were able to control her now. There was no medicine for drug addiction. She could only continue to be on drugs or get rid of it. Therefore, all that the doctors could do now was to deal with the wounds on her face. After treating the wounds well, Feng Shuiqin was pushed into a VIP ward. Before long, Feng Shuiqin's older sister-in-law, Lu Qiuting, and younger sister-in-law, Tong Wen, came to visit her. Wu Jini called Lu Qiuting and only told her to come, but Lu Qiuting accidentally put it on speaker, so Tong Wen, who was sitting by her side, heard it too. Although Tong Wen and Feng Shuiqin didn't get along, they were a family after all. Once Lu Qiuting and Tong Wen walked into the ward, they saw Feng Shuiqin tied on the bed. She kept moving and struggling, but her face was wrapped in gauze bandages and her mouth was also shut by a piece of tape so that she couldn't shout. If she shouted, it would affect the wounds on her cheeks, which would cause the wound to crack and become more and more serious. What has happened? Both Lu Qiuting and Tong Wen were scared by the scene. Wu Jini didn't tell them many details on the phone, but just told them that Feng Shuiqin was injured and was in the hospital now. They didn't know how serious it was, but the scene before their eyes was very terrifying. Gu Ning did it. She disfigured Shuiqin's face and even forced her to drink a glass of drugs. Wu Jini said, "What? How dare that bitch do that to Shuiqin?" Lu Qiuting was astonished and mad. Hearing that, Lu Xinqi frowned, and a touch of disdain flashed by his eyes. However, for the sake of his business with the Feng family, he reminded Lu Qiuting out of kindness. "Mrs. Feng, I don't think that the girl is someone you can mess with." Lu Qiuting was struck dumb for a second. She knew that Gu Ning wasn't simple, but a stupid woman who was as arrogant as her wasn't willing to admit it. "So what? She's just a bastard." "Well," Lu Xinqi put on a sarcastic smile, "you see what has happened to Shuiqin now, so you should know that you better stay away from her." He didn't expect that Lu Qiuting was as stupid as Feng Shuiqin. Hearing that, Lu Qiuting shut her mouth. "Who is Gu Ning? She's so bold," Tong Wen asked with curiosity. She didn't feel angry just because Gu Ning had injured Feng Shuiqin. Instead, she admired Gu Ning's bravery very much. She understood that Feng Shuiqin must have done something even more unpleasant beforehand for the girl to injure Feng Shuiqin with no mercy at all. She knew Feng Shuiqin's personality very well, and Feng Shuiqin already annoyed many people on normal days. "She's Tang Yunfan's daughter," Wu Jini said. "What?" Hearing that, Tong Wen was shocked. Hasn't Tang Yunfan never gotten married or had any kids? If it was true, she now figured out the grudge between Gu Ning and Feng Shuiqin. Feng Shuiqin must have done something to hurt Gu Ning. Then Gu Ning took revenge. Tang Yunfan hasn't gotten married or had any kids, and she is just a bastard, Lu Qiuting said with anger. It seemed that it was bad that Tang Yunfan had a kid without getting married. She actually had the same idea as Feng Shuiqin. "Qiuting, mind your language. I don't think that there is anything wrong with the fact that Tang Yunfan has a daughter without getting married. Why do you have to call the girl bastard? Do you think that you can mess with the Tang family?" Tong Wen criticized Lu Qiuting. She was completely disappointed in her two sister-in-laws, because both of them were stupid women who were digging their own graves. "You?" Lu Qiuting was displeased, but she had to admit that Tong Wen was right. "Even so, the little bitch can't get away with it easily. I must seek justice for Shuiqin. I think that Feng Shuiqin asked for it herself. We should feel lucky that the Tang family let us get away with what she did," Tong Wen said and pointed out the truth. "Tong Wen, how can you say that? Shuiqin is a member of our family. How can you side with an outsider against her?" Lu Qiuting blamed Tong Wen. "Lu Qiuting, are you an idiot or something? It's Feng Shuiqin's fault from the very beginning." Tong Wen almost wanted to slap Lu Qiuting's face to wake her up. "You?" Lu Qiuting didn't know what to say now because she knew that Tong Wen was right. "Mrs. Feng, I think you better control yourself or the whole Feng family will be involved in trouble because of you. You know nothing about what has happened, and you want to seek justice? Not to mention that you have no ability to mess with the Tang family. You better keep a distance from Guning too. You should know Guning's special relationship with the Kirin gang. If she dared to injure Feng Shuiqin right in the Earth nightclub, which is owned by the Kirin gang, the senior management of the Kirin gang must have allowed her to do so, Lu Xinqi said. Lu Xinqi was scared of Guning now after Wu Jini told him that. He sensed that this girl wasn't simple at all. However, Feng Shuiqin wouldn't give up even though she knew that Guning wasn't simple. Therefore, she was merely digging her own grave, and nobody could stop her. Lu Choding finally realized how serious it was, and didn't dare say another word. Jesus! She's so unbelievable. Tong Wen was shocked. I heard Guning say that Feng Shuiqin had schemed against her mother many times, which is the reason why she was so mad. I think the Tang family doesn't know about it yet. Otherwise they would have taken action. Since you both are here, I can leave now. Oh, I've already paid the medical fees, Lu Xinqi said, then left right away. He had invited Feng Shuiqin to have some fun with him, so he felt slightly guilty and paid the fee for her. I think we should tell Ping Hui, Tong Wen said, because they didn't know how to deal with it. Lu Choding called Feng Ping Hui at once and told him what had happened. When Feng Ping Hui heard it, he was in a rage. Feng Shuiqin was really a troublemaker in their family. Right now, he had no sympathy for Feng Shuiqin at all, but only complaints. It was almost 10 p.m. when Guning got back to her house in Huafu Hills. But Leng Xiaoting still hadn't contacted her yet. She felt a little worried, but didn't know whether she should call him in case it interrupted him. Just as Guning was about to open the door of her house, Chao Wenxin walked out of hers with an absent look on her face. When Chao Wenxin saw Guning, she said to her, I'm starving. Why don't we go out to have grilled fish together? Hearing grilled fish, Guning's mouth was watering, so she agreed. There was a night snack street across the road from Huafu Hills, so they directly walked there. What happened? You seem sad today, Guning asked with concern. Nothing. I'm just not in a good mood, Chao Wenxin said. She obviously wouldn't tell Guning that she was missing Xian Bei. Since Chao Wenxin was unwilling to tell her, Guning didn't ask further. They went to a popular grilled fish shop and ordered a grilled fish along with 2 bottles of beer. It was very popular and many people were waiting in line, but this shop was Chao Wenxin's favorite, so they were willing to wait for a long time. While they were waiting for the fish, Chao Wenxin ordered a plate of vegetables to relieve her hunger. Although Chao Wenxin was born in a super rich and powerful family, she wasn't a picky eater. No matter if it was expensive food or a cheap and common snack, she ate what she liked. Chao Wenxin wasn't like some rich people who thought that they were better than ordinary people and despised night snacks. However, half an hour later, several men grabbed Chao Wenxin and Guning's fish and told them to wait for the next one. Guning and Chao Wenxin, of course, wouldn't stand for it, especially when Chao Wenxin was in a bad mood. She got mad at once and raised her voice. What the fuck? How can you be so shameless? You grabbed our fish and even told us to wait for the next one? Do you want to have a fight? Saying that, Chao Wenxin rolled up her sleeves, and it seemed like she wanted to fight. Oh, you have quite a temper. One of the men was amused by Chao Wenxin's action. To Guning and Chao Wenxin's surprise, the man stopped arguing with them. I'm not interested in fighting with a girl. Fine, you can have the grilled fish first. Chao Wenxin was disappointed that the man gave up and said with dissatisfaction, I thought that I could have a fight. You're such a coward. Hearing that, the man was displeased. What did you say? You want to have a fight, right? I'm gonna punch a man later. If you dare to beat him for me, I'll pay the bill for you. Before Guning could say something to stop Chao Wenxin agreed without hesitation. Sure, do keep your word. She didn't lack money to pay for the grilled fish, but she ached to fight right now. Wenxin. Guning looked at Chao Wenxin. It was obvious that she disagreed. Hearing Guning's voice, Chao Wenxin also realized that it wasn't appropriate. So she said, well, forget it. After that, she sat down. The several men didn't say anything further, and the grilled fish was still placed on Gu Ning and Chao Wenxin's table. How funny is it that Chao Guanxiang, who is the agent of a famous singer, called me to borrow some money? The man who just argued with Chao Wenxin said. Chao Guanxiang? Isn't he Xia Yichu's ex-boyfriend? Gu Ning thought to herself, but didn't say anything. He called you to borrow some money? Isn't he very rich? Why did he do that? Exactly. He's the agent of a famous singer after all. The other two men were confused. He told me that the singer was injured and can't sing, so they can't make money. What's worse, they also have to pay liquidated damages for those deals that they signed before. The man said. Well, I don't think that he can become poor overnight just because of that. He has several million yuan at least. I agree. Even though he lacks money right now, how could he call you to borrow some money? He claimed to be your close friend before he became an agent, but he pretended that he didn't know you once he was successful. I think he's a shameless man. Indeed. Don't lend him any money. Of course I refused. In fact, he didn't tell me all the truth, because he's on drugs now, which is the real reason why he's in desperate need of money. Oh, that's the real reason. I think several million yuan is barely enough for him to pay for the drugs. When Gu Ning and Chao Wenxin almost finished eating, Leng Xiaoting called Gu Ning. Where are you now? Leng Xiaoting asked. I'm eating grilled fish with Wenxin on the night snack street. Are you done? Gu Ning asked. Yeah, I'm going back. It will take around 20 minutes. Will you wait for me there? Or go directly home? Leng Xiaoting asked. We're almost done too, so I think that we will go directly home, Gu Ning said. Great, Leng Xiaoting said, then hung up. Chao Wenxin looked at Gu Ning. It seemed like she wanted to say something, but didn't say it aloud. What? Gu Ning asked. On the way home, Chao Wenxin suddenly asked Gu Ning, Ning, Ant-Man is back to City F, and you are alone with Xiaoting now. Although Chao Wenxin didn't finish her sentence, Gu Ning understood her meaning very well. She flushed and avoided Chao Wenxin's question. However, Chao Wenxin wasn't willing to give up. She gently knocked Gu Ning's arm and asked again, Ning, have you done that with Xiaoting yet? That meant sex, of course. Chao Wenxin was a virgin, so she felt shy when she asked Gu Ning about that. Moreover, she couldn't help thinking of Xian Bei and picture them having sex. When Chao Wenxin realized what was on her mind, she flushed red and her heart was pounding. Gu Ning felt a little uneasy when Chao Wenxin asked her about that. Even so, she did her best to calm down. Why did you ask that all of a sudden? Nothing. I'm just a little curious. It's fine if you don't want to tell me, Chao Wenxin said. It took them around 20 minutes to walk back to their houses from the night snack street, and the lights were already on in Gu Ning's house when they got back, which meant that Leng Xiaoting was home. Why are the lights on in your house? Chao Wenxin was surprised, then soon figured out the reason. She looked at Gu Ning with envy on her face and said, I'm so jealous of you that you have a loving boyfriend waiting for you at home. Well, I'll go back to my place and sleep alone as usual. Saying that, Chao Wenxin walked towards her house. When she turned around, she put on a sad expression. She had never felt so lonely before. Right when Gu Ning was about to open the door was opened and Leng Xiaoting's tall, strong figure appeared in Gu Ning's sight. Gu Ning smiled at him, then walked inside. The moment she entered the house, Leng Xiaoting pressed her against the wall and kissed her without hesitation right at the entryway. Gu Ning was surprised and struggled. It's the entryway. It's fine, and it's not a bad thing to do it in a new place, Leng Xiaoting said. He was growing interested in new ways of having sex. Gu Ning still felt a little uneasy, but didn't reject him. They didn't go back to the bedroom until they finished a round of sex. At this moment, Leng Xiaoting finally had time to ask Gu Ning, What did you do to her? I left 2 cuts on each of her cheeks with a knife, and I also forced her to drink a glass of drugs, Gu Ning said. Gu Ning never disguised herself in front of Leng Xiaoting. She wasn't worried that Leng Xiaoting would think that she was malicious either, because that was what she was like, and she wouldn't change just because of a man. Gu Ning wasn't an ordinary girl in this lifetime or her previous incarnation. There was something in her blood that would never change. Although she knew that Leng Xiaoting wouldn't mind, she still asked him, Do you think that I'm vicious? Will you mind if my hands are completely covered with blood? She still wanted to hear the answer from his mouth. Would you mind if my hands were fully covered with blood? Leng Xiaoting asked her the same question. As a member of the Special Forces, he had killed no fewer people than Gu Ning in her previous incarnation. Of course not. Not at all, Gu Ning said. I won't either, Leng Xiaoting said. They chose each other and were ready to accept one another's good points and shortcomings. It wasn't a surprising answer, but Gu Ning was still delighted. Even though they were in love with each other, and both of them knew it very well, it was still different to hear it. To feel it was one thing while to hearing it was another thing. It would be super boring if a couple didn't say any sweet nothings to each other. How did you deal with the rest of the things in the Earth nightclub? Leng Xiaoting asked. I ran into Qi Tianlin there, and I agreed to gamble with him, so he helped me deal with the rest, Gu Ning replied. We had 10 rounds of gambling, and the bet was 100 million yuan a round. 5 were draws and I won the other 5. All in all, I won 500 million yuan today. Isn't it cool? Gu Ning looked at Leng Xiaoting with excitement in her eyes. Seeing Gu Ning being excited, Leng Xiaoting was aroused once again. The next day, the news that Tang Yunfan and Tang Haifeng had successively been caught in a car accident and was now still unconscious went abroad all of a sudden, and it threw a bomb into the market at once. The staff of Tang Huang Group also felt nervous. Many people might have heard of what had happened to Tang Haifeng, but few knew that Tang Yunfan was also in danger. A team without a leader would fall into a mess sooner or later. Gu Ning knew clearly that the mastermind behind the leak problem would take action again. Facing the crisis, Tang Huang Group held another urgent meeting among the board of directors. Who spread the news abroad? Although Tang Yunhang seldom interfered in the company's business, he would stand out when it was an emergency. Those directors all felt quite stressed at this moment. However, all of them denied it. Yunhang, I know that you're suspicious that one of us has spread the news abroad, but don't forget it only hurts us. Besides, Tang Huang Group has many enemies in business. Although the Tang family has a high-level security, it isn't fully closed. If someone wants to find out some confidential information, he could figure out a way or two, Tang Deming said in annoyance, as if he shouldn't be blamed. However, no matter how much he denied it, he couldn't get rid of Tang Yunhang's suspicion. In fact, Tang Yunhang was very sure that he was involved in it. Tang Deming thought that they could do nothing about it as long as they didn't have solid proof, but he didn't know that he had actually already been exposed. The Tang family didn't catch him right now in order to find the person behind him. Even though Tang Deming lost touch with Zhang Yongjian, he thought that the Tang family didn't know about it because they hadn't taken any action yet. I agree, and I think that we should elect an acting chairman right now, or the staff and our business partners will leave us, Fu Kaiyu said. I think so too. Me too. We need to prevent our enemies in business from attacking us when we're in a crisis. Cheng Zhongxing and Wu Boyan agreed with Tang Deming. If so, I think we better elect an acting chairman as soon as possible. Tang Jilin yielded to the pressure. 5 among 8 directors agreed, so the other 3 obviously couldn't reject it. Tang Yunhang and Tang Yunrong could take part in the election, but they only had the right to vote. They, along with the 9th director, voted for Tang Jilin. Fu Kaiyu, Cheng Zhongxing and Wu Boyan voted for Tang Deming. Seeing that, Tang Jilin couldn't stay calm anymore. He shouted at them, Cheng Zhongxing, Wu Boyan, what do you mean? Don't we have the freedom to vote? Cheng Zhongxing asked. Tang Jilin was struck dumb. Tang Yunhang had 10% shares, Tang Jilin and Tang Yunrong had 5% shares, while the 9th director had 2% shares, which amounted to 22% shares. Tang Deming had 8% shares, Cheng Zhongxing had 6% shares, Fu Kaiyu had 5% shares, and Wu Boyan had 3% shares, which also amounted to 22% shares. Tang Yunfan alone owned 51% shares, and nobody else could change that. The other 5% shares were in the market. Both Tang Jilin and Tang Deming held 22% shares in total, so they failed to elect the acting chairman. Well, I guess we can't elect the acting chairman today, Quan Mingkai said. Don't jump to the conclusion. I also have another 1% share which I bought from the stock market, Tang Deming said, and took out a document. Tang Deming was well prepared today, and he wouldn't give it up easily. Hearing that, everyone was shocked. Tang Deming, you've schemed everything. Tang Jilin questioned him. It seemed that he was angry because Tang Deming grabbed the position which belonged to him away. Don't put it so unpleasantly. I just want to save the company, Tang Deming said like he was the hero. You? Tang Jilin was mad, but didn't know what to say. Right at this moment, they heard noises from outside. What's going on outside? They were all confused. The reporters, Quan Mingkai said after glancing at a new message he just received. The reporters? Why did reporters come here right now? Who told them to come here? Tang Jilin frowned. Tang Deming, however, stayed calm. Without a doubt, it was he who told the reporters to come here. As long as the reporters sent the news out, it was impossible for others to reverse the decision. Before long, the door of the office was pushed open. A young man in his early 20s walked inside. He was handsome, energetic, and resembled Tang Jiakai, but he had an air of maturity. He was precisely Tang Jiakai's older twin brother, Tang Jiang. Tang Jiang was back from country Y. Seeing Tang Jiang, Tang Yunhong's group wasn't surprised at all, because it was their arrangement. Tang Deming's group, on the other hand, rounded their eyes in shock. Although they never cared about Tang Jiang, who was too young and lacked experience, he was a stumbling block in their way after all. To their astonishment, he came back from country Y right now. How is it possible? Didn't Tang Weiyong send someone to spy on Tang Jiang? Why did we hear nothing about the news that he's coming home? He showed up at this moment for nothing good. Tang Deming thought to himself, and he was right. I heard that there is a meeting among the board of directors today, and an acting chairman will be elected, Tang Jiang said with a calm face. I don't think it's necessary, because Chairman Yunfan has signed an appointment letter. If he's caught in any accidents, I will be the acting chairman. What? Tang Deming couldn't believe his ears. It's true. Yan Weiluan, who was standing behind Tang Jiang, took out a document. This is the appointment letter written by Chairman Yunfan a long while ago. Let me have a look. Tang Deming stepped ahead in a hurry. He hoped that it was fake, but there indeed was Tang Yunfan's handwriting on it, and it was set at August last year. Since Tang Jiang had the appointment letter, he would be the acting chairman without election. Tang Deming was extremely unwilling to accept it, but he didn't dare to oppose it. He wasn't a man of outstanding ability after all, and did everything according to Tang Weiyong's orders. The situation was different right now, and he had no idea how to deal with it. All he could do was tell Tang Weiyong the result later. Those reporters soon spread the news out. Many people didn't have positive opinions on the fact that the acting chairman of Tanghuang Group was a young man who was just 20 or so. Other people, on the other hand, thought that there were many able people in Tanghuang Group, and even a young man would be able to run it well. Although Tang Jiang was already 22, he was merely a kid in those experienced managers' eyes. Actually, Tang Jiang hadn't graduated from his college yet. Even so, Tang Jiang already had a master's degree of commercial management. Apart from Tang Yunfan, Tang Jiang was the most talented businessman in the Tang family. Tang Yunfan didn't have any kids, so the Tang family raised Tang Jiang as the heir of their family business. Exactly because of that, Tang Weiyong sent someone to spy on Tang Jiang instead of Tang Jiakai. Since Tang Jiang was assigned to be the acting chairman, nobody could oppose it. However, he still needed to face many challenges ahead. Therefore, although Tang Jiang already sat on the position of acting chairman, it was just the beginning. Once the meeting ended, he had to get to know everything about the Tang family's business group. Luckily, the Tang family raised Tang Jiang as the heir of their family business, so he was very familiar with it. Along with Quan Mingkai and Yan Weiluan's assistance, he was able to take over the company smoothly. Even so, it was his first time being the leader of a large dominant business group after all, so there was a lot for him to learn. Tang Deming went back to his office later, and used another mobile phone to call Tang Weiyong. When Tang Weiyong heard the news, he was angrier than ever, but could do nothing about it either. He knew that it wasn't easy to unseat the Tang family, which was the reason why he was the mastermind behind the scene till now. To his astonishment, Tang Jiang was able to quietly go back home without anyone knowing about it. It seems that I have to use my ace in the hole right now. Tang Weiyong's eyes were full of viciousness. He thought that Tang Deming could become the acting chairman this time, and they would carry out their plan at a slow pace, but he was wrong. Tang Weiyong didn't tell Tang Deming what he was going to do next, and Tang Deming didn't ask further either. Chang Zhongxing and Wu Boyan had supported Tang Deming at the meeting, but they weren't worried at all after Tang Deming failed, because Quan Mingkai understood the reason why they had done it. Someone had abducted Chang Zhongxing's son and Wu Boyan's daughter before the meeting, and forced them to side with Tang Deming. Both Chang Zhongxing and Wu Boyan planned to stay neutral in this fight for power, but they were forced to make a choice. They never doubted the Tang family's ability, so they told Quan Mingkai everything. Quan Mingkai told them to do what they were told to do for their children's safety. They had supported Tang Deming today, and it wasn't their fault that Tang Deming failed. After a while, Chang Zhongxing and Wu Boyan received a call from their kids, and were told that they were safe back home. Those abductors had let their children go, not because they were kind, but because it was better for them to avoid unnecessary trouble right now. Today was also the reopening day of Kame Beauty Salon in City F. In the beginning, the majority of their customers were unwilling to accept the new skincare products, especially because they were new and lacked fame. Nevertheless, more and more people fell in love with them after trying it, and the new skincare products soon became popular. Some customers who hesitated to try it decided to wait until they were sure that the new skincare products were safe. What had happened at Cozy yesterday happened again today at Jade Beauty Jewelry. Someone took a jade bracelet of low quality to Jade Beauty Jewelry and claimed that Jade Beauty Jewelry had deceived consumers. The bracelet indeed looked quite similar to the real one. Although others in the store didn't believe it, the person had the receipt of the jade, which made people wonder whether Jade Beauty Jewelry had really sold fake jade jewelry to its consumers. Gu Ning was in the store today as well, and she was obviously annoyed. "Did you say that you bought this bracelet in our store?" Although Gu Ning was mad, she didn't show it on her face and stayed calm. Since the man had the receipt, it proved that he had bought a bracelet here, but he must have replaced the real one with a fake one. "Yes, I bought it right here. I thought that it was a high-end jade bracelet, but it turned out to be fake," the middle-aged man said. Gu Ning sneered and asked, "Great. If you bought this jade bracelet right here, tell me which saleswoman served you." "She did." The man pointed at a saleswoman, and the saleswoman seemed a little embarrassed. It was true that she had served the man. Gu Ning understood that the man had bought a bracelet here, so she didn't blame the saleswoman, but said, "Since she has served you, her fingerprints must be on this jade bracelet. We can do a fingerprint authentication to see whether it's true." Hearing that, the man panicked a little, then soon calmed himself down. "Many people have touched this bracelet. Who knows whether hers are still on it? We'll find out after the fingerprint authentication," Gu Ning said. "By the way, since many people have touched this bracelet, how can you be sure that this bracelet is the same one that you bought here?" "Well," the man was struck dumb. He didn't expect that this young girl was so smart. Other people in the store weren't dumb, and realized the man's real purpose given his reaction. "Exactly. Why do you hesitate to have the fingerprint authentication done? We'll know whether it's real or not after that." "I think Miss Gu is right. This bracelet couldn't be the same one he bought here. I heard from my friend that a woman caused some trouble at Cozy the same way yesterday. She claimed that the Cozy facial mask caused a rash on her face, but didn't dare to try a new piece to see whether she was telling the truth. I think that they must be jealous of the popularity of Cozy and Jade Beauty Jewelry." Hearing that, Gu Ning wasn't surprised. "Do you mean they could be sent by those businessmen who are jealous of Jade Beauty Jewelry? I think it's highly possible. What a dirty trick. Don't they know that the boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry has a powerful friend circle?" Hearing people's discussion, the man was scared. Jade Beauty Jewelry will, of course, never deceive its consumers, and we're willing to take the responsibility if there is any problem with the quality of our products. However, if anyone dares to cause trouble here, I'm not afraid to pay him or her back. Gu Ning's voice was as cold as ice, and was quite threatening. In fact, Gu Ning alone was very powerful. All of a sudden, the man ran outside, in case Gu Ning caught and punished him. However, Gu Ning didn't bother to do that. The man's reaction already proved everything, and others kept on shopping in the store of Jade Beauty Jewelry. Everyone, in order to celebrate, each of you can have 20% off as long as you buy jewelry here today. If the bill exceeds 1,000,000 yuan, we'll send you a piece of jewelry which is worth around 100,000 yuan. Gu Ning said. She was a very generous boss. A VIP member could only have 5% off, but they could have 20% off today. It was a big discount in the jewelry industry. The people in the store all cheered hearing the exciting news. Miss Gu, I hope that you can celebrate more in the future so that we can have more discounts, a woman joked. Haha, right? Others all agreed. A 20% discount could save them over 100,000 yuan after all. No problem. Gu Ning also felt happy when her customers were excited. Seeing Gu Ning being so happy, Leng Xiaoting was also happy. After that, Gu Ning said to the woman who just joked with her, "Ma'am, I noticed that there is acne on your face. Why don't you try a cozy facial mask? It's very effective and safe." Gu Ning seized this chance to promote her skincare products. Really? Let me have a try, please. The woman's face lit up at once. Every woman cared about her skin condition, and other female customers in the store all turned to look at Gu Ning. Miss Gu, is it real? Miss Gu, can I have a try too? If it's really effective and safe, I want to buy some. They discussed it and couldn't wait to see its effect right now. That was exactly what Gu Ning wanted to see. Ma'am, would you mind removing your makeup to try the facial mask? Of course not, the woman said. Gu Ning then guided the woman walking to the washroom, and others were waiting at the lounge. Leng Xiaoting, however, walked into the office to wait for Gu Ning, because he felt uncomfortable being stared at by those women outside. The woman's skin was a little dark yellow after removing the makeup. Although she took good care of her skin in her daily life, it wasn't very useful. She was an aged woman anyway, so normal skincare products weren't as effective as they were when she was young. Moreover, she probably didn't use the kind of skincare products which were suitable for her skin type. Even a famous international brand wasn't suitable for everyone. Cozy skincare products, on the other hand, had a special ingredient which was Gu Ning's magical power crystal. After removing the makeup, the woman walked out, and her skin was clearly not in a good condition. Afterwards, Gu Ning took out a box of facial mask from her backpack right in front of them. She opened it and helped the woman wear a piece. Is Cozy a new skincare brand? I've never heard of it before. Yeah, it's new and I established it, Gu Ning said. Given her good fame and reputation now, people tended to believe her words. What? You established it? Hearing that, they were all surprised. Not only Jade Beauty Jewelry and Charm, but even Cozy was also established by her. Yes, and I'm using this brand myself now. You can check my skin. I'm not wearing any makeup now, Gu Ning said. Really? Hearing that, they were even more surprised. They had noticed Gu Ning's smooth and shiny skin at the very beginning, but they just thought that she must be very good at making herself up. To their astonishment, Gu Ning wasn't wearing any makeup. In that case, they were looking forward to seeing the effect of the facial mask even more. 10 minutes later, the woman removed the facial mask from her face. Once the facial mask was removed, it was very obvious that half of the acne disappeared from her face, and her skin became much brighter. Jesus! Half of the acne has disappeared. It's so amazing. I think her skin is much brighter now. It's hydrated too. The woman was also excited, and checked her face in the mirror at once. Miss Gu, where can I buy this facial mask? She asked Gu Ning. I want to buy some too, other women said with one accord. The first direct sales store is in the capital, and we are opening a branch in City B in a few days. If you want to buy some right now, you can write down your names and numbers, and I'll call them to send some here as soon as possible. Once the products are delivered here, you can come here to pick them up. How is that? Gu Ning asked. Sure. They all agreed with excitement. Are there any other skincare products in addition to facial mask? Another woman asked. Cozy provides every kind of skincare products, and I'm confident that each of them is more effective than any other skincare products of the same kind on the market, Gunning said. I strongly suggest you try it first before you pay for it. Although we haven't tried all of them yet, we've seen the great effect of the facial mask, and I think that the other products couldn't be bad, a woman said. I agree, and I trust Miss Gu, another woman said. Does it have any side effects? Someone asked with worries. Gunning smiled. I think you better have a try yourself before you buy it. I have several samples with me and you can share them. Once the products are delivered here, you can also have a check. As for the prices, we set the prices as high as those famous international brands, so you can buy them if you think they're worth it. If not, you can choose not to buy them. It's all up to you. In fact, customers in this store were all rich people. They could afford extremely expensive jade jewelry, so a set of high-end skincare products was nothing. Gunning said that just because she didn't want to force them to buy them. Well, I think that if they're effective and safe, they're worth that much money. Exactly. I agree. All of them were already used to buying famous international skincare brands and didn't care about the prices. After giving them samples, Gunning and Ling Xiaoting left together. Those women, on the other hand, stayed in the store shopping for jewelry. They could have 20% off today after all. They came here to buy jewelry. Since they could have a big discount today, many of them decided to buy more. In addition, some potential customers also didn't hesitate to buy the jewelry because of the good discount. When they walked out of the jewelry store, Ling Xiaoting looked at Gunning with his eyes full of love. You're really good at doing business. Haha, of course I am. Gunning felt very happy today and didn't bother to hide her pride in herself. Seeing Gunning being so excited, Ling Xiaoting also felt happy, and there was a smile on his lips. Right at this moment, two female passers-by noticed it and were stunned by his charming smile. Wow, he's so handsome. I feel like I'm in love now. Gunning turned to look at Ling Xiaoting at once, then said, Stop smiling. Girls can't move a step forward because of you. Hearing that, Ling Xiaoting put on an expressionless face without delay. I promise I'll only smile in front of you, Ling Xiaoting said. Great. Gunning was satisfied. When they were in the car, Ling Xiaoting asked, Where are we going next? To the hospital, Gunning said. No problem. Ling Xiaoting started the car, leaving for the hospital. Before long, they arrived at the hospital. On their way to the ward, Gunning met a woman's eyes when they walked towards each other. The woman seemed surprised at first, then was angry, displaying a strong hatred. Gunning didn't understand why the woman glared at her and frowned, because she had never met the woman before. Ling Xiaoting was also displeased, and gave the woman a cold glance, which scared the woman, and she turned her face away at once. She didn't dare to meet Ling Xiaoting's eyes. Gunning ignored her, and walked past her with Ling Xiaoting. This woman was Lu Qiuting. She glared at Gunning with strong hatred because of Feng Shuiqin. Thinking of Lu Xinqi's words and Feng Pinghui's warning, she didn't have the courage to slap Gunning. Actually, even though she wanted to pay Gunning back, she was doomed to fail and was unable to bear the consequences of it. Speaking of Feng Shuiqin, she was in a worse condition right now because she struggled a lot during the withdrawal and the wounds on her face tore, which caused a lot of bleeding. It tortured Feng Shuiqin more than ever, and she felt like she was dying. In the end, Feng Pinghui had to send someone to buy some drugs from the Earth nightclub for her to calm down. Gunning already heard the news that Tang Jiayang was back, but didn't meet him until they gathered together in the hospital around 6 p.m. Tang Jiayang had also heard of Gunning and seen her photo. He admired her a lot and was eager to meet her in person. Finally, they had a chance to meet each other. Hey Jiayang, been a while. You look stronger now. Want to have a competition? Chao Wenxin was in the hospital before Tang Jiayang, so she walked to him once he showed up, like she was going to have a fight with him. Tang Jiayang frowned and moved a step back. I heard from Jiakai that you've stopped bullying him. What? Do you plan to bully me now? It was obvious that he couldn't beat Chao Wenxin in a fight. That's because I have a helper who can beat her down, Tang Jiakai said with pride. He came here along with Tang Jiayang. You're a coward, and you turn to a girl for help, Chao Wenxin mocked him. You? Tang Jiakai was mad, but didn't know what to say. Come on. Beat me if you're annoyed. Chao Wenxin enjoyed the feeling when Tang Jiakai was mad, but didn't dare to fight with her. Alright, stop arguing. You're not kids anymore, Chao Ruihua said and criticized Chao Wenxin. Chao Wenxin pouted and closed her mouth. After that, Tang Jiayong greeted the older generation before his sight fell on Gu Ning. Hi, nice to meet you. I'm Tang Jiayong. He was a mature, stable young man, so he didn't show much excitement on his face. Nice to meet you too. I'm Gu Ning. Gu Ning smiled and shook hands with him. Both of them had heard of each other before, so there was no need for them to introduce themselves to one another. And this is... Tang Jiayong looked at Leng Xiaoting, who was standing behind Gu Ning. Oh, this is my boyfriend, Leng Xiaoting, Gu Ning said. Nice to see you, Mr. Leng. Tang Jiayong wasn't surprised that Gu Ning already had a boyfriend at such an early age. Nice to see you, Leng Xiaoting said. After that, they began to talk about the business. The mastermind behind the scheme must feel threatened since Jiayong is back now, so Jiayong will be in a very dangerous situation these days. Yunhang, send 2 of the best bodyguards to protect Jiayong, Tang Haifeng said. Sure, Tang Yunhang replied. Gu Ning took out a porcelain bottle at this time, and there were 3 power crystals inside. She gave it to Tang Jiayong. Take this medicine with you. If you're injured, take a pill at once. Thanks. Tang Jiayong took it without hesitation, because he had heard a lot about Gu Ning and knew that she had a magical medicine and that his grandfather was cured by it. They didn't stay in the ward for long and went back to the Tang family's house later. In City F, the police finally caught the man who had raped Lin Lijuan after 2 days of searching and investigation, then took him to court. A rapist was generally put in jail for more than 3 years and less than 10 years, but the man would have the heaviest sentence since Lin Lijuan was Gu Ning's relative. However, after the investigation, the police found out that the man had been put in jail once before because of the same crime, and he didn't leave prison until last year. Given his previous behavior, the police believed that he must have committed other crimes as well. It turned out that he had committed the crime of rape twice within this year, so he would be put in jail for the rest of his life. Gu Qinxiang told Gu Qingyun what had happened to Lin Lijuan, but he didn't tell him that Lin Lijuan had been raped. What had happened to Lin Lijuan didn't go abroad either. In addition to them, only the police in the police station were aware of it. When Gu Qingyun heard the terrible news that Lin Lijuan had a mental problem now, he asked for leave and came back home without delay. In the Tang family's house, the housekeeper already told the cooks to prepare dinner. Although Tang Yunfan accepted the fact that Leng Xiaoting was Gu Ning's boyfriend, he still didn't know how to get along with him, especially when Gu Man was absent and he didn't know who he could talk with. During the past years, Tang Yunfan seldom talked with his family, and they didn't share many common topics either. After dinner, Tang Yunfan asked Leng Xiaoting, "Do you know how to play Shangqi?" "Sure," Leng Xiaoting said. "Come on, play with me," Tang Yunfan said. "No problem," Leng Xiaoting agreed. Tang Yunfan was his future father-in-law, and he didn't dare to reject him. When they were in the game, Tang Yunfan didn't focus on it and made many mistakes, but Leng Xiaoting never pointed it out nor complained, because they were just playing it for fun. Leng Xiaoting's good attitude pleased Tang Yunfan, and he let him go after 2 rounds. They stayed for a while longer, then left along with Chao Wenxin. That night, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting exercised as usual before they fell asleep together. Gu Man went back to City B the day after the opening of the beauty salon, because both Gu Ning and Tang Yunfan were in City B, and she missed them. On the other hand, Leng Xiaoting had to leave to deal with something that morning. Although he was unwilling to leave Gu Ning, he had to do so. Apart from that, Zhuo Jiankui would arrive at City B that afternoon. Qi Tianlin called Gu Ning at noon and told her to meet him at the same room in the Earth nightclub tonight around 8 p.m. Gu Man landed at the airport of City B around 12:30 p.m., and Gu Ning went to pick her up. After that, they went to dine together before Gu Ning drove Gu Man to the Tang family's house. Gu Man told Gu Ning what Lin Lijuan had been through during the past several days. Gu Ning was surprised, but didn't have any sympathy for her. Lin Lijuan wasn't someone important in her life, and Gu Man was kind enough to Lin Lijuan. If Gu Ning had been there, she would have ignored Lin Lijuan. Gu Man had no intention to make Gu Ning feel sorry for Lin Lijuan. She simply told Gu Ning the story. After lunch, Gu Ning drove Gu Man to the Tang family's house. It was a busy day for Gu Ning today, and she received Kay's call when they arrived. Kay told her that he had found a secret about Tang Deming. Tang Deming had been to a house many days ago. The house was under the name of a woman called Tang Xinrui, and Tang Xinrui had shown up at the opening ceremony of Jade Beauty Jewelry. Afterwards, Kay sent Gu Ning an email. Gu Ning checked the email at once on her phone. Tang Xinrui was 24 years old this year and had graduated from Country Y half a year ago. Her major was business administration. After graduation, Tang Xinrui went back home and now worked in the finance department of Tanghuang Group. After reading that, Gu Ning was very clear that Tang Xinrui applied for a job in Tanghuang Group for a certain purpose. Since Tang Deming had contacted Tang Xinrui, what was their relationship? The document showed that Tang Xinrui was an orphan and had been adopted by a woman in Country Y. But it was obvious that there must be a connection between Tang Deming and Tang Xinrui. Gu Ning thought that Tang Xinrui might be Tang Deming's love child, or they could be relatives. It was also possible that they just worked together for the same aim. Gu Ning, however, believed that Tang Xinrui wasn't the mastermind, but just a pawn. Kay also found out that there were 2 phone numbers under Tang Xinrui's ID card, and the 2 phone numbers contacted each other often. It was obvious that another person was using the other phone number. Seeing that, Gu Ning suspected that the mastermind could be using the other phone number under Tang Xinrui's ID card. No matter what, since Tang Xinrui's real identity was exposed, Gu Ning had to tell Quan Mingkai right now and let him handle it. Therefore, she called Quan Mingkai at once. "Lady Ning, may I help?" Quan Mingkai asked. "A friend of mine is keeping a close eye on Tang Deming, and he found out that Tang Deming visited a house a couple of days ago. The owner of the house is Tang Xinrui, who is working in the finance department of Tanghuang Group," Gu Ning said. Hearing that, Quan Mingkai was slightly surprised, but not very astonished. He knew that Tang Deming had many helpers in Tanghuang Group, which was a large company, but he was still surprised to learn that Tang Xinrui might have a relationship with the mastermind. Since he was aware of it now, he had to conduct the investigation. The finance department was a key department of a company after all. When it was almost 6 p.m., Yu Zi went to Fengshan Shopping Mall. She seldom came to the store these days, and spent most of her time in the factory to design and make gowns. There were 2 ways of making gowns. One was made by machine, and the other was handmade. Handmade gowns were currently done by Yu Zi, and they were several times more expensive than machine-made ones. It took just a little while for a machine to produce a gown, but it took many days to make a gown by hand. During this time, Yang Ziqian kept in touch with Yu Zi, and they sometimes dined and watched a film together. Yu Zi had a good impression of Yang Ziqian, so she was willing to meet him once she was free. This time, she also came here to meet Yang Ziqian. Yu Zi already bought a white BMW which cost 700,000 yuan. She parked her car, then entered the shopping mall. However, Lin Tianyu appeared out of the blue and stopped her. Yu Zi frowned and a touch of disdain flashed by her eyes. She ignored him and tried to walk away. Lin Tianyu, however, caught her wrist. "Let me go!" Yu Zi struggled, but failed to get rid of his hand. She glared at him. "Lin Tianyu, what do you want? Are you dating Yang Ziqian?" Lin Tianyu wore a malicious expression and questioned Yu Zi, like she had betrayed him. Yu Zi was mad and sneered. "It's none of your business. You're mine, so it is my business," Lin Tianyu said, and tightened his hand around Yu Zi's wrist. Yu Zi at this moment noticed his abnormal reaction. She thought that Lin Tianyu must be going crazy, because they had been broken up for more than a year. "Lin Tianyu, I have no relationship with you, so let me go right now." Yu Zi struggled again. "Yu Zi, how can you hurt me like this? I already promised that I'll treat you well for the rest of my life. Why would you still reject me?" Lin Tianyu said with a sad face, like he was the victim. "Vast Lin Tianyu, who do you think you are? I only feel disgusted every time I see you," Yu Zi said. "Let me go right now or I'll call the police." Yuzi lost her patience. Hearing that, Lin Tianyu suddenly approached Yuzi, which scared her. Lin Tianyu, stop right there. Let me go. Yuzi's shout attracted attention from people around them. Seeing a woman caught by a man, many people walked forward, trying to help Yuzi out. However, Lin Tianyu took out a knife at short notice and pressed it against Yuzi's neck. Yuzi was so scared that she could barely move. Don't come closer or I'll kill her, Lin Tianyu yelled at the crowd. To their astonishment, the man dared to use a knife to threaten a woman in a public place. Jesus, is he crazy? It's a public place. I think he'll be put in jail. Is this a crime of passion? Stop discussing. The woman needs help. Let's call the police. After that, someone called the police. Lin Tianyu, however, didn't pay attention to the crowd, but kept staring straight at Yuzi with a pair of bloodshot eyes. Yuzi, if you don't come back to me, I'll kill you. Let me go first. Yuzi didn't dare to annoy Lin Tianyu. In case he killed her once, he lost control of himself. No, if you don't agree to get back together with me, I won't let you go, Lin Tianyu threatened. Sure, I agree. Yuzi just wanted to save her life right now and calm him down. Really? Do you mean it? Are you lying to me? Lin Tianyu didn't believe it. I mean it, Yuzi said. Prove it, Lin Tianyu said. How? Yuzi didn't know what to do. She felt so helpless right now. I don't know either. Lin Tianyu frowned. He didn't know how to make Yuzi prove her love for him, because he subconsciously believed that Yuzi still hated him. Therefore, even if Yuzi figured out a way to prove it, he wouldn't believe it either. Yuzi was in despair. Luckily, the police station was very close to Fengshan Shopping Mall, so the police arrived at the scene within 2 minutes. Seeing the police, Lin Tianyu was scared, and the knife shook in his hand and cut Yuzi's neck. Although the cut wasn't deep, Yuzi shouted in pain, and the police didn't dare to move forward. Stop there. Don't come closer. Lin Tianyu lost control of himself and yelled in anger. His hand, which was holding the knife, was trembling, and it was very likely that he would cut Yuzi's neck again. Let her go now. Do you know that you can be put in jail? A policeman said to Lin Tianyu. However, Lin Tianyu wouldn't listen to him. Fuck off, you all. Fuck off. It's none of your business. Right at this moment, Yang Ziqian also arrived, and saw that Yuzi was being threatened by Lin Tianyu. He got nervous and mad when he noticed the blood and cut on Yuzi's neck. He ached to tear Lin Tianyu into pieces, but calmed himself down, trying to figure out a way to rescue Yuzi. Yuzi was in a very dangerous situation right now, because the knife was pressed right against her neck. What do you want to do? The policeman asked. I want to be with her. Lin Tianyu stared at Yuzi with his eyes full of a desire to possess. Since you want to be with her, why are you hurting her? Shouldn't you protect her? The policeman asked him. She refused to be with me. Lin Tianyu shouted in anger and sadness. Yang Ziqian had served in the army and was now involved in the police force, so he knew many fighting skills. While the policeman was talking with Lin Tianyu, Yang Ziqian secretly moved behind Lin Tianyu's back where he couldn't see him. At short notice, he dashed out. Seeing that, everyone was surprised. However, before they could exclaim, Yang Ziqian already stood behind Lin Tianyu. Afterwards, he caught Lin Tianyu's hand, which was holding the knife, and grabbed his other hand, which was on Yuzi's shoulder. With 2 clear sounds, Lin Tianyu's wrists were dislocated and Yuzi finally got rid of his control. Those policemen ran to them at once. Some supported Yuzi to stand, while others caught Lin Tianyu. After the police caught Lin Tianyu, Yang Ziqian came to Yuzi and said with concern, "Let me take you to the hospital." "Thanks," Yuzi said. Given the situation, the police needed their oral confession, but it was obvious that Yuzi needed to be treated as soon as possible, so a policeman was sent to follow them to the hospital. However, Yang Ziqian rejected it. He took out his police officer certificate and said, "I'm a police officer. I'll bring her to the police station later." "Oh, Lord Yang, please do." Seeing Yang Ziqian's police officer certificate, the policeman recognized him at once and agreed without hesitation. After that, Yang Ziqian carried Yuzi in his arms, which scared her a little, and she flushed red at once. I can walk. You're injured now, Yang Ziqian said. Yuzi still wanted to say something, but Yang Ziqian strode ahead without delay. Yuzi felt quite uneasy in Yang Ziqian's arms, and didn't dare to meet his eyes. Her face had turned pale in horror just then, and now she seemed worse after her face turned red. Is it very painful? Yang Ziqian was more worried. No, it's fine. Yuzi denied it. In fact, the cut wasn't deep, and she just lost a small amount of blood. I'm sorry. I came too late. Yang Ziqian blamed himself. Although he and Yuzi were just friends, he took their relationship very seriously, so he thought that it was his duty to protect her well. Therefore, he blamed himself now because he failed to do that. It's not your fault, Yuzi said. Lin Tianyu was the one who should be blamed. Yang Ziqian didn't say anything further, but swore to himself that he would never allow anyone else to hurt Yuzi again from now on. Yang Ziqian and Yuzi went to the hospital, and Lin Tianyu was taken to the police station. Given what he had done today, he was doomed to jail. The police informed Lin Tianyu's family when he was brought to the police station. Lin Tianyu's father was frightened when he heard the shocking news. He could never imagine that his son would break the law. However, he only had one son, and didn't know what to do if his only son was put in jail. What happened? Mrs. Lin asked her husband after seeing his unusual reaction. Tianyu was arrested by the police because he used a knife to threaten a woman in a public place. Lin Tianyu's father said. What? Mrs. Lin was shocked and fell on the sofa. Impossible. I don't believe that Tianyu would do that. Mrs. Lin couldn't believe or accept it. Her son already broke the law and was going to be put in jail. Once her son was put in jail, his life was ruined. All of a sudden, Mrs. Lin caught her husband's hand and cried, We can't let our son be put in jail. It'll ruin his life. Do something. Let's go to the police station first and see whether we can settle it out of court, Lin Tianyu's father said. He obviously wanted to help his son out, but he wasn't an influential figure, so it wasn't easy for him to do that. Both the victim and the police station had to agree on it if they wanted to settle it out of court. Sure, we can pay her over 1 million yuan for it as long as she won't sue Tianyu, Mrs. Lin said. She didn't mind how much they had to spend on it. They also didn't know that the woman was Yuzi, or they would be aware that it was very difficult for them to settle it out of court. Of course, given Mrs. Lin's character, she would only force Yuzi to agree to settle it out of court if she found out that Yuzi was the victim. Before long, Lin Tianyu's parents arrived at the police station. At this moment, Lin Tianyu got his reason back and realized that he had made a big mistake. His parents didn't know that the victim was Yuzi until they met him. After hearing that, Lin Tianyu's parents had a feeling that it would be harder for them to settle it out of court, because Lin Tianyu had cheated on Yuzi before after all. Afterwards, Mrs. Lin thought that it could also be easy for them to solve this problem, because Lin Tianyu was Yuzi's ex-boyfriend anyway. Since she was fine now, they could pay her some mental damage compensation to end this mess. Mrs. Lin was really very selfish and shameless. In fact, if it hadn't been for Yang Ziqian, Lin Tianyu might have killed Yuzi. Although Lin Tianyu's father disapproved of it, he also believed that they should have a nice talk with Yuzi and hoped that she could agree to settle it out of court. Yuzi went to the police station after getting the cut looked at in the hospital. It was just a minor injury, so she would recover after a few days. When Yuzi met Lin Tianyu's parents in the police station, she just gave them a glance, then moved her eyes away. Mrs. Lin, however, dashed forward and said to Yuzi's face, Yuzi, I know that Tianyu has made a mistake, but we can settle it out of court. We're willing to pay the medical fee and mental damage compensation. Mrs. Lin's attitude was as arrogant as usual. Settle it out of court? Yuzi looked at Mrs. Lin. Impossible. He asked for it himself, and he should bear the result of the mistake he's made. Yuzi wasn't a coward, and she would never forget those who hurt her. Mrs. Lin didn't expect that Yuzi would be so tough. Actually, it wasn't a surprise, because Yuzi had shown her hatred towards Lin Tianyu many times before, but Mrs. Lin refused to accept it. Mrs. Lin Tianyu broke the law and he should be put in jail. If your life is under threat, will you forgive the person who threatens to kill you? Yang Ziqian questioned, and Mrs. Lin felt quite stressed at this moment. Since Yang Ziqian said that Lin Tianyu's father understood that it was hopeless that they could settle it out of court. However, Lin Tianyu was his only child, so he had to do something. Yu, please accept my apologies for Tianyu's terrible behavior. Saying that, Lin Tianyu's father bowed to her. He seemed very sincere, but Yu wasn't touched at all. Tianyu is our only child, and we can't see him put in jail. Could you forgive him this time? Lin Tianyu's father said. Mr. Lin, I think I've already put it clearly, Yang Ziqian said and frowned. I've told you that he broke the law and should be put in jail. Hearing that, Lin Tianyu's father closed his mouth. In fact, there was a chance to settle it out of court as long as Yu was willing to do so. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry. I insist on dealing with this case according to the law, Yu said. I think we should go give the oral confession now. After that, Yu walked inside, followed by Yang Ziqian. Yu, how can you? Mrs. Lin was unwilling to accept it, but was stopped by her husband. Stop. She already put it clearly. Lin Tianyu's father was reluctant to accept the result as well, but there was nothing else he could do now. Do we have to see Tianyu put in jail? He's our only child. Mrs. Lin burst into tears. Parents were all the same in this world, but everyone should pay for what they had done. Stop crying. Lin Tianyu's father snapped at her. Don't forget that you interfered in their relationship before. Do you think that we can do anything we want to just because we're a little rich? We were born poor too, and we've worked hard to get what we have today. Lin Tianyu's father was a good man, and he had never interfered in Lin Tianyu's personal affairs. He didn't have time to do that either. However, both his wife and his son were snobbish. Lin Tianyu's father had built his career by working hard. Yu was doing the same thing. She became a famous and successful designer from being a common white-collar worker by working hard as well. Charm was very popular and profitable now, and it had a close relationship with jade beauty jewelry. In that case, Yu had a bright future ahead, and she could be much richer than the Lin family. When Lin Tianyu heard that Yu insisted on dealing with this case according to the law, he was in despair. He knew that he ruined his own life. After giving an oral confession, Yu left with Yang Ziqian. At the same time, Gu Ning came to the Earth nightclub alone. Xiao Ye didn't go there with Gu Ning, because Gu Ning didn't know when she would go back home, and Gu Man would be safe with Xiao Ye. Although it was impossible that Feng Shuiqin could hurt Gu Man again, Tang Deming was still a threat. Therefore, the Tang family was in a dangerous situation now. None of them were completely safe. Before Gu Ning arrived, Qi Tianlin and Zhuo Jiankui were already in the gambling room. Yu Hao and Cheng Hua were standing behind Qi Tianlin, while a beautiful young woman in her early 20s sat by Zhuo Jiankui's side, and there were 4 bodyguards at his back. Zhuo Jiankui was a calculating man who was around 35 years old. The woman by his side was He Hongjie's 4th daughter, He Xin. They arrived at 7:40 p.m., but Gu Ning was still absent when it was almost 8 p.m., which displeased He Xin. Mr. Qi, it's only 5 minutes away from 8 p.m. Where is your gambler? Isn't it not 8 p.m. yet? Qi Tianlin said in an arrogant tone as always. He didn't bother to give He Xin a glance, which upset He Xin. Qi Tianlin never paid much attention to her, and she would almost doubt her charm if she didn't have so many admirers. I don't think it's polite to keep your guests waiting, He Xin argued. She doesn't work for me, but is also a distinguished guest of the Kirin gang, Qi Tianlin said. He wasn't flattering Gu Ning, but was telling the truth. In his eyes, Gu Ning was a distinguished guest. Although he wasn't very familiar with Gu Ning, there was a very important deal between them. Gu Ning's magical medicine was unusually effective, so he cherished his relationship with Gu Ning. A distinguished guest? He Xin was surprised. The He family had a good connection with the Kirin gang, but Qi Tianlin never treated them as distinguished guests. When it was 3 minutes away from 8 p.m., Gu Ning entered the room. Both Zhujiangkui and He Xin frowned when Gu Ning showed up, because they thought that she was just an ordinary young girl. However, if she was able to walk inside without anyone's permission at this moment, she must be the gambler that Qi Tianlin had told them about. Mr. Qi, are you sure the gambler is this girl? Zhujiangkui asked with obvious disdain. Right? Qi Tianlin said, but didn't explain further. It was to his advantage if they took Gu Ning lightly. Come here. Qi Tianlin waved his hand at Gu Ning. Although he still seemed arrogant, it was obvious that he treated Gu Ning much gentler than he did He Xin. He Xin felt disappointed, because she had never seen Qi Tianlin treat a girl so politely before. Was it because this young girl was more beautiful than her? He Xin admitted that Gu Ning was very attractive, and she was slightly jealous of her beauty too, but she didn't hate her, because they were merely strangers. Gu Ning didn't feel uneasy at all, but walked towards Qi Tianlin with a calm face, then sat down by his side. Qi Tianlin didn't introduce them to each other, but directly said, "She'll gamble with you on behalf of me in the following hours. You can set the bets as you want, I won't be involved." Although Zhujiangkui came here to gamble with Qi Tianlin, it didn't mean that Qi Tianlin had to play the game with him in person. They just needed to obey the deal no matter who lost the game. No problem. I just hope you won't blame us for taking advantage of a little child. Zhujiangkui laughed. Zhujiangkui was around 35, while Gu Ning was even younger than 20, so she was merely a little child in his eyes. Zhujiangkui despised Gu Ning, but was also willing to gamble with her. He was very confident to win because he believed that Gu Ning lacked experience. He came here to win the game, and didn't care whether it was fair or not. I won't, Qi Tianlin said. Let me have several rounds with her first, He Xin said. Since Qi Tianlin trusted Gu Ning so much, she was determined to defeat Gu Ning so that Qi Tianlin would have a deep impression of her. She wasn't much older than Gu Ning, so it was a fair game between them. Sure, Zhujiangkui agreed. He believed in He Xin. My surname is He. May I know yours? He Xin asked with her voice full of hostility. Gu Ning said. Miss Gu, how much can you afford? He Xin asked. As much as you can, Gu Ning said. She sounded very arrogant in order to irritate He Xin. It was a great opportunity for her to make a large amount of money, so she would, of course, make full use of it. Well, Miss Gu, you really don't care about it since you're using Mr. Qi's money, He Xin said in a sarcastic tone. She was jealous of Gu Ning, who could spend Qi Tianlin's money without being limited. It proved that Gu Ning was very important in Qi Tianlin's heart. He Xin thought that Gu Ning might be Qi Tianlin's girl, instead of a distinguished guest. Thinking of that, He Xin was upset. She wasn't sure whether she liked Qi Tianlin, but she had a burning desire to make him love her because he always ignored her. Gu Ning frowned and said with dissatisfaction, I'm not using his money in today's gambling. If I use his money, I'd have to share with him if I win. It meant that she was using her own money to gamble with them. Hearing that, both He Xin and Zhujiangkui were astonished. If Gu Ning was using her own money, she must be very rich. After all, their bets normally started from 10 million yuan at the least. Gu Ning probably didn't know their rules. He Xin and Zhujiangkui thought. Then how much is suitable for the bet per round in your eyes? He Xin asked. I don't care. You can set the bet as you want, Miss He, Gu Ning said. It sounded normal, but was actually quite provocative. He Xin was annoyed, and decided to teach this young girl a lesson. Since Miss Gu is so generous, why don't we set the bet as 100 million yuan a round? He Xin said with disdain. She believed that 100 million yuan had to be too much for Gu Ning, and that Gu Ning might retreat. Not many people dared to set the bet that high because it was really risky. Hearing that, Gu Ning instead cocked her eyebrow. In He Xin's eyes, Gu Ning's reaction was a sign of fear, but she didn't know that Gu Ning actually thought that it wasn't much. She had set the bet as 100 million yuan while gambling with Qi Tianlin before, so she didn't think that it was a big deal. In addition, Gu Ning was very confident that she could win. What? Miss Gu, do you think it's too much? If so, we can... He Xin pretended to be considerate. However, before she could finish her sentence, Gu Ning interrupted her. Of course not, I just thought that Miss he would set a much higher number because Mr. Chi and I normally set the bet as 100 million yuan for fun. Gu Ning said that to embarrass He Xin. He Xin felt awkward and got angry. To her astonishment, 100 million yuan wasn't much in Gu Ning's eyes. In addition, Gu Ning also said that Qi Tianlin and her would set the bet as 100 million yuan just for fun. Hearing what Gu Ning said, Qi Tianlin pulled his lips, because it wasn't normal behavior. Nevertheless, he knew that Gu Ning was very rich and confident to win. So he, of course, wouldn't expose the truth. In fact, he felt quite good that Gu Ning took them down a notch. The result of today's gambling concerned their shares of the business, and the annual profit was hundreds of millions of yuan. Well, it doesn't matter. Let's set the bet as 100 million yuan, Gu Ning said. Like she was doing He Xin a favor. He Xin felt utterly embarrassed, but didn't know what to say. Besides, she got a little nervous seeing Gu Ning being so confident. She was an experienced gambler, and she sensed that this young girl sitting across the table from her wasn't simple. Anyway, she was a daughter of the gambling magnate and famous for her outstanding gambling skills. It wasn't likely that she would be defeated by a young girl who lacked experience. From the beginning to the end, Zhujiangkue just squinted and sized Gu Ning up once in a while. Although this young girl sounded arrogant, she couldn't be a simple girl since she played this game on behalf of Qi Tianlin. Although the bet was just 100 million yuan a round, the annual profit was much higher than that. Illegal businesses made a lot more money than legal ones, and it wasn't difficult to make hundreds of millions of yuan a year. There are many ways of playing dice. What kind do you want to play, Miss Gu? He Xin asked. Why don't we guess the number of each other's dice? Whoever guesses correctly wins the game, Gu Ning said. Hearing that, He Xin smiled with confidence, because she was very good at it. Sure, we can play 3 rounds in all, He Xin said. Normally, gambling consisted of 3 rounds. No problem. Gu Ning didn't mind. She was going to win after all. Gu Ning didn't think that she would lose. Even though He Xin was a daughter of the gambling magnate, she could have a draw at the best. Let's begin now, He Xin said. After you. Thanks. Gu Ning didn't hesitate and shook the dice cup at once. The dice knocked against each other in the cup and made clear sounds. He Xin focused on hearing each sound, while Zhujiangkue was observing Gu Ning. She shook the dice cup for a while before hitting it against the table as well. After a short while, Gu Ning placed the cup on the table with great force and said, "What numbers are they?" 5, 5, 3, He Xin said with confidence. She was right. Gu Ning wasn't surprised, and admitted that He Xin was really good as a daughter of the gambling magnate. He Xin won the first round. Although He Xin won, she wasn't satisfied because it was still too early to see the final result. After that, it was He Xin's turn. She shook the dice cup for a while before placing it on the table as well. "Miss Gu, please," He Xin said. 1, 2, 3, Gu Ning replied. Hearing that, He Xin frowned. She had a feeling that Gu Ning was right before she opened the dice cup. If Gu Ning guessed it correctly, she had to admit that Gu Ning was a great match. She opened the dice cup, and the numbers were indeed 1, 2, 3. Seeing that, He Xin and Zhujiangkue were certain that Gu Ning wasn't simple. They also realized that it wouldn't be easy for them to win today's game. In the next round, He Xin shook the dice cup first. 5, 5, 6, Gu Ning said. She was right. He Xin panicked a little, because it seemed very easy for Gu Ning to guess the numbers correctly. She even thought that Gu Ning could directly see the dice in the cup. After that, it was Gu Ning's turn to shake the dice cup. 6, 6, 5. He Xin guessed. However, He Xin was wrong this time. She lost a round. Actually, it was very normal to fail in a game like this. Even her father, who was the king of gambling, couldn't win every round, but she just couldn't accept the fact that she lost a round in a game with Gu Ning. Besides, if she couldn't win the final round, she lost the game. They would only play 3 rounds to decide who was the winner and who was the loser. They already had a draw, and Gu Ning guessed correctly in the second round. So He Xin had to win the final round if she didn't want to lose. It was impossible for her to win the second round now. He Xin now felt quite stressed because she feared losing the game. Miss He, I'm afraid that you'll lose today. Gu Ning smiled. He did her best to calm herself down. Go on. The dice cup moved again in He-Seen's hand. When He-Seen was shaking the dice cup, Gu Ning sat there with a calm face staring at her, which made He-Seen feel more stressed. She didn't want Gu Ning to guess the numbers correctly, so she shook the dice up for a long time. Gu Ning didn't think that it was a problem, and enjoyed the tea Chi Tianlin prepared for her. Chi Tianlin, however, lost his patience. Miss He, does it need such a long time to shake the dice up? He-Seen was struck dumb for a second, then realized that she had shaken the dice cup for too long before long. He-Seen laid the dice up down on the table. 1, Gu Ning said. Hearing that, everyone was surprised. They all knew the meaning, which was the reason why they felt so surprised. No matter how unwilling He-Seen was to reveal the result, she opened the dice cup at the end. There was only a 1 on the dice showing, because the 3 dice piled up together inside. Seeing that, they were shocked. Fine, I lose the game. Although there was the final round, He-Seen gave up, because she already lost the game no matter if Gu Ning won the last round or if it was a draw. She was unwilling to accept the result, but she had to face the reality. Zhu Jiankui, however, frowned and said with dissatisfaction, Are you sure that you want to give up right now? You don't want to finish the last round? What if your father finds out? Do you think he'll accept your way of dealing with it? Zhu Jiankui didn't care about the 100 million yuan bet, but their reputation. In his eyes, no matter whether he would win or lose, he would finish the game to the last second. He-Seen was struck dumb again, then realized she shouldn't give up right now. Fine, let's play the final round. Gu Ning smiled and shook the dice cup. She wasn't willing to see He-Seen give up right now either, even though He-Seen was doomed to failure. Gu Ning wanted to win the game by finishing each step of it. Seeing Gu Ning shaking the dice cup, He-Seen wore a serious face. She listened carefully to the sounds, but still failed to focus on them under the great pressure. Gu Ning soon hit the dice cup against the table and let He-Seen guess the numbers. He-Seen took a long breath in and said, 2, 3, 4. Gu Ning opened the dice cup. Unfortunately, the numbers were not 2, 3, and 4 inside. I'm sorry. You're wrong, Gu Ning said with a gentle smile on face. He-Seen didn't say anything. She was unhappy with the result, but she could do nothing to change it. After that, it was Zhu Jiankui's turn to gamble with Gu Ning. Since He-Seen already lost the game, Zhu Jiankui didn't dare to take Gu Ning lightly right now. He also felt stressed at this moment. The first round in the second time was a draw. The second round in the second time was still a draw. Gu Ning won the third round the second time. They had gambled 6 rounds in all till now. 3 were draws and Gu Ning had won 3 times. If Zhu Jiankui could win the next 3 rounds, it would be a tie, but he would lose the game once there was another draw or Gu Ning won again. The first round in the third time was a draw. Gu Ning won the second round the third time. The third round in the third time was another draw. They had played 3 times and 9 rounds. 5 were draws and Gu Ning won the rest. All in all, Gu Ning was the winner. In addition, she also won 400 million yuan. Chi Tianlin was confident that Gu Ning could win, so it wasn't a surprising result, but Zhu Jiankui's group couldn't accept it. It was utterly shameful that they failed to win a single round. Zhu Jiankui was very upset, but didn't know what to say. Since the result is already out, you can pay the money you lose first before we sign the deal, Chi Tianlin said. Gu Ning looked calm as usual, although she just won 400 million yuan within a short time. There was no excitement on her face, like it was merely nothing in her eyes. In fact, she was very happy in her heart, but didn't show her happiness on her face. She was a very successful businesswoman after all, and knew how to control her emotions well at the business table. Gu Ning then took out a piece of card with her name and bank card number on it. He-Seen and Zhu Jiankui each transferred 200 million yuan to Gu Ning's bank account. After receiving the money, Gu Ning left. Chi Tianlin didn't stop her, because it wasn't appropriate if Gu Ning stayed when he negotiated the deal with Zhu Jiankui later. A short while after Gu Ning walked out, He-Seen caught up to her. Miss Gu, please wait a second. Gu Ning stopped and asked politely, Miss He, may I help? Can we talk privately? He was very kind. Sure. Gu Ning agreed. Afterwards, they went to a tea house in the Earth nightclub. He gave Gu Ning the menu. Miss Gu, what do you want to drink? Gu Ning took it and read for a while. Black tea, please. Do you want some desserts? He asked again. No need, thanks, Gu Ning said. After that, He ordered a cup of black tea for Gu Ning and a cup of Longjing tea for herself. The waitress served them 2 cups of tea, then walked out. Miss Gu, you're the most skilled person at gambling I've ever seen till now. Even my father can't be so accurate as you, He said in a sincere tone. Even her father couldn't be 100% accurate, but Gu Ning did it. If there was a game between her father and Gu Ning, she had to admit that she thought that Gu Ning had a better chance to win. Thank you for your compliment, Gu Ning said politely. Miss Gu, I wonder whether you have the intention to be involved in the gambling industry? Given your outstanding gambling skills, I think that you can easily be famous around the world and make a fortune at the same time, He said. It was obvious that she hoped that Gu Ning could work for or with her. Well, I just gamble for fun, and I'm not interested in fame and fortune. To be honest, I don't lack money at all, Gu Ning replied. She was telling the truth. She wasn't a fan of gambling and seldom gambled, unless it was necessary. Stone gambling was, of course, an exception. There were many benefits along with harm if she became famous as the queen of gambling. Those who were familiar with the gambling industry might understand it, but those who knew less about it would think of her as a gambling addict. Being seen as a gambling addict wasn't a positive assessment. He was struck dumb for a second, because she was surprised that Gu Ning would reject her offer without hesitation. In that case, she didn't know what to say next. After having a sip of tea, He asked, What if I make a deal with Miss Gu? Are you willing to help me win a gambling match with someone else the same way you did today? Hearing that, Gu Ning frowned, but didn't reject it at once. Oh, how much are you going to pay me? And who is the person you want me to help you win against? Gu Ning was interested in it as long as He paid her enough money, but she would refuse to gamble against Qi Tianlin, which was the reason why she asked He who she was going to gamble with. Qi Tianlin and her were friends now to some extent, and they had helped each other after all, while He and her were still strangers. Since Gu Ning didn't reject it right away, He knew it was hopeful, and her face lit up at once. I'm not sure how much I can pay you, but I promise the remuneration won't be lower than 500 million yuan. He said, The person I want you to help me gamble against is my uncle, He Hongyuan. This gambling game is related to the heir position in the He family. My father has hearing problem now, and my second older brother, who is the most skilled gambler in my family, is also missing, while the others are barely comparable to my uncle, so I'm afraid that we can't win this gambling game. He didn't hide the truth from Gu Ning, and became upset and cold when she said that, because it was a serious crisis ahead of the He family. Hearing that, Gu Ning understood that it was a fight for power and wealth in a super-rich family. In fact, they knew clearly that He Hongyuan was the cause of He Hongjie's hearing problem and He Xiang's disappearance, because He Hongyuan had the ambition to inherit the He family's properties. However, even though they knew He Hongyuan had done all of that, they could do nothing about it without solid proof. And now, He Hongyuan proposed to elect a new leading role to take over the He family's businesses by gambling, and they couldn't reject it. If others found out that He Hongjie wasn't able to run the gambling business well, the He family's enemies would seize every chance to undermine them. The He family was really influential, but He Hongyuan had support from the Tiandihui. The Tiandihui was the only gang in HK, which was as powerful as the Qing gang and the Kirin gang. Although the He family had a long-standing relationship with the Tiandihui chose to support He Hongyuan now, because Hong Yuefei, who was the second son of the leader of the Tiandihui, fell in love with He Hongyuan's daughter, He Yishi. In fact, Hong Yuefei had chased He before, but was rejected by He. He disliked Hong Yuefei because he was merely a hypocritical playboy. He Yishi, however, was attracted to his good-looking appearance, and seduced him. Although He Yishi wasn't as beautiful as He Yishi was very good in bed, and successfully seduced Hong Yuefei. In Hong Yuefei's eyes, it was the same no matter who he was going to marry, because he would play around as usual, so Hong Yuefei agreed to marry He Ishi, then sided with He Hongyuan. However, if He Hongyuan wanted to cooperate with the Tiandihui, he had to win the gambling match against He Hongjie. After all, the leader of the Tiandihui had a long-standing relationship with He Hongjie and wasn't willing to ruin it. However, the long-standing relationship wasn't persuasive enough to let the Tiandihui side with He Hongjie, because the Tiandihui valued benefits above anything else. The above weren't secrets in the high society, except for the fact that He Hongyuan was the cause of He Hongjie's hearing problem and He Xiong's disappearance. Therefore, He Xin told Gu Ning everything. Gu Ning wasn't interested in their family conflicts, but was just listening to a story. What if I lose the game? Gu Ning asked. There was no reason for her to reject 500 million yuan because it was quick money, but she was unwilling to pay for the result if she had to take responsibility for it. Since I invited you to help me, you don't need to pay anything for the result whether you win or lose, and I'll pay your remuneration as I've promised, He Xin said. I just hope that you can do it to the best of your ability and never betray me. He Xin was confident as to Gu Ning's gambling skills, because Gu Ning was better than any member of her family at least, but she was worried about Gu Ning's character at the same time. She was afraid that Gu Ning might betray her. Nevertheless, benefits lived with risks, and He Xin could only turn to Gu Ning for help now. He Xin was much more generous than Qi Tianlin, so Gu Ning agreed. When is the gambling game? Gu Ning asked. On March 28th. It's the 50th anniversary of the He family's casino, He Xin said with excitement. Gu Ning would be free on March 28th, but she wasn't sure whether something would come up then, so she said, I'm very interested in the deal, but I can't give you a promise right now because I'm not certain that I'll be free that day, but I'll meet you that day as long as I'm free. Hearing that, He Xin was a little disappointed. Anyway, it was still very likely that Gu Ning would show up and help her, which was the best result she could get today. Sure, it's all up to you, but I do hope that you can show up that day, Miss Gu, He Xin said. Saying that, she took out her name card and gave it to Gu Ning. Miss Gu, this is my name card. Please contact me no matter whether you can come or not, so that I can make the arrangements properly. If Gu Ning was going to HK, she would be the most important guest of the He family, and He Xin would obviously treat her with the best manners. No problem. Gu Ning exchanged name cards with He Xin. Oh, Miss Gu, please keep it a secret between you and me, and never tell another person, because I'm afraid that it won't do you any good if others finds out, including Zhu Jiankui. To be honest with you, I don't trust him very much. If he contacts you, please decline his offers no matter what he wants to do, He Xin said with a serious face. She said that for the sake of Gu Ning's safety as well as the He family's future. Although Zhu Jiankui won pure trust from her father and had never hurt the He family, He Xin had run into Zhu Jiankui dining with Hong Yuefei at the same table, so she had to be cautious. She wasn't sure whether Zhu Jiankui would be as loyal to her father as usual. It wasn't an uncommon thing for a man to be betrayed by a close friend. Sure, Gu Ning said, and she was satisfied that He Xin cared about her safety. In fact, Gu Ning didn't have a good first impression of Zhu Jiankui either. She always had the feeling that this man was a wolf in sheep's clothing. Of course, it wasn't right to judge a person by his appearance, but Gu Ning preferred to keep a distance from people she disliked. As for He Xin, Gu Ning sensed her goodwill, and it was also a good opportunity for Gu Ning to expand her network and make a lot of money. So Gu Ning was willing to cooperate with her. Gu Ning had been to HK many times, and heard He Hongjie's name countless times too. He Hongjie had a good reputation, and many people respected him. Although the Tiandihui was involved in this mess, Gu Ning wasn't afraid that she would be in danger, because she was confident to handle them. In addition, she didn't live or work in HK, so it would be difficult for the Tiandihui to hurt her. After hesitating for a while longer, He Xin asked Gu Ning another question. Miss Gu, may I ask you something? Sure, Gu Ning said. What's your relationship with Qi Tianlin? He Xin asked, feeling nervous. Gu Ning understood that He Xin's hatreds towards her was because of Qi Tianlin, but He Xin's attitude towards her had completely changed now. We're just common friends, Gu Ning said. Since Gu Ning said so, He Xin believed it. Even though this was the first time she had ever met Gu Ning, She had the feeling that Gu Ning was a down-to-earth girl. She believed that Gu Ning wouldn't lie to her. "Oh, I think that you must be younger than 20, right?" He asked all of a sudden. "I'm 18, a senior student in high school," Gu Ning said. Although He knew that Gu Ning was very young, she was still surprised to know that Gu Ning was just an 18-year-old student. Gu Ning wasn't only unusually excellent at gambling, but was also very mature and stable. She didn't seem like an 18-year-old girl, but a woman around 30. They didn't stay together for too long, and He left with Zhuo Jiankui. On their way to the hotel, Zhuo Jiankui asked He "How's your deal with Miss Gu?" "She didn't agree," He said with a sad face. Hearing that, Zhuo Jiankui avoided her eyes and asked, "Why?" "I used fame and fortune to tempt her at the beginning, but she wasn't interested. I also proposed to cooperate with her, but she said she needed to study and that the National College entrance examination is around the corner," He said. Zhuo Jiankui frowned. To his surprise, Gu Ning was able to resist the temptation. "Do you have her phone number? I can have a talk with her," Zhuo Jiankui said. "I asked her for it, but she didn't tell me," He replied. Zhuo Jiankui didn't know that He was suspicious of him, so he believed it. "Well, I think I can ask Mr. Qi for it," Zhuo Jiankui said. Qi Tianlin also had a certain amount of shares in the He family's casino, so he thought that Qi Tianlin might be willing to help him arrange a meeting with Gu Ning. He just remained silent. At the same time, Qi Tianlin called Gu Ning. "Did He cause you any trouble?" Qi Tianlin asked. "Do you think she has the ability to do that?" Gu Ning said with disdain. "You're right. She can't do that." Qi Tianlin understood that Gu Ning could handle everything well. Yang Ziqian didn't go back home until he drove Yuzi home. When he got back, Mrs. Yang was surprised. "Why are you home so early?" Normally, he would be back home after 10 p.m., after dining, watching a film with Yuzi and driving her home, but it was just 9:30 p.m. now. "Something bad happened today," Yang Ziqian said. Hearing that, Mrs. Yang got nervous and asked with anxiety, "What happened?" Yang Ziqian then told his mother everything, because it wasn't a secret and his mother would hear about it sooner or later. Mrs. Yang was scared after hearing the terrifying news. "How's Yuzi now? Is she all right?" "No, I think that I should call her right now." Saying that, Mrs. Yang took out her phone and called Yuzi at once. She appreciated Yuzi very much, so she cared about her safety. Yang Ziqian didn't stop her, because he knew his mother very well. She wouldn't feel comforted if she didn't make the call herself. When Yuzi received Mrs. Yang's call, she was so surprised that her phone almost fell from her hand. Although Yang Ziqian and her were just friends now, she somehow had a feeling that Mrs. Yang was her future mother-in-law. Gu Man and Xiao Ye were already home when Gu Ning got back to Huafu Hills. The next morning, Gu Ning received Gao Yi's call, and he told her that they were going to deliver jade jewelry to the capital today, and that the opening day was the day after tomorrow. Gu Ning had planned to go there, but now gave it up, because she was worried about the Tang family. Actually, as the big boss, it wasn't necessary for Gu Ning to show up at the opening day. In the morning, Qi Tianlin called Gu Ning again, and told her that Zhuo Jiankui hoped to meet her once more. Qi Tianlin didn't make the decision for her and asked for her own opinion. Gu Ning understood that Zhuo Jiankui must want to talk with her about the He family, but she still agreed to meet him. Since she already decided to help He, she wanted to figure out Zhuo Jiankui's role in this mess. Therefore, they agreed to meet at 11 a.m. in the Kirin Hotel. Kirin Hotel was also a 5-star hotel, but it wasn't an international one. After breakfast, Chao Wenxin came to visit Gu Ning, and she seemed displeased. "Ning, look at this," Chao Wenxin said, and gave Gu Ning her phone. Gu Ning cocked her eyebrow and sensed that something bad must have happened. After reading the news, Gu Ning was annoyed. What had happened at Fengshan shopping mall yesterday was already uploaded to the internet by someone. To Gu Ning's astonishment, Lin Tianyu dared to break the law. Even though Yuzi was fine now, the cut on her neck would leave a scar. So Gu Ning decided to let Xiao Ye send Gu Man to the Tang family's house, while she went to visit Yuzi. It wasn't because Yuzi was more important than Gu Man in Gu Ning's eyes, But because Xiao Ye was able to protect Gu Man well, there was no need for Gu Ning to follow them every time. Chao Wenxin also planned to book a customized gown, so she went to visit Yuzi along with Gu Ning. Gu Ning called Yuzi and asked her where she was before they left to visit her. Yuzi was in the factory at the moment, so Gu Ning and Chao Wenxin went straight to the factory. When they met Yuzi, they noticed that Yuzi was wearing a high-collar shirt to cover her neck. Wenxin needs a tailored gown. Please let someone measure her, and you come with me to the office, Gu Ning said to Yuzi, then walked towards the office. Yuzi arranged someone to measure Chao Wenxin at once before she followed Gu Ning. Hi, boss, Yuzi said. Gu Ning took out a bottle with a power crystal in it. Apply this medicine with water to the cut on your neck 3 times a day, and it'll disappear soon, Gu Ning said to Yuzi. Hearing that, Yuzi was surprised. Boss, you already heard of it? Wenxin told me, Gu Ning said. No matter what terrible thing happens to you in the future, tell me, alright? Gu Ning understood that Yuzi didn't want to worry her, so she kept it a secret from her. However, Gu Ning was Yuzi's boss, and she cared about Yuzi's safety. In addition, it was also necessary for Gu Ning to find out who dared to hurt Yuzi, because it could be Gu Ning's enemy. Gu Ning's enemies might not have the ability to hurt her, so it was possible that they would hurt the people beside her. In that case, if Yuzi was hurt because of her, she would feel guilty. Sure, Yuzi said. She knew that Gu Ning said it for her own good, and she felt touched. Yuzi took the porcelain bottle and walked out to apply the medicine to the cut on her neck. The moment the medicine was applied to the cut, she felt something cold seeping into her body, which was quite comfortable. It took a while for the medicine to come into effect, so Yuzi didn't see the change right now. After being measured, Chao Wenxin went to choose the style and color of her gown. When they left the factory, Chao Wenxin invited Gu Ning to dine together, but Gu Ning already had an appointment, so Chao Wenxin had to dine alone. It was already 10:30 a.m. when they walked out, and Gu Ning told Chao Wenxin to drive her straight to the Kirin Hotel. This time, Gu Ning showed up at the last second of their appointed time again, but she didn't do it on purpose. In the private room, Zhu Jiankui sat with Hsien, but Gu Ning pretended that she wasn't familiar with Hsien. Please have a seat, Miss Gu, Zhu Jiankui said politely. Gu Ning didn't hesitate and sat down at once. After that, Zhu Jiankui let Gu Ning order first. Gu Ning then ordered several of her favorite dishes. Both Zhu Jiankui and Hsien ordered several dishes too. When the waiter left, Zhu Jiankui opened his mouth without delay. Miss Gu, although you declined Hsien's offer yesterday, I still hope that you can reconsider it, and we can pay you a higher remuneration if you want. I also understand that you don't lack money, but I think that you won't reject more of it either. I know that you're busy studying and the National College entrance examination is around the corner, but it won't cost you much time. You can fly to HK on the 7th and stay there for a day, then come back on 9th. Zhu Jiankui seemed very polite and sincere. I'm so sorry, Mr. Zhua. I'm afraid I can't help, Gu Ning said. Miss Gu, couldn't you consider it for a while? It's just a piece of cake for you. Zhu Jiankui understood that Gu Ning rejected his offer for a reason, but he still couldn't figure it out. If I agree, Mr. Zhua, can you promise that my family and I will be safe and nobody will take revenge on us? Gu Ning asked. Well, Zhu Jiankui was struck dumb for a second, and suddenly didn't know how to answer that question, because he couldn't promise that. Benefits lived with risks. Since Gu Ning agreed to help Hsien, she would bear the result of the deal herself. All Hsien needed to do was to protect her when she was in HK. However, Gu Ning asked Zhu Jiankui that question because she hoped that he could take full responsibility for the result and risk. If you can't, why should I take the risk for an amount of money that I don't lack? Gu Ning said with pride. She didn't lack 500 million yuan. This news upset Zhu Jiankui. As an apprentice of the gambling magnate, he only had 100 million yuan in wealth himself. Therefore, if he were Gu Ning, he would accept the offer without hesitation. Unfortunately, he wasn't. Since Gu Ning wasn't willing to help him, Zhu Jiankui gave up, but he still took out his name card and gave it to Gu Ning. Miss Gu, I still hope that you can consider it. This is my name card. If you change your mind before the 28th of March, please contact me. I promise that I'll do my best to satisfy your needs. Although Gu Ning rejected his offer, there was no need to embarrass him. So she took his name card, but didn't give him hers. So Jiangkui frowned, then said, Miss Gu, if you don't mind, could you please give me your name card? I admire your outstanding gambling skills very much, and I hope that we can gamble for fun in the future. Gu Ning was curious about what Jiangkui wanted to do, so she gave him her name card in the end. He remained silent from the beginning to the end, like it had nothing to do with her. After the meal, Gu Ning left. At noon, a foreign man around 30 years old came to Charm's store. Hi, is Miss Yu here? He asked a saleswoman. Nice to meet you, sir. I'm sorry Miss Yu isn't here right now. Do you need me to call her? The saleswoman said politely. No matter who came to meet Yu Zi, the staff would call and tell Yu Zi about it because it could be business. Great, thanks, he said. Afterwards, the saleswoman called Yu Zi with the phone in the store. Miss Yu, there is a foreign man looking for you in the store, the saleswoman said. After that, she gave the phone to the foreign man. Hi, Miss Yu, this is Jason Robert from Paris, he said. He was the famous clothing designer, Jason Robert, who had said that he wanted to accept Yu Zi as his apprentice on the internet. He came here in person, which proved his sincerity. What? Yu Zi was shocked and couldn't believe her ears. Are you Jason Robert, the famous clothing designer from Paris? Yu Zi had heard a lot about Jason Robert, and she was a fan of his. Yu Zi worked as a clothing designer and focused on gowns, so she paid a lot of attention to those famous designers who were involved in the same field. Jason was her idol. Yes, it's me, Jason said. Even though she heard the answer from his mouth, Yu Zi still couldn't believe that it was true. She hadn't seen the comments Jason had left on the internet, so she didn't know why Jason visited her all of a sudden. Mr. Robert, may I know why you are suddenly visiting me? Yu Zi asked with excitement and nervousness. If you don't mind, we can talk about it face to face, Jason said. Of course not. I'll be right there. Please wait for a while, Yu Zi said. Although Yu Zi was excited to hear from Jason, she stayed alert before she was sure that the man was really Jason. If the man was really Jason, she would invite him to dine together at a fine restaurant. She was very familiar with Jason's appearance, because she had read many pieces of news about him, so she was confident that she could recognize him at first glance. Sure, Jason said. Before Yu Zi arrived, Jason walked around and observed the gowns in the store. Jason appreciated Yu Zi's designs, but it didn't mean that her designs were perfect. In Jason's eyes, there were many things she could do to improve them. As a clothing designer, Yu Zi was very talented, which was why Jason wanted to meet her and help her to be an outstanding designer. It wasn't easy for a famous designer to choose potential apprentices. An excellent apprentice would be the pride of his master, while a terrible one would damage his master's reputation. Jason only had 2 apprentices till now, and both of them became famous clothing designers. In addition, Jason wouldn't charge a cent for his lessons, because Jason loved clothing design and art more than anything else, and he didn't lack money either. Yu Zi drove back to her store in a hurry the moment she hung up the call with Jason. Within 20 minutes, she arrived. When she saw Jason, she was sure that she met the right person and got excited at once. It's so nice to meet you, Mr. Robert. I feel so honored that you came here to see me in person, Yu Zi said to Jason with great respect. Yu Zi never imagined that she would meet her idol in real life. Nice to meet you too, Miss Yu. Jason stood up and shook hands with Yu Zi. He was very kind to her. Jason was also excited to see Yu Zi, because it wasn't easy for him to find a talented young designer. However, it still took time to see whether Yu Zi was qualified to be his apprentice. He would also listen to Yu Zi's opinions. If she wasn't willing to be his apprentice, he wouldn't force her to be. Please have a seat, Mr. Robert, Yu Zi said. Would you mind telling me the reason why you are visiting me today? Well, I stayed in City B for a couple of days, and I watched the release conference of Charm by accident a few days ago. Your designs impressed me, so I hoped that I could meet you in person, Jason said. He didn't bother to hide his appreciation for Yu Zi. Hearing that, Yu Zi was thrilled. Thank you so much for your approval, Mr. Robert, It was very important for Yu to be able to win a famous or experienced clothing designer's approval, especially from her idol. She also felt happy if other people who weren't involved in the clothing design field thought her designs were attractive. But she would be more confident if a famous clothing designer had positive comments about her designs. Miss Yu, are you free now? If you don't mind, I would love to hear your ideas behind your designs, Jason asked. Sure. I'm always looking forward to hearing your opinions, Mr. Robert, Yu said. After that, Yu had a long talk with Jason about her ideas behind her designs. Hearing Yu's ideas, Jason repeatedly nodded and expressed his approval. During the talk, he also shared his opinion with Yu and Yu learned a lot from him. After the long talk, Jason was more certain that Yu was a talented, promising designer. In fact, there were many talented people in this world, but many of them lacked a good opportunity to show their talent. Since Jason discovered Yu, he decided to do something. In the end, Jason said, Miss Yu, there is a clothing industry forum at 2 p.m. tomorrow in the meeting room of Huangdang Hotel. If you have some time, you can attend it. Really? I do hope that I can join in. Yu was very excited to hear the news. The attendees of the forum were all famous or experienced clothing designers in the industry, and it wasn't open to everyone. Jason took out his name card and gave it to Yu. You can contact me tomorrow, and I can bring you inside. Nobody would stop her if she was able to attend the forum along with Jason. Thank you so much. Yu exchanged name cards with Jason. After that, Jason left. Miss Yu, who is Mr. Robert? You seem so excited. A saleswoman asked Yu with curiosity. Even the customers standing around them looked at her for the answer. Yu smiled and said, he's a very important figure in the clothing design field, and came from Paris. A clothing designer from Paris? Hearing that, they were all surprised, but they knew little about clothing design, so they still couldn't understand Jason's influence and position in the industry. Well, you can search his name on the internet if you want to know more about him, Yu said. Another saleswoman immediately searched Jason's name with a computer, and many people surrounded her at once. When they saw Jason's designs and awards, they were all astonished. To their astonishment, a wedding gown designed by Jason could be sold at the price of over 10 million yuan. Jesus! Miss Yu, you're so awesome. And you know such an important figure. Indeed. Two saleswomen got excited and felt honored that they could work for Yu. All of a sudden, the customers in the store thought much more highly of Charm now. Yu didn't stay in the store for too long, because she needed to deal with the rest of the things in the factory. Charm had received many orders these days, and many people demanded gowns made by her. Although she had enough time to do it, she still wanted to make full use of her time and do her job well. When Yu went back in her car, she called Gu Ning and told her about what had just happened. Gu Ning could feel Yu's happiness and excitement through the phone, and she congratulated her. In addition, it also proved Gu Ning's good taste in choosing skilled people. Zhao Shaoxian stayed at home the entire time recently. She wasn't as sad as she had been during the past few days, but she was still very upset. After all, she had loved Lin Tianyu deeply before. At this moment, Zhao Shaoxian suddenly read the shocking news that Lin Tianyu had used a knife to threaten Yu on her phone. She knew Lin Tianyu very well, but she was still shocked that Lin Tianyu would break the law. Thinking of what Lin Tianyu had done, Zhao Shaoxian felt scared. She didn't feel relieved until she found out that Yu was fine now. Zhao Shaoxian had reflected a lot on what she had been through, and became more sober now. She also felt guilty that she had stolen Lin Tianyu away from Yu. However, no matter how guilty she felt right now, she couldn't change what had already happened. Seeing Zhao Shaoxian staring at her phone, Mrs. Zhao was worried. She walked over and read the news on the screen, then was shocked too. How could he do that? He is seriously digging his own grave. Without a doubt, Lin Tianyu would be put in jail for several years. Mrs. Zhao was very mad at Lin Tianyu because he had dumped Zhao Shaoxian. So seeing that Lin Tianyu was about to be put in jail, she couldn't help but gloat over his tragic life. Gu Ning didn't go back to the Tang family's house after walking out of Kirin Hotel, but went to the antique street. Gu Ning had many real antiques with her, but she couldn't put all of them in Shangyun Antique Store, because it might cause them trouble if there were too many real antiques in the store. She couldn't keep them in her telepathic eye space all the time either, because they would be wasted if she did that. Therefore, Gu Ning planned to open another antique store in City B. She was free now anyway, so she visited the antique street. Once she arrived, she used her jade eyes to scan around the objects on the stands by the sides of the road. Gu Ning walked down half of the street, but still failed to find any real antiques. Instead, she ran into a familiar face. In fact, she wasn't very familiar with him, and they had just met once before. The man was Mu Wengi, and he walked into a tea house. Thinking of Kei's reaction when she mentioned Mu Xuxin last time, Gu Ning understood that their relationship wasn't good. She also thought that Kei might be Mu Xuxin's love child. However, Mu Wenqi seemed younger than Kei, so she thought that Kei's mother could be Mu Xuxin's ex-wife. Kei's surname was Mu after all, so it was very likely that his mother had been married to Mu Xuxin before. No matter what, she was sure that Mu Xuxin and Kei were father and son. Since Kei was related to them, Gu Ning paid special attention to the Mu family. She used her jade eyes and followed Mu Wenqi inside. Mu Wenqi didn't go upstairs, but stepped into the backyard. The backyard was a small, empty Sihiyuan. Mu Wenqi walked straight towards a room and knocked on its door before he entered it. There was a man sitting in the room, and Gu Ning was surprised to see his face. The man turned out to be Tang Deming. One was scheming against the Tang family, while the other maintained a good relationship with the Tang family. If they gathered together, they must be cooperating with each other. Gu Ning went upstairs to the second floor and sat by the window, from which she was able to see the small Sihiyuan. After ordering a cup of tea, Gu Ning took out a wireless pinhole camera and pointed it at the room. Unfortunately, there was a long distance between them, and they deliberately talked in a low voice, so Gu Ning couldn't hear their conversation clearly. Around 10 minutes later, Mu Wengi walked outside. Tang Deming didn't show up until Mu Wenqi was gone for 20 minutes, and he left as well. Gu Ning put away the wireless pinhole camera, then sent Kei a message and told him to investigate Mu Wenqi. Since Mu Wenqi had a secret meeting with Tang Deming, she was suspicious that the Mu family was also involved in Tang Deming's scheme. Gu Ning actually wasn't sure whether Kei would help her this time as usual because of his connection with the Mu family. If Kei was willing to do so, it would be much better, but she wouldn't force him to help her if he was reluctant to do it, because Mu Xuxin was his father after all. Gu Ning believed that it had to be Mu Xuxin's intention to cooperate with Tang Deming, and Mu Wengi just followed his father's order. In that case, Gu Ning also said at the end of the message that Kei could reject it if he was unwilling to do so. When Kei received Gu Ning's message, he was discussing something with Chun Songi. He just developed a new game and thought that it might be successful. He planned to propose it to Gu Ning after sharing the idea with Chun Songi. Although he knew that there was a large group of teenagers who loved playing games, there were more updating games on the market as well, so they had to be very creative to attract teenagers' attention. Kei asked for Chun Songi's opinion on whether this game could be popular among game lovers. Kei was very good at playing games himself, so the game he developed on his own was, of course, at least as good as those games he had played. Gu Ning's message came into his phone right as he was about to contact her. After reading the message, the smile disappeared from Kei's face at once. He, of course, knew Mu Wenqi. "What's wrong?" Chun Songi asked with concern. "Boss wants me to investigate Mu Wenqi." She said that she ran into Mu Wengi while he was in a secret meeting with Tang Deming. So she suspects that the Mu family is involved in the scheme against the Tang family as well, Kei said. When he said Mu Wenqi's name, his voice was full of hatred. Mu Wenqi, or the Mu family to be specific, was his enemy for life. Hearing that, Chun Songi frowned, then sneered. "It seems that it's unavoidable that you'll meet the Mu family." Chun Songi was happy to see that, because Kei wouldn't get over it if he didn't get revenge on the Mu family. "They asked for it themselves," Kei said in a cold tone. He had limited himself to not investigate the Mu family because of his promise to his mother. He was afraid that he would expose the Mu family's dirty secrets once he found any. A while later, Kei sent a message back to Gu Ning and agreed to investigate the Mu family. Seeing Kei's reply, Gu Ning understood that Kay didn't care about the Mu family at all. She left the tea house afterwards, then kept on walking down the antique street for fun. Before long, Gu Ning found an antique store which was under transfer. She walked into it and it was around 40 square meters large, which wasn't small. The store had 2 floors. The upper floor was a lounge, while the first floor was open to customers. It was well decorated, but there were only a few handicrafts inside. Besides, Gu Ning didn't see any other people in the store in addition to a salesman. It seemed that this store could barely stay afloat now. "Hi, welcome." The salesman was a young man around 20 years old. He was sleepy, resting his upper body on the counter, and didn't show any enthusiasm at seeing a customer walking inside. Because there were no good objects placed in the store, he was used to the fact that people might look around for a while before they left. Gu Ning didn't feel displeased, but slowly walked around the store. She was quite satisfied with its location and space. "Why aren't there any new objects in this store?" Gu Ning asked. "Didn't you see the transfer notice posted outside? This store is about to be transferred. It's a waste of money if we keep on purchasing new objects," the young man said with impatience. Gu Ning didn't mind his unkind attitude and asked, "Where is your boss?" "What for?" he asked. Gu Ning was very young, so he didn't think that she came here to acquire this store. "Isn't this store about to be transferred? I want to rent it, so I need to talk with your boss," Gu Ning said with a smile. "What?" Hearing that, the young man's eyes lit up at once, and abruptly stood up to look at Gu Ning. Seeing Gu Ning's face, he thought that she looked a little familiar, but failed to recognize who she was. "Did you just say that you want to rent this store?" he asked with doubt. "Yeah," Gu Ning said. "Are you sure you're not kidding?" He still didn't believe it. Gu Ning understood that he didn't believe her words. "I'm very satisfied with the location and space of this store. If the price is reasonable, I think that I'll rent it." "Well, I am the owner of this store," the young man said, and walked out from behind the counter. His attitude towards Gu Ning changed completely as well, and he greeted her with great enthusiasm. "Please have a seat, miss." Gu Ning sat down and felt slightly surprised that this young man was actually the owner of this store. He poured a cup of tea for Gu Ning and placed it on the table in front of her. "Miss, nice to meet you. I'm the owner of this store, Du Lifeng. May I know your name?" he asked. "My surname is Gu," Gu Ning said. "Nice to meet you, Miss Gu. Would you mind telling me what kind of business you're going to do with this store?" Du Lifeng asked. "The same as you," Gu Ning said. "I wonder why your store can barely stay afloat now?" Hearing that, Du Lifeng seemed angry and sad. "It's not a secret on this street, so I don't mind telling you. My father opened 2 stores, and both of them were very profitable. However, my father was very sick in the first half of last year, so he gave the 2 stores to me and my younger half-brother. My stepmother and my younger half-brother wanted to occupy both of the stores, but one of them was already under my name, so they could do nothing about it because I disagreed. In that case, they turned to a bunch of hoodlums for help and caused me a lot of trouble. I've been losing customers and providers since then. What's worse, nobody dares to buy my store because of my stepmother and younger half-brother." To Gu Ning's surprise, there was a big story behind it. "How much do you know about antiques?" Gu Ning asked. "A lot, because I grew up with them," Du Lifeng said. "What do you plan to do next if I take over this store?" Gu Ning asked. "Find a job to feed myself. I think that I can still live a good life with my pay and rent," Du Lifeng said. "Can you help me manage this store after I rent it? I can pay you a high salary along with 10% dividend every year," Gu Ning said. Du Lifeng was struck dumb for a second. It sounded too good to be true. "Miss Gu, I'm afraid that it'll cause you trouble if I keep on working here, because my stepmother and younger half-brother won't allow me to stay here," he said. Du Lifeng was a good, upright man. "Don't worry, they can't cause me any trouble," Gu Ning said with confidence. "Really?" Du Lifeng was still worried. "Well, let me prove it to you. Give me your phone," Gu Ning said, and reached out her hand to Du Lifeng. Du Lifeng didn't understand why Gu Ning needed his phone, but he followed her order. "Unlock it," Gu Ning said. Du Lifeng unlocked his phone and gave it to Gu Ning. "Gu Ning, then searched her name on the internet and opened the first web link about her. It consisted of all the news and information on her. "Read it before you make a decision," she said, and gave the phone back to Du Lifeng. Du Lifeng took it, then began to read it. After reading the news, he was shocked. He had read the news before, and this girl in front of his face. All of a sudden, Du Lifeng stared at Guning and realized why he thought this young girl looked familiar. He had seen her face before. The moment Du Lifeng realized that he met his idol, he got excited and said, Are you Goddess Gu? You're Goddess Gu, right?" Guning was surprised that Du Lifeng had read news about her, but didn't recognize her when she walked into the store just then. "Do you believe me now?" Guning asked while looking at him. "Of course. They are merely nobodies before you. I think they'll run away when they hear your name," Du Lifeng said. Guning had gained a lot of fame. So many people were aware of how powerful she was. For now, Du Lifeng just felt so honored and lucky to meet Guning, who would change his life. "How much is the rent?" Guning asked. "Well," Du Lifeng thought for a while. He couldn't charge too much, because Guning had already done him a great favor. Guning understood what was on his mind, so she opened her mouth again before Du Lifeng could say something. "Just tell me the number. I hate to be cheated, but I also dislike taking advantage of other people." Since Guning said so, he offered her the most suitable price. After that, they signed a lease for 5 years. In addition to that, they also signed a labor contract. Du Lifeng would own 10% shares of the branch of Shangyun Antique Store in City B, and his monthly pay was 10,000 yuan along with 1% commission. If he was able to sell a real antique whose price was 1,000,000 yuan, he would get 10,000 yuan as commission. Of course, he might not sell a single real antique within several months, or might sell several real antiques which were worth over 10 million yuan within several days. It all depended on the sales. All in all, it was still a very generous offer in Du Lifeng's eyes, because he also could have 10% shares of the branch of Shangyun Antique Store in City B. The more real antiques he could sell, the more money he could make. Apart from that, Guning would also advertise Shangyun Antique Store once she had a chance to help it to gain more attention. It was hard to find real antiques nowadays. As long as there were real antiques placed in Shangyun Antique Store, people would come to buy them once it became famous. Du Lifeng didn't think that far, because he was already stunned by the name of Shangyun Antique Store. He had been involved in the antique industry for years, so he paid a lot of attention to the latest news about it. Although Shangyun Antique Store was located in the capital, antique lovers in City B had already heard of its good reputation. Du Lifeng heard that Shangyun Antique Store was sold at auction a while ago, and its new boss ran it very well. He also noticed that the branch of Shangyun Antique Store in City B was written on the contract. All of a sudden, an idea dawned on him. "Goddess Gu, are you the boss of Shangyun Antique Store?" Du Lifeng rounded his eyes in shock. "Yes," Guning said with a calm face. "I have many real antiques with me, but I can't put all of them in Shangyun Antique Store in the capital, so I plan to open a branch in City B to place them in." Guning said it calmly, but Du Lifeng was astonished. It was difficult for a normal antique store to have several real antiques because real antiques were really expensive. Shangyun Antique Store, however, showed dozens of real antiques in the store, which shocked all the antique lovers in the capital. Goddess Gu was unusually rich. After signing the contracts, Guning said, "Please clean your store up these days and register all the handicrafts in the store properly. They are yours and I won't take them." Hearing that, Du Lifeng was surprised because he planned to give them to Guning, but Guning was very generous and she wouldn't take them. Guning added afterwards, "I'll send you a picture of the sign of Shangyun Antique Store later, and you can make a similar one with City B branch on it." "Sure, boss," Du Lifeng said. Du Lifeng changed the way he addressed Guning after signing the contracts, which showed that their relationship was different now. After that, Guning transferred the annual rent to Du Lifeng. Since he had shares of the branch, there was no need to charge a deposit. Once Guning left the antique street, she noticed that someone was following her. "Miss, please wait a second." A woman around 40 stopped her. "May I help?" Guning asked. "Miss, I just saw you sign the contract with Du Lifeng in his antique store. I think you better not rent his store or you'll be in trouble." the woman said, like she was doing Gu Ning a favor. Gu Ning, however, didn't believe that she was so kind, and thought that she might be Du Lifeng's stepmother who was trying to stop others from renting Du Lifeng's store. Even so, Gu Ning still asked, "Why?" The woman glanced around before she approached Gu Ning and said in a low voice, "Du Lifeng has annoyed a gang. No matter who rents his store, a bunch of hoodlums will come to cause the person trouble." Saying that, the woman seemed scared. Ordinary people were all scared of gangs. The woman believed that Gu Ning, who was merely a young girl, would be terrified too after hearing that. But Gu Ning stayed calm as usual, which confused her. In order to frighten Gu Ning, the woman added, "You're so beautiful and young. If those hoodlums find out that you dared to act against them, they will do anything to ruin you." Gu Ning was amused, but didn't show it on her face. Instead, she acted in concert with the woman and seemed scared. "Really? I think you're right. I can't rent the store. I haven't given him money yet after all." Hearing that, the woman was satisfied. "Good girl. I don't want to see you, a lovely girl, ruined by those hoodlums, so you better stay away from Du Lifeng. He doesn't care about others' lives." After that, Gu Ning thanked her and left. When Gu Ning was waiting for a taxi, she called Chun Darong and told him to deliver a batch of real antiques along with handicrafts to City B. Handicrafts produced by Shangyun Antique Store were very beautiful because Shangyun Antique Store had its own production room. It wasn't big, but it could provide enough goods for Shangyun Antique Store. However, Gu Ning decided to expand the production room of Shangyun Antique Store, and she assigned this task to Chun Darong. They would sell handicrafts produced by Shangyun Antique Store around the country. Shangyun Antique Store was highly profitable anyway, so they had enough money to achieve that goal. In fact, Chun Darong also had the same idea for a long time, but didn't have a good chance. Since Gu Ning told him to be in charge of it now, he would, of course, work hard to make it happen. Gu Ning also told him to guarantee high quality while increasing quantity, because the handicrafts weren't cheap either. After a while, Gu Ning successfully stopped a taxi and got in it at once. She didn't leave for the Tang family's house, but went to visit Tang Haifeng in the hospital. She decided to talk with him about the Mu family. After finishing gambling with Qi Tianlin, Zhu Jiankue and He went back to HK. Their plan was to take back 2% of Qi Tianlin's shares of the He family's casino according to the market price if Qi Tianlin lost the game. The He family's casino accounted for 6% of the gambling market in HK. Qi Tianlin alone owned 5%. Shares of the He family's casino, which were worth hundreds of millions of yuan according to the market price. It was impossible for them to take all of his shares back, because Qi Tianlin wouldn't agree, unless they used force. And the He family wasn't willing to ruin their relationship with the Kirin gang yet. To their surprise, Gu Ning showed up out of the blue and they even lost 1% share during this trip. So now Qi Tianlin owns 6% shares of the He family's casino. It didn't have a big impact on the He family's business, but they were just reluctant to accept the failure. In the hospital ward, Zhang Lihua was chatting with Tang Haifeng, and 2 bodyguards were standing at the door. When Gu Ning arrived, Zhang Lihua went to sit in the living room, because Gu Ning wanted to talk with Tang Haifeng in private. "Grandpa, how's the relationship with the Tang family and the Mu family?" Gu Ning asked. Hearing that, Tang Haifeng cocked his eyebrow. "Well, not very good, nor bad. We've maintained a good relationship in business for more than a decade. In other words, the 2 families weren't close except in business." "What? Is there anything wrong with the Mu family?" Tang Haifeng asked. "I went to the antique street today and ran into Mu Wenqi while he was in a secret meeting with Tang Deming, but I failed to hear their conversation clearly," Gu Ning said with a serious face. Hearing that, Tang Haifeng was mad. Mu Wenqi must be assisting Tang Deming to scheme against the Tang family. "Grandpa, could you please tell me the story about the Mu family, especially Mu Xuxin?" Gu Ning asked. Tang Haifeng didn't know why Gu Ning was interested in Mu Xuxin, but he still said, Mu Xuxin was born in a poor countryside, but he was a very outstanding young man back then, and won Miss Zhu's heart. The Zhu family didn't approve of their marriage at the beginning, because there was a huge gap between them, but Miss Zhu was unwilling to leave Mu Xuxin. After a while, she got pregnant, and the Zhu family had to agree on their marriage. 20 years ago, the Zhu family wasn't very rich, but its business grew fast with Mu Xuxin's assistance. Therefore, the Zhu family gradually accepted him and even let him take over its family business. Around 7 or 8 years ago, Miss Zhu suddenly found out that Mu Xuxin already had a son before their marriage and had a fierce argument with him. Many people then found out about that secret, but Miss Zhu was still in love with Mu Xuxin and didn't divorce him. That's all I know. After hearing that, Gu Ning thought that it was very likely that Mu Xuxin had abandoned his ex-wife for a rich heiress. Well, there is a subordinate in my company who closely resembles Mu Xuxin, and they even share the same surname. When I mentioned Mu Xuxin's name in a talk with him, he had an unusual reaction. I think they are probably related to each other, Gu Ning said. Is it possible that he is the son of Mu Xuxin and his ex-wife? Tang Haifeng said. I already told him to investigate the Mu family, Gu Ning said. Tang Haifeng was struck dumb for a second, then said, Mu Xuxin could be his father. I have always had a feeling that he hates Mu Xuxin, Gu Ning said. No matter what, I just hope that you can be alert to the possibility that the Mu family might be working with Tang Deming. If the person who works for me is going to take revenge on the Mu family, I won't stop him. Gu Ning put it clearly. The Tang family had a long-standing relationship with the Mu family in business after all, so the Tang family would help the Mu family if the Mu family encountered any trouble. Gu Ning told Tang Haifeng her attitude right now, in case Tang Haifeng couldn't distinguish their allies from enemies. I understand, and I'll side with you, Tang Haifeng said. Even if the Mu family were in trouble, it wasn't the Tang family's duty to help them out. Gu Ning, however, was a member of the Tang family. Tang Haifeng would obviously choose Gu Ning over the Mu family. Since Gu Ning had already arranged someone to do the investigation, Tang Haifeng would just wait for the result. Tang Xinrui had just worked in Tang Huang Group for a short time, but she was already promoted to be in charge of some financial charts because of her outstanding ability. However, she was in trouble now. Tang Xinrui had typed an important figure wrong and made the company lose 2 million yuan. Therefore, Tang Huang Group decided to fire her. When Tang Xinrui heard the news, she was shocked, because she remembered that she had typed it correctly. However, she was in charge of the financial chart now, so she had to take responsibility for the serious mistake. Even so, she still couldn't figure out the reason why it happened. However, nobody in the finance department felt sorry for her, because her quick promotion had displeased everyone for a long time. The finance manager, Yu Li, was included. Yu Li was around 30 years old, and she was also a skilled finance worker since she could become a finance manager at such a young age. Moreover, she had the ambition to be the chief financial officer, so she didn't get along well with the current CFO. Ever since Tang Xinrui had joined Tang Huang Group, the current CFO treated her very well, and Tang Xinrui had stolen her assignments many times, which annoyed Yu Li and aroused her sense of crisis at the same time. Yu Li was afraid that the current CFO would promote Tang Xinrui to replace her position. After all, it was an undeniable fact that Tang Xinrui was a very outstanding finance returnee. Although Tang Xinrui just graduated from her university, she already had rich experience in finance as an intern. It was very likely that Tang Xinrui would replace her in the company. Since Tang Xinrui was fired because of a serious mistake, she was more than happy to see it happen, and quickly stood out to laugh at Tang Xinrui. Didn't the CFO always say that you're better than the rest of us? How come you made such a serious mistake? I think you really disappointed him. Yu Li gloated over Tang Xinrui's failure. Tang Xinrui squinted at Yu Li and thought that it might be Yu Li who framed her. Yu Li had stacked the deck against her many times before. I remember clearly that I didn't type it wrong, and now I seriously wonder whether you framed me, because everyone knows how much you love to arrange things against me in the finance department, Tang Xinrui said, staring straight at Yu Li. Hearing that, all the people in the finance room looked at Yu Li. It was true that they all knew that Yu Li disliked Tang Xinrui the most. Although they were all jealous of Tang Xinrui, and none of them felt sorry for her when she was fired, they didn't have the idea to frame her either. In that case, they were all surprised when they heard that it was possible that Yu Li had framed Tang Xinrui. Tang Xinrui, don't blame me for your own mistake. I did not frame you. Yuli argued in a hurry, but Tang Xinrui was growing increasingly suspicious of her. Nevertheless, Tang Xinrui didn't have any proof, and she had already been fired. Precisely because of Yuli, Tang Xinrui had no clue that the senior management of the company had found out her real identity and seized a chance to get rid of her. Actually, it was Quan Mingkai's idea. If they fired Tang Xinrui without a reasonable reason, Tang Xinrui would know that her real identity was exposed, and the mastermind behind the scheme would soon be aware of it, which would ruin their plan. Yuli panicked a little because she had the same idea, but Tang Xinrui was fired before she could take action. After that, Tang Xinrui left Tang Huang Group and went back home. When she went upstairs to the study to tell Tang Wei-yong the bad news, she heard a woman's moans of sexual pleasure from the direction of Tang Wei-yong's room. Tang Xinrui stopped at once, then went back to watch TV in the living room. Tang Xinrui's mother had passed away a few years ago, so it was normal that Tang Wei-yong had other women. He was a man after all and had sexual needs even though he was older. About half an hour later, the woman who had sex with Tang Wei-yong showed up. She was in her early 30s, beautiful and sexy, but had the air of a prostitute. She wasn't a lady, but a leading hooker in a clubhouse, and she had had sex with countless men for money. Tang Wei-yong didn't mind because he just wanted to have sex. Most importantly, he was familiar with her. To avoid meeting the Tang family, Tang Wei-yong seldom went outside, so he had sex with this woman at home every time. Tang Wei-yong had done her a great favor back in country Y, so she followed Tang Wei-yong ever since and worked for him. When the woman saw Tang Xinrui, she was surprised and smiled. "Xinrui, why are you home? It's still work time, right?" "I've been fired," Tang Xinrui said calmly. "What? You were fired?" That question wasn't from the woman, but Tang Wei-yong, who was standing at the landing. Tang Xinrui then told Tang Wei-yong everything. Because she believed that it was Yuli's trick, she directly told Tang Wei-yong that Yuli had framed her. Hearing that, Tang Wei-yong didn't doubt it, and he also had no clue that it was actually Quan Mingkai's idea to fire Tang Xinrui at this time. "Father, what should we do now?" Tang Xinrui asked. "Just live with it. Let's see what the others can do now." Tang Wei-yong didn't blame Tang Xinrui, because it was meaningless. Right at this moment, Tang Xinjie called Tang Xinrui. Father, Xinjie is calling me again." Tang Xinrui didn't answer it at once, but told Tang Wei-yong. It seemed like she didn't know whether to take it or not. Tang Wei-yong frowned and was displeased because he knew that Tang Xinjie called for nothing good. "Answer it and put it on speaker," Tang Wei-yong said in a cold tone. Tang Xinrui followed his order. "Tang Xinrui, transfer 1,000,000 yuan to my account right away. I'm not lucky today and I lost again." The moment Tang Xinrui took his call, Tang Xinjie said in a domineering tone. Hearing that, Tang Xinrui stayed calm as usual, but Tang Wei-yong was in a rage. "I don't have money," Tang Xinrui said. "Ask father for it," Tang Xinjie demanded. Tang Xinrui sneered. Her father was never even willing to give her 10,000 yuan, let alone 1,000,000 yuan. She gave Tang Wei-yong a glance, then said again, "I told you that it was the final time that I gave you money last time, and I won't ask father for money again this time. If you want the money, call him yourself." "You?" Tang Xinjie was mad. If he dared to ask Tang Wei-yong for the money, he wouldn't call Tang Xinrui for it. "If you don't transfer 1,000,000 yuan to my bank account right now, father will blame you if I'm beaten to death by them." Tang Xinrui remained silent, but just looked at Tang Wei-yong. Tang Wei-yong said in anger, "I don't think that it's a bad thing if you're dead. You'll lose the last cent of our family's wealth sooner or later." Hearing Tang Wei-yong's voice, Tang Xinjie was scared, but he still begged, "Dad, transfer 1,000,000 yuan to my account now, or they'll beat me to death." Seriously. Tang Xinjie didn't believe that Tang Wei-yong would be willing to see him beaten to death, because he knew his father very well. No matter how outstanding Tang Xinrui was, he, as his father's only son, was meant to take over their family's properties. Let alone Tang Xinjie, even Tang Xinrui had the same idea. "You?" Tang Wei-yong was mad, but he couldn't see his only son beaten badly by others. "Tang Xinjie, This is the last time I'll give you money. If you keep on gambling, wasting money and visiting prostitutes, I'll put you in jail. Tang Weiyong threatened Tang Xinjie. Tang Xinjie, however, pulled his lips and gave his father a perfunctory answer. All right, I promise I won't gamble again. Tang Weiyong didn't believe that Tang Xinjie would keep his word, but there was nothing else he could do. Without hesitation, Tang Weiyong hung up on Tang Xinjie and transferred the money to Tang Xinrui, then went back upstairs. The woman gave Tang Xinrui a glance filled with sympathy and wore a sensual smile. Why don't you meet me at my clubhouse tonight? I can help you relax a little. Although she was kept by Tang Weiyong as a mistress, she also disapproved of his unfair treatment towards Tang Xinjie and Tang Xinrui. She had no right to interfere in it, but she was willing to do something to cheer Tang Xinrui up. Thanks, Tang Xinrui said. She also wanted to relax herself. When the woman walked away, Tang Xinrui went back to her room. Before long, her phone rang again, and the caller was Bowen. Oh, my dear Aaron, your father really spoils his trash son rotten, Bowen said. Bowen had never felt sorry for anyone else before, but what Tang Xinrui had been through really touched him. Maybe that was the reason why he liked her. I know. Tang Xinrui was calm, because she was used to it. How is the trash now? He's digging his own grave. Bowen beamed. It was Tang Xinrui's scheme again, this time to make Tang Xinjie lose another $1,000,000. Aaron, why don't you just get rid of him so that you don't need to waste time on him? Bowen asked with confusion. He's my older brother after all, Tang Xinrui said. Although she hated Tang Xinjie and Tang Weiyong, she never had the thought to kill them. Fine. Since Tang Xinrui said that, Bowen didn't say anything further. Gu Ning stayed in the hospital for more than half an hour, then left. However, she ran into Tang Yashin and Qi Ziyue in the passage, and was struck dumb for a second. She didn't expect that she would meet them in City B. Qi Ziyue and Tang Yashin didn't notice Gu Ning, and Gu Ning didn't want them to see her either, so she turned around at once and hid in the washroom. At the same time, Gu Ning used her jade eyes to see where they were going. Even though she couldn't kill them right now, she was curious about what they were doing here. After a while, Qi Ziyue and Tang Yashin walked into a ward. There was a middle-aged man lying unconscious on the hospital bed with his head wrapped in gauze bandages. A middle-aged woman sat by the bed, and another man who seemed to be a secretary stood aside from them. There was just a short distance between them, so Gu Ning was able to hear their conversation. President Qi, Miss Tang, nice to see you. Seeing Qi Ziyue and Tang Yashin walking inside, the middle-aged woman stood up at once and greeted them politely. Mrs. Yang, how is Chairman Yang now? Qi Ziyue asked with concern. The surgery was very successful, Mrs. Yang said, but it will take several days for him to go back to normal. Glad to hear that, Qi Ziyue said. President Qi, thank you so much that you're still willing to cooperate with us even after my husband had an accident. Secretary Zhang will be in charge of the cooperation this time, and we'll do our best to satisfy your needs, Mrs. Yang said. We insist on cooperating with your company because we approve of your ability, Qi Ziyue said. Thank you so much for your approval, Mrs. Yang said. My pleasure, Qi Ziyue said politely. President Qi, I already booked a private room at Kirin Hotel. Would you mind sharing a meal with us? Secretary Zhang asked. Of course not, Qi Ziyue said, then left the ward along with Tang Yashin and Secretary Zhang. Seeing them leave, Gu Ning also followed them to the Kirin Hotel. After finding out the number of their private room, Gu Ning went to change in the ladies' room and dressed like a mature woman. She planned to book a private room when she walked out from the ladies' room, but encountered Qi Ziyue again in the passage. Qi Ziyue had just hung up a call with someone and saw Gu Ning right at this moment. To Gu Ning's astonishment, Qi Ziyue recognized her. Are you? Qi Ziyue was surprised to see Gu Ning. Do you know me? Gu Ning looked at him. Gu Ning didn't have any grudges against him yet, so it wasn't a big deal that he recognized her now, but she just felt uncomfortable. I read the news about you on Weibo that you've cut out over 30 successive pieces of jade in City Ting, right? And your name is Tang Aining. Qi Ziyue had a deep impression of the shocking news, but he also had a guilty conscience saying that name. Anyway, he would love to make friends with such an outstanding woman if it was possible. Hearing that, Gu Ning was surprised. She also noticed his uneasiness when he mentioned the name Tang Aining. She thought that they would feel quite bothered if she used that name to socialize with them. Yeah, it's me. Gu Ning beamed. Although she hated Qi Ziyue very much, she had to pretend to be friendly since she planned to bother them. Haha, it's so nice to meet you, Miss Tang, Qi Ziyue said. In fact, he could remember this name just because it was the same as the name of the girl who had been killed by them. Oh, please allow me to introduce myself. My name's Qi Ziyue, Qi Ziyue said. Nice to meet you, Mr. Qi, Gu Ning said with a smile. Miss Tang, are you here to dine with your friends? Qi Ziyue asked. I had an appointment with my friend, but something just came up and she can't come. I'm about to leave now, Gu Ning said. Well, if you don't mind, would you please share a meal with us? Qi Ziyue invited Gu Ning to dine with them. I admire your stone gambling skills very much, and I hope that we can be friends. Qi Ziyue was kind and sincere. Will your friends mind? Gu Ning pretended that it wasn't an easy decision for her to make. Of course they won't, Qi Ziyue said. They'll also feel honored to see you. Given the fame of Tang Aining, there were only a few people who weren't willing to see her. It's my honor as well. Gu Ning agreed to dine with them in the end. Actually, she couldn't be more familiar with them, so she wouldn't feel uneasy during the meal. After that, Gu Ning followed Qi Ziyue into their private room. In the private room, there was one more man in addition to Secretary Zhang and Tang Yashin, and Gu Ning was surprised to see him. He was Mu Wenqi. Seeing Qi Ziyue walking in with a strange woman, everyone in the private room was struck dumb for a second. Even though Mu Wenqi had met Gu Ning once before, he failed to recognize her now. Tang Yashin frowned and gave Gu Ning a cold glance. She thought that Gu Ning looked familiar, but didn't remember where she had seen her. Please let me introduce you. This is the famous queen of jade, Tang Aining, who cut out over 30 successive pieces of jade in City Ting. Qi Ziyue said to the others around the table. He understood that this Tang Aining wasn't the girl they knew before, but he still felt a little nervous. What? This lady is the queen of jade? Tang Aining? Hearing that, they were all astonished. Tang Yashin, on the other hand, panicked a little when she heard the name Tang Aining. She knew that the girl was already dead, but she somehow still felt anxious. At the same time, she was also curious about how Qi Ziyue met the woman. Apart from that, she felt jealous of the woman who was obviously more beautiful than her. Mu Wenqi and Secretary Zhang stood up at once and greeted Gu Ning politely. It wasn't a bad thing if they could make friends with such a famous figure. Miss Tang, your stone gambling skills are really amazing. I've never heard of anyone else cutting out over 30 successive pieces of jade at a time before, Mu Wenqi said. Indeed, Secretary Zhang agreed. It was the most shocking news in the stone gambling industry now, and it was even more shocking than the news that the Wang family, which used to be one of the 3 largest raw material developers in City Tang, had fallen into a dramatic decline overnight. Although it was very shocking, it wasn't uncommon to see a rich family fall into decline. However, it was very rare to see a person cut out 3 or 4 pieces of jade at a time, let alone over 30. Most people couldn't cut out a single piece of valuable jade during many years. Since she was able to cut out so many pieces of jade, she must have become super rich within a short time. Miss Tang, I even thought that you could have a pair of jade eyes and can see what's inside the jade raw materials, Qi Ziyue joked. Although it was just a joke, it actually hit the point. In the beginning, Gu Ning felt nervous when people joked about that, but now she was already used to it. Well, I don't have jade eyes, but I do have a unique way to gamble on stones, Gu Ning said with a smile. It meant that she wouldn't share it with other people, so the others didn't ask further. Miss Tang, please have a seat, Qi Ziyue said, and invited her to sit by his side. After they were seated, Qi Ziyue introduced the others to her. Tang Yashin was a little cold, but Gu Ning didn't mind it. They kept on chatting and ignored Tang Yashin, which displeased her. Miss Tang, Were you born in City B? Chi Ziyue asked. Not really. I was born in City D, and I came here to visit my friends, Gu Ning said. Chi Ziyue took out his name card and gave it to Gu Ning at this moment. Miss Tang, this is my name card. Please take it, and feel free to call me if you go to the capital in the future. Thanks. Gu Ning took it. Tang Yashin frowned and glared at Chi Ziyue, but she knew that Chi Ziyue was expanding his network, so she didn't say anything. Afterwards, Mu Wenqi and Secretary Zhang also handed Gu Ning their name cards, and Gu Ning took them as well. I don't have name cards. Please remember my phone number. Since she took their name cards, it would be impolite if she didn't tell them her phone number. Gu Ning had a phone number which wasn't under her ID card, so she decided to tell them that one. I just thought that, mister. She looks familiar and now I realize why, Gu Ning said all of a sudden, like an idea just dawned on her. Chi Ziyue was surprised and asked with curiosity, Oh, where have you seen me before, Miss Tang? Although Gu Ning wasn't flirting with Chi Ziyue, Tang Yashin somehow disliked her way of talking with him. There was no woman who would tolerate her man talking frequently with another woman after all. Gu Ning wore a meaningful smile, then said, It was a coincidence, but I was rescued by a woman whose name is also Tang Aining one day in the capital. I was surrounded by a bunch of hoodlums that day, and she helped me out. Hearing that, both Chi Ziyue and Tang Yashin were shocked. In the capital, Tang Aining? Is that woman her? Although they weren't very sure, they had a feeling that the woman was her. Seeing their reaction, Gu Ning was satisfied and added, After that, we sometimes contacted each other and I saw Mr. Chi's photo on her phone once before, and she told me that you're her boyfriend. Chi Ziyue and Tang Yashin got nervous. How much does she know about Tang Aining? Gu Ning asked. Mr. Chi, are you still together with her? I lost touch with Aining since August last year. We already broke up, and we didn't keep in touch, Chi Ziyue said and felt uneasy. Oh, fine. Gu Ning sounded disappointed. Well, what did you normally talk with her about? Chi Ziyue suddenly asked. We just talked about our life experiences. Speaking of that, we even share a common experience. You know, I have a unique skill to gamble on jade raw materials, but actually it's my father who sent me to learn it from a master when I was just a little girl. It wasn't a pleasant experience, and I gave my father all the money I won. Aining told me that she had the same experience, because her father sent her to learn kung fu when she was just a kid too, and she's done a lot for her family's company, Gu Ning said. With a clear sound, Tang Yashin's hand trembled and a cup fell onto the table. Even Chi Ziyue panicked at this moment. How could she know about it? What else does she know? Miss Tang, are you all right? Gu Ning pretended that she was worried about her. I am fine. Tang Yashin did her best to calm herself down. No pain, no gain. Miss Tang, I do admire you for everything you've done, Secretary Zhang said. Mr. Chi, if you hear from Aining, please let me know, Gu Ning said on purpose. Sure, Chi Ziyue replied. In fact, it was impossible because she was already dead. She left something with me. If I can't find her, I don't think it's appropriate for me to keep it all the time, Gu Ning said. What is it? Chi Ziyue and Tang Yashin asked in a hurry at the same time. Seeing their unusual reaction, Gu Ning wore a confused face. Chi Ziyue and Tang Yashin realized that they were acting in an impolite manner as well, and calmed down at once. Chi Ziyue explained, I'm also worried about her after hearing that you lost touch with her, and I want to know more about her too. Although we've broken up for a long time, we were boyfriend and girlfriend before after all. Oh, Gu Ning nodded. She gave me a USB flash disk, but I don't know what's inside, because it's her privacy. Hearing that, Chi Ziyue and Tang Yashin couldn't stay calm anymore. Well, to be honest, I'm her younger sister. Can you give me the USB flash disk? Tang Yashin asked. You're Aining's younger sister? Gu Ning, instead, seemed displeased. If you're her younger sister, I can't give it to you, because I hate a mistress's daughter the most. Gu Ning said it plainly in front of everyone. You? Tang Yashin was mad. Mind your language. Tang Yashin hated people saying that she was a mistress's daughter. Even though it was an unchangeable fact, she still couldn't accept it. Mu Wenqi and Secretary Zhang were both shocked, because they didn't know yet. Afterwards, they felt embarrassed. Qi Ziyue was also annoyed, but didn't know what to say. It's the truth, Gu Ning said again. You? Tang Yashin abruptly stood up and wanted to beat Gu Ning, but was stopped by Qi Ziyue. Yashin, calm down. Thinking of the USB flash disk, Tang Yashin had to listen to him. However, she had a grudge against Tang Aining now. In her eyes, all the women named Tang Aining were unpleasant. Miss Tang, I'm the general manager of the Tang family's business corporation in the capital. If you trust me, you can give the USB flash disk to me. I think that there must be business documents in it, Qi Ziyue said. I'm sorry. I'm afraid I can only give it back to her, Gu Ning said. Please don't worry. I promise that I'll never read the documents inside, and I think that there must be a password if the documents are so important. Since Gu Ning was unwilling to give it to him, Qi Ziyue didn't insist, and he also believed that there had to be a password. No matter what, Qi Ziyue and Tang Yashin couldn't live a peaceful life from now on because of the USB flash disk. During this meal, Qi Ziyue and Tang Yashin lost their appetite. Gu Ning, on the other hand, enjoyed it very much. She did it on purpose to scare them. Sometimes, mental torture was more unbearable than physical. After the meal, Gu Ning left, and Qi Ziyue stayed to discuss business with the rest of the people in the room. Gu Ning didn't walk away, but went to sit in the tea hall. She planned to follow them and teach them a lesson when they left.